The entire dungeon was littered with the bodies of his slain friends. They lay scattered in pools of their own blood. Is it possible to become an ordinary person? A truly strong hunter? Just like he was? That unreal demon and killer? Just a few hours before the tragedy, the Players' Guild building had been peaceful and quiet. The guild had cleared out many mid-level dungeons, so some hunters were struggling to find anything for a solo mission. Players were choosing their quests, exchanging opinions, and chatting with one another. Soon they spotted a healer whom no one wanted to take on their missions. This guy was lonely and sad. Indeed, no one agreed to take him into their group. Suddenly, someone called out to him. The guy turned around and saw two players who, as it turned out, had been looking for him specifically. The young man greeted the pair, saying he'd heard about their promotion and congratulated them on the occasion. The girl thanked him and said they had come specifically to invite the young man to join them on a dungeon run. The young man admitted that he had found a dungeon that wouldn't be too difficult, so they could go there together. The lone young man admitted that his healing skills were still limited, and he was worried he'd hold his friends back. However, they told him not to worry and just come along with them, since the healer also had a hunter's license. Somewhere on one of the city streets was the entrance to the dungeon. The dungeon's difficulty level was normal and had a party limit of 10 people. The terrifying monster was quickly defeated and now lay on the ground with its mouth wide open. There was one monster left, which the players also dealt with without much trouble. The dungeon clear went smoothly and in sync. The young healer activated his abilities and helped his friends restore their health, as well as deal additional damage to the monsters. The players fought the monster, and everything seemed to be going according to plan. The team's health remained at a good level. It soon became clear that they needed to switch tactics and strike first, not giving the enemy time to respond. The girl activated her abilities and prepared to unleash a powerful magical attack. She directed her power against the monster, hoping to stop it once and for all. The monster froze in place, and then one of the players decided to use his new skill and activated his charge. The swordsman delivered a single sword strike, which was meant to be the final and decisive blow. The young healer looked at his comrade, realizing that the swordsman had grown even stronger once again. The monster's head flew off, severed by a single precise sword strike, and exploded in midair. The young man watched the scene with sadness, doubting that he would ever be able to become as strong a player as his companions. Soon, the monster's body exploded and scattered into tiny pieces right before the eyes of the entire group. A sword and a magic stone fell where the monster had been. These were the trophies the group had earned. The swordsman picked up the magic stone. As it turned out, it was a high-level artifact capable of being of great use in the future. After that, the player picked up the sword they had obtained after defeating the monster. The young man appraised the weapon, concluding that it was quite decent. However, he didn't have an urgent need for it. And so it was decided to give the sword to the healer. The weapon had good stats, and it could come in handy on future missions. The healer gratefully accepted the gift. It was a fine weapon, and he certainly wanted to possess it. The swordsman told the healer to accept the gift so that he could increase his strength and become a valued and useful member of the team. After that, the group was ready to return to the city since the dungeon had been cleared and the mission was complete. The young people were already leaving the dungeon, discussing their future plans, when suddenly the girl heard a noise coming from the depths. They continued discussing their future plans among themselves and therefore didn't hear the noise their friend had mentioned. Suddenly, a monster emerged from the wall. It had been camouflaged against the stone surface and had been completely invisible to the players until that moment. The young people immediately began drawing their weapons, realizing they would no longer be able to leave the dungeon just like that. Now it became clear to them that there was a hidden boss in this dungeon, one that had appeared, it seemed, only after the mission had ended. And soon, some kind of unreal creature appeared before the players. The stone shell shattered, and now a real demon stood before them. This hidden boss held a long weapon in his hands, resembling a scythe or an axe. Hidden bosses had never been encountered in normal-level dungeons before, but that didn't mean something like this couldn't happen for the first time. The young swordsman said they had no choice but to fight him, because if they won, they would earn a fortune. The healer tried to stop his companions, saying that hidden bosses are usually very strong and extremely dangerous. But the players believed that since there were many of them, they could handle this boss. Besides, the swordsman suggested they observe the monster first. One of his companions, who wielded an axe, was very confident, declaring that there was no need to be afraid of the enemy. The young man was convinced that there couldn't be anything truly scary in a hidden boss of a normal-level dungeon. And although his companions weren't quite as confident, the player said he would now show them how he would kill this boss. The young man activated his abilities and strode confidently toward the monster to face it head-on. The hidden boss stood before the player completely still, taking no action. This calmness was too suspicious. The swordsman understood that hidden bosses aren't as simple as they might seem at first glance. However, the young man with the axe said that he shouldn't underestimate it or fear it prematurely. And in the very next moment, he launched an attack, surrounded by his magical abilities. The dungeon boss cast a protective aura around himself, continuing to stand just as calmly in place. And the young man took a running start, pushed off the ground, raised his axe, preparing to bring it down right on the boss's head. The young man was right next to the monster when it raised its weapon, leaving the players no chance to maneuver or retreat. A single swing of the axe was enough to instantly dispatch the player. The rest of the group was shocked, as one of their comrades had just died right before their eyes. The swordsman ordered the mage girl to hurry up, use her skills, and reveal the hidden boss's stats. The girl immediately activated her foresight skill to gauge how powerful the enemy before them was, and her magical field gradually expanded and reached the hidden boss. What the girl saw made a terrifying impression on her. This monster's stats were simply out of this world. The girl couldn't stay on her feet because she saw everything and realized that the entire group of players would soon die. The swordsman tried to calm the girl down, telling her she needed to stop panicking. She had to explain exactly what she had seen. Although the hidden boss's health was low, all of his other stats were dozens of times higher than average. Of course, hearing this was very strange, and it seemed as though the mage had simply mixed something up or made a mistake in her calculations. But the mage couldn't even stand up. She didn't know what to do and was convinced they were all going to die. The swordsman tried to calm everyone down, saying there was no need to panic since it was just one boss, no matter how strong he was. The young man suggested they work together as a single team, and then they would have a chance to defeat him. The swordsman reasoned as follows. Sure, the hidden boss is strong, but he isn't all-powerful, and as long as the players can dodge the hidden boss's attacks, they have a chance to survive. All this time, the hidden boss stood completely still and made no attempt to do anything or attack. It was a huge monster with 5 eyes, horns, and powerful muscles. The swordsman tried to encourage his companions, saying that they would fight together and would soon be able to leave the dungeon alive. The swordsman said there was only one chance, so the players absolutely had to take it and survive. After that, the young man activated his powers to carry out the next step and ordered everyone to prepare for the attack. The hidden boss continued to stand, surrounded by his protective aura. He didn't try to attack and simply watched the players' actions. After that, all the players launched their attack. They had to strike and dodge the hidden boss's attacks. The monster waited until the group of players approached him and struck with his axe, immediately knocking the attackers back. The female hunter also unleashed her fire to continue the attack and support the team. Projectiles flew at the hidden boss from all sides, and powerful explosions rang out all around. The players realized that if they kept this up, they would indeed have a chance to defeat the boss. The mage girl reported that the hidden boss's health had dropped to half, meaning they needed to keep up the pressure. The swordsman told the others not to let up, to hang in there, keep attacking, and dodge the boss's strikes, all while making sure to protect the healer. The swordsman was the group's captain, and now he closed in on the boss once more for the decisive strike. The monster's defensive field had been broken, and the young man closed in for a powerful strike. The healers and mages also joined the attack, believing that they must not stop under any circumstances. Another wave of fiery blows crashed down on the enemy, and now everything around the boss was ablaze with bright flames. With such a powerful attack, it didn't matter how high the hidden boss's stats were, it definitely wouldn't withstand it and would fall. Soon everything around was engulfed in flames, and it became unclear what condition the enemy was in. The players noted with regret that all these explosions seemed to have no effect, and in the very next moment, the hidden boss began to counterattack. The guys realized they had to keep going and hold their ground, since the hidden boss's health wasn't infinite, especially since they were managing to deal significant damage to it. But the next moment, the hidden boss seemed to stretch on his toes, thrust his hands forward, and began to concentrate energy in his palms. Then with a snap of his fingers, he sent a powerful blast toward the players. The swordsman realized this was the hidden boss's rage ability, or perhaps even a rampage. The healer had never heard of a rampage. He thought the hidden boss was supposed to just die, like regular bosses. It turned out that rampage is a special mode that activates when the boss's health reaches a certain limit. In this state, all of the boss's stats increase significantly. Only a small number of bosses have this mode, and it is extremely rare. The healer realized that the group wouldn't stand a chance against such power, and that they would most likely die right there. However, the swordsman believed they had one more chance. There was enough time for him to gather his strength and, using his weapon, kill the hidden boss. Of course, it sounded highly improbable and unrealistic, but they had to try something to save themselves. The swordsman was certain that until they tried, there was no way to know in advance whether it would succeed or not. The mage girl said she would provide all the support she possibly could. And so, closing her eyes, she began to gather all her energy and abilities to support the players. The swordsman regained his strength and prepared to deliver a single strike with his sword, one that was meant to kill the hidden boss. The young man approached his opponent and struck, believing the boss wouldn't have time to resist. However, the villain in turn swung his weapon, preventing the swordsman from completing his attack. After that, the hidden boss hung in the air, and now the swordsman realized he needed to take advantage of this opportunity. The hidden boss continued to gather his energy. He was left without a weapon, but he clearly had no intention of losing. His power grew right before everyone's eyes, and in his hand was no longer just a ball of energy, but a massive, powerful charge. The swordsman managed to dodge the attack once again, and the young man grew angrier and angrier at his opponent. So far, only he had managed to avoid the attacks, but the player himself was still practically powerless to do anything. The girl activated the Red Lotus plan and directed it at the hidden boss. This attack proved very successful. The boss hadn't expected such an onslaught and was now knocked aside by a powerful shockwave. It seemed the attack had indeed been successful, so the swordsman shouted at the others not to stop and to keep it up. He wanted to use the fire attack to get close to the boss under the cover of the flames. And just as this plan was about to be carried out, the young man closed in on the enemy and raised his sword for the decisive blow. There was a powerful explosion that lit up everything around them. The players didn't know who had killed whom or how the attack had ended. Of course, no one could have survived such an attack. The hidden boss was completely engulfed in flames. Hope arose among the players. They greeted the events with excitement and joy, convinced that they had finally managed to defeat their opponent. The swordsman was also trying to catch his breath and was pleased that, as he thought, he had finally managed to defeat the boss. But suddenly, amid the general joy, the mage girl let out a cry. She saw that the hidden boss hadn't died. Now all the players could see it. Right in the middle of the fire, a figure stood, still whole and unharmed. The female mage shouted to her companions that the boss was still alive. He hadn't died, and they needed to keep attacking. But it seemed that now it was the boss's turn to deal with the players, and he let out a piercing scream. To the horror of everyone present, it soon became clear that the hidden boss didn't have a single scratch on him. The next second, the monster was right in front of the girl, and a moment later, her head was severed and rolled across the dungeon floor. The guys were in shock. They didn't even have time to figure out what had happened. It was now clear beyond a doubt that the players couldn't handle the situation, so the captain shouted at his comrades not to stand there frozen, but to run away immediately. However, the boss was already nearby, and his next victim was the girl with fire manipulation abilities. This time, the hidden boss fought unarmed, severing the players' heads with his sharp claws. The players didn't know what to do. They had no idea what their chances were in this situation, and the monster was already standing before them, reaching out its terrifying hand. The hidden boss's speed was unreal. Leaping from one to the next, he killed everyone present without pausing for a moment. The group's captain was still alive. He couldn't understand how this could have happened to him and his comrades. His entire group had just been killed right before the captain's eyes, and now the young man rushed into the attack, perhaps not even realizing the futility of his actions. The hidden boss didn't even want to get his hands dirty. He activated his magical power once more. He dealt with the swordsman by landing a precise strike on him. Of course, no one could have withstood such a blow. The group's captain was blown to smithereens, and the captain's sword plunged from a great height into the stone floor right at the healer's feet. The young man couldn't recover from the horror. All the guys he'd been clearing the dungeon with were dead. The young man couldn't put up any resistance at all. For some reason, the boss had left him for last, probably because the healer was the weakest in the group. Everyone had always looked down on the young man and called him a weakling. No one wanted to take dead weight into their group because they'd have to look after the healer. The players didn't want to waste their resources on what they considered a worthless companion. All his life, he had heard nothing but the words, weakling, loser, a waste of time, useless, what good are you, scum. The young man was used to being treated like a non-entity, and now even this hidden boss was looking down on him. The young man looked up, saw the sword, and it seemed to him that his friends believed in him and thought he could defeat the boss. He just needed to stand up and take the sword in his hands. Of course, the boy understood that he was about to die and couldn't change anything. But it was still better to try to put up some kind of resistance before dying. The young healer rose from his knees, took his fallen comrade's sword, and said he would fight for his life. The hidden boss watched the young man with interest and a strange smile on his face. The young man believed that even if he were to die, it would be better to do so as a warrior rather than a coward. Of course, absolutely no one wanted to die, but circumstances had unfolded this way, and the young man found himself in a dead-end situation. He could simply die like a coward or a piece of trash, or he could try to die with a sword in his hands. And so the young doctor, armed with a stranger's sword, charged at the hidden boss. The enemy, of course, knocked the player back before the young man could do anything. However, the healer didn't want to die alone. He managed to get a quick strike in and stabbed the hidden boss with the sword. It's unclear how it happened, but the sword struck the monster right in the heart, and the hidden boss let out a loud scream. The blade stuck out of its chest, and the monster responded by delivering a crushing blow to its attacker, the healer. The young man knew he was dying, but he was satisfied that he had avenged his comrades. Now they could rest in peace. Something strange was happening to the monster. It turned out that lightning and electrical discharges were shooting out of its chest. Everything around him turned white, and the young man couldn't figure out where he had ended up. He thought he had died and was now experiencing the sensations that came with it. Most likely he would now meet his friends since they had all died together. Opening his eyes, the young man saw that he was still wearing the same clothes. He had thought he would look different, but apparently he wasn't quite dead yet. Soon a dungeon notification appeared before him. The guy was congratulated on his achievement. He had cleared the dungeon, defeated the secret boss, and survived. As a result of the mission, the young man received a sword as a trophy. The boss held the human heart in his hand. His long claws gripped the organ tightly. The hidden boss was about to eat it to sustain his strength and abilities. The monster sat over the slain player's body and devoured his still beating heart. The young man was in shock at what he saw. The monster had just devoured his friend's heart right before his eyes. Having finished with the swordsman, the hidden boss headed toward the young man. His face was smeared with blood, and one of his eyes glowed with a bright light. The boss approached the healer and had already raised his hand above the boy's head, while the boy, as if spellbound, watched what was happening. The young man opened his eyes in horror and woke up from his own scream. His body was covered in sweat. The boy sat up in bed trying to compose himself. He had been having the same dream over and over, and lately his nights had become one long nightmare. It was time to introduce himself. The young man's name was Chen Jan. He was a healer, but his abilities were extremely poor and ineffective. No one wanted to take him on the team. A few weeks ago, his only friends took him into a dungeon where a hidden boss was lurking, and the guys sacrificed themselves to protect the healer. In the end, Chen Jan was the only survivor of that dungeon. The guild didn't investigate the incident, but people now called the young man the cursed healer. Everyone believed that Chen Jan wasn't worth the lives of his comrades, and now deserved nothing but loneliness. The young man was out of work and broke. Today he needed to at least go to the store for some water. It wouldn't hurt to tidy up the apartment, since it already looked more like a dumpster. The young man had practically no clothes either. No one wanted to work with him, and he was completely broke. The young man put on his jacket and pulled the hood low over his eyes. He didn't want people on the street to recognize him. Leaving the house, Chen Jan tried to walk as inconspicuously as possible without drawing attention to himself. He didn't plan on going far and soon reached the nearest grocery store. The main thing was to leave the store completely unrecognized and unnoticed by the other people. The young man picked out his groceries while listening to the conversations of the people in the store. They were discussing the latest news. Two guys were just talking about a mass murder in the dungeon that had happened a few weeks ago. They knew that only one healer had survived. They said that this healer had killed his entire team in order to claim the dungeon's rewards for himself. The guys claimed that this was absolutely reliable information because one of them had heard it from his older brother in the guild. Chen Jan listened as they called him a complete nobody and realized that now everyone was ready to kill him without a second thought. At the very least, these guys from the supermarket were planning to kill the healer, believing they were more than capable of doing so. Chen Jan placed the groceries he intended to buy on the counter. The saleswoman cheerfully scanned the items and asked how the young man planned to pay for them. She then handed him the terminal so that Chen Jan could use his credit card. However, the transaction failed. It turned out there weren't enough funds on the card, and the young man could now only afford a loaf of bread. Chen Jan was hungry, so he took the only thing he could afford. For the first time in several weeks, the young man found himself on the street and now looked at the passers-by and the blue sky, feeling a strange sense of pleasure. On the other hand, a wave of sadness washed over him. He realized that in the future he wouldn't be able to count on joining a team to make a living. Now the young man had neither a team nor friends, but he still had to do something. With absolutely no means of support, Chen Jan knew there was only one dungeon he could venture into alone. It was the most basic and simple dungeon for beginners. It had been created by humans, was located in the center of the city, and was usually used by novice hunters to familiarize themselves with and practice their own abilities. Chen Jan arrived at that dungeon, realizing that he was exactly at the level of a zero-level dungeon and should be able to handle it. Of course, the reward after clearing such a dungeon was very small, but it was still more than nothing. Of course, the pay was pitifully small, but it was still money that could be used to buy food. Chen Jan was not in a position to be picky about dungeons or missions right now. Undoubtedly, one thing was clear in this situation. Clearing such a dungeon would ultimately save him from starvation. Two players recognized Chen Jan, that good-for-nothing healer. It was unclear what had brought him to the beginner's dungeon. After all, everyone knew he was incapable of fighting. However, the young man entered it regardless of everyone else's thoughts and opinions. Chen Jan was now turning a new page in his life. He was left completely alone, and he no longer cared about the rest of the world's opinion. A notification appeared before the young man, welcoming him to the beginner's dungeon. This was very strange, because the boy had never seen such a notification before. The very next moment, the notification stated that, unfortunately, system testing had begun, and the player would enter evolution mode instead of the beginner's dungeon as compensation for the inconvenience. And soon a desert with towering cliffs appeared before him. On the horizon, the sun was slowly rising from behind the mountains. He had once dreamed of ending up in a mission like this, where monsters surrounded him and he himself was strong and invincible. But now it was all completely baffling and unexpected. Besides, Chen Jan was hearing about evolution mode for the first time. Visibility around them was simply terrible. Everything was shrouded in a thick, blood-red fog. The blade the young man held in his hand began to react and, right before his eyes, evolved into a rather serious and powerful weapon. Chen Jan surmised that all these changes and the dungeon itself were caused by the sword he held in his hands. The young man began to move deeper into the territory. He was very curious to see what would happen next. Soon, a notification appeared before him, informing him that he needed to pass a small test to destroy 100 Earth Elementals. 100 Earth Elementals sounded very intimidating, since there were usually only about 3 of them. Chen Jan realized that things were looking bad, and at that moment, a monster appeared out of nowhere right next to him. It was an Earth Elemental. Chen Jan couldn't understand when Earth Elementals had become so huge. The monster was several times taller and larger than the player. The Earth Elemental's attack power had also increased significantly compared to its previous versions. However, the young man immediately realized that the Earth Elemental was still very slow. Chen Jan had a hunter's license and was holding a weapon, so he prepared himself for a task that wouldn't be easy. Taking another look at the Earth Elemental's size, the young man decided that since this was a dungeon for beginners, the elementals shouldn't pose any particular problems. Chen Jan decided to test his new power first. The young man sheathed his weapon, deciding he would fight with his bare hands. The young man wanted to see just how strong his opponent was. He approached the monster and raised his fist to strike. The Earth Elemental also raised its fist, and the difference in their sizes was like that of a pea and a watermelon. However, the young man didn't dwell on this at all and struck as if he were facing nothing more than a classmate. After all, in a fight, it's not size that matters, but strength, physical attributes, and combat skills. After several exchanges, Chen Jan realized that the Earth Elemental was stronger than he had previously assumed, and he couldn't defeat it with his bare hands. It was time to bring the evolutionary blade back into the fight. The Earth Elemental began attacking the boy, but the young man raised his blade in defense, making it clear to his opponent that he wouldn't be taken down so easily. After that, the young man leaped forward and landed several precise blows with his blade. The Earth Elemental crumbled into tiny pieces. Chen Jan felt very strange. It seemed as though he had grown stronger, but perhaps it was just his imagination. After making sure the Earth Elemental was destroyed, the protagonist realized that, having dealt with one, He needed to move on to the next immediately. The earth elementals didn't keep him waiting long. The young man realized that no one was going to give him a break. Taking advantage of the situation, Chen Jan decided to test his healing skills, since they shouldn't be underestimated either. The young man had clearly seen an improvement in his core strength. The hero also noted an improvement in his speed and stability. It came just in time, because the entire space in front of him was already occupied by earth elementals. Now neither their number nor their strength fazed the young man in the slightest. He destroyed his opponents and leveled up with each one, making the battle increasingly successful. Soon, the last earth elemental remained before him, which he had to destroy to complete the mission. By the time the 100th one was killed, the young man felt confident in his abilities. And yet, just a short while ago, he had stood before this crowd with no idea how he would act or how it would end. Chen Jan cut them down with his sword, realizing that his abilities as a hunter were growing right before his eyes, along with his strength and agility. What had seemed absolutely impossible and unreal just a short while ago was now a thing of the past. Of course, it wouldn't be accurate to say the young man felt no tension at all. After all, defeating 100 earth elementals was no easy feat. Standing among the slain monsters and leaning on his sword, the young man received a message from the game stating that the test had been completed, and for this he would receive a reward. Chen Jan was very pleased to have gotten rid of all the monsters. It had been exhausting, because he hadn't fought much lately and had lost his skills. However, now he could safely leave the dungeon. But the next moment, a game notification informed him that he had been assigned a new test task. He needed to destroy 100 water elementals. For completing the first test, the young man received an earth essence. It was the only reward for completing the quest. Chen Jan had never heard of this essence before, and in general it was a very strange reward for destroying such a huge number of elementals. The earth essence was crystallized earth energy. It radiated a dense and powerful aura and fused with the weapon, but it was completely unclear what purpose it served. Chen Jan didn't want to figure it out right now. There wasn't time for that, and besides, it was completely unclear how difficult the next task would be. Chen Jan had just managed to think that if things continued this way, he would die in this dungeon, when suddenly everything around him was illuminated by a white light, as if lightning had flashed. The young man couldn't even look and now covered his eyes with his hand, not understanding what was happening. Looking around, he realized that a fierce snowstorm was beginning. Miracles continued to happen and amaze him. It had all started just a short while ago with a bloody fog, and now the boy was catching snowflakes with his hands. Chen Jan remembered that his mission was to destroy water elementals, and snow was, after all, water. It immediately became clear that the changing weather conditions were directly related to the mission. Gradually, the snowflakes began to crystallize and turn into hailstones, and now it seemed as though pieces of ice were falling from the sky. These pieces of ice fell to the ground, but instead of shattering, they gradually fused together. Chen Jan already understood that this was unusual snow, and he needed to prepare for what was about to happen. Soon the ice chunks joined together, and the young man could make out a figure forming from the ice. Now these were no longer ice shards or snowflakes, but a massive water elemental towering over the young man. Chen Jan understood that water elementals would not be ordinary or weak. It was immediately clear that the opponent was very strong and powerful. The monster's attack followed immediately, but the young man managed to move quickly, avoiding injury. Chen Jan was quick and agile. He managed to jump to the side and was now standing behind the water elemental. After landing several attacks, the young man realized they weren't working at all. It was infuriating, since he couldn't cut through the water elemental with his sword. The young man tried a few more attacks, but his opponent remained unharmed. He had to come up with something new. Chen Jan didn't give up. Trying to figure out why his attacks weren't working on the water elemental, he tried again and again. Finally, the young man managed to inflict a small amount of damage on his opponent, and now at least he understood the reason. It turned out that the water elemental had high regeneration and immediately healed any damage to its body. The ice elemental, like the earth elemental, had a high defense rating, and on top of that, it possessed a healing effect, constantly regenerating its body. Soon, the young man began to lose confidence in his abilities and in his ability to defeat this opponent at all. And of course, he didn't want to believe it. But the thought that he would die kept spinning through Chen Jan's mind more and more often. And in one of those moments of despair, the game displayed a notification stating that he could use the earth essence to fuse it with his weapon. Chen Jan didn't know where this would lead, but in any case, it was something. So the young man confirmed the fusion of the earth essence with his weapon. In any case, it couldn't hurt anymore, because the young man realized he was losing. The young man used the earth essence, infusing it into the sword, but noticed absolutely no changes. A notification indicated that the fusion had been successful, and now the weapon had gained a unique ability, petrification. It could inflict an effect on the enemy that reduced their movement speed. This was good news. Chen Jan's spirits immediately lifted. The young man realized he now had a chance. Now he could attack the ice elemental again, hoping to deal significant damage to it. And indeed, as a result of the attack, this watery ice monster turned into a stone structure and froze in place. Chen Jan could now strike with confidence, knowing that his opponent wouldn't have time to regenerate and restore his health. The blows shattered the monster into countless separate pieces, and now it was once again made up of scattered fragments. Chen Jan continued to actively destroy the water elementals, realizing that he was now able to see the battles through to the end. Of course, the size difference was absolutely lopsided, but the young man no longer paid any attention to that. Chen Jan attacked again and again, causing the water elemental to freeze and delivering slashing blows with his sword, splitting the enemy into tiny pieces. Finally, this mission was over. There wasn't a single monster in sight, and the young man could breathe a sigh of relief. However, the objective of the quest was to destroy 100 water elementals, and at this stage one was still missing, yet the young man saw no one else around him. But he didn't have to wait long. A noise rang out in the distance, catching Chen Jan's attention. It wasn't immediately clear what was happening, but the battlefield, littered with the bodies of slain water elementals, began to glow and regenerate. And all the dead ice elementals gradually merged together, and soon a new water-based creature appeared before the young man. It was a beautiful icy maiden with an equally icy gaze, and the young man immediately realized that this was the Snow Queen. The Snow Queen's primary element was ice. She was a hidden boss, and it was now clear that Chen Jan was very lucky when it came to hidden bosses. The Snow Queen was an upgraded version of the ice golem, just as strong, nearly indestructible, and powerful. Chen Jan knew he was facing another formidable opponent, and this battle would be tough once again. The young man felt extremely tired. He wasn't sure he could endure the battle this time. Perhaps he had enough physical strength, but his health after the previous battles didn't inspire confidence. Chen Jan had grown very tired over the last few fights. The young man checked his stats and realized he would have to use his class skill. And so he activated the basic healing skill, Healing, to restore his physical condition and health to normal. Chen Jan could literally feel his wounds filling with strength. He stood within this healing cloud and gradually regained his breath. When the healing process was complete, the young man told himself that now he would find out if this battle would be his last. Chen Jan looked at the Snow Queen and told her that he had already survived countless attacks, so the queen should try to kill him if she had the strength. The young man tried to analyze his opponent. The Snow Queen and the ice golems were varieties of ice elementals, and that meant the petrification effect should be quite effective against the Snow Queen as well. Chen Jan didn't hesitate and rushed to attack the Snow Queen. First and foremost, he needed to break through her defenses. The young man hoped that the Snow Queen would turn to stone, just like all the previous water elementals. However, immediately after the first attack, it became clear that the protagonist had underestimated the Snow Queen's defenses. He had barely managed to inflict any damage on her. The situation was tricky. Petrification wasn't working, and the player's attacks weren't strong enough, so the young man decided to use regular strikes. At that moment, the Snow Queen went on the offensive herself. She raised her hand, and an icy sword appeared in her palm. The Snow Queen held it high above her head, and it was clear that the attack she was about to launch would be extremely powerful. Chen Jan understood. If the Snow Queen used such attacks from the very beginning, this duel was doomed to end in defeat for him. And now a vast multitude of ice shards rained down from the sky. They were bound to destroy everything around them. Chen Jan managed to jump out of the way at the last moment, and the ice chunks slammed into the ground with such force that the rocks shattered into dust. The young man rushed away at breakneck speed because the entire area was littered with ice shards. It was impossible to withstand such an attack. His only option was to flee. Chen Jan managed to dodge the ice chunks quite successfully if he didn't want to be torn to pieces. However, it was clear that he couldn't keep dodging the attacks forever, so he had to wait for the right moment. Taking advantage of a pause between attacks, Chen Jan waited for the moment when the ice blocks were still high in the air and realized this was his only chance. The young man ran right up to the Snow Queen. This way, he was able to hide using the monster's body as a shield. And when he no longer needed to dodge the ice attacks, Chen Jan was able to strike the Snow Queen. As expected, the player's strikes not only interrupted the boss's current attacks, but also affected the ones that followed. Chen Jan realized that if he only used normal attacks, the Snow Queen wouldn't have time to use her ultimate moves. And so he had to dodge her single attacks and land his own precise counterattacks. Chen Jan knew that by using this tactic, he was fully capable of defeating the Snow Queen. Of course, no one had promised it would be easy, but at least now he had a chance, and he had to make the most of it. Soon, the young man decided to test whether his combo attacks were stronger or weaker than the boss's ultimate attacks. Chen Jan got ready and started landing combos, counting them in his head. He wanted to know how many attacks it would take to win. No one had promised it would be easy, and the Snow Queen was successfully parrying his attacks. Time passed, and the number of combos the young man had performed was now approaching 900. When the count exceeded 400, the Snow Queen continued to withstand the blows and launch counterattacks of her own. The number of combos performed had surpassed 9,000. The battle continued, and the young man barely felt alive anymore. He had become a machine for delivering attacks. The 10,000th attack seemed to be the last. Chen Jan could barely stay on his feet, and the sword in his hand seemed to have grown into his wrist, becoming one with him. The game notified him that he had successfully executed 10,000 combos, and thanks to this, the player unlocked the fatal attack ability. It couldn't have come at a better time given the situation. Chen Jan knew that the time had come to risk his life. And now armed with the new deadly attack, the young man decided to test how much the Snow Queen could withstand in this situation. The fatal attack the player used nullified the enemy's defensive properties. He could only hope that this would be enough to defeat the Snow Queen. Chen Jan prepared himself, activated the fatal attack, and knew that only one of them would emerge alive from this battle, either him or the hidden boss of this dungeon, the Snow Queen. He disabled his opponent's defenses and struck with his sword, pouring all his remaining strength and hope for victory into the blow. And the expected miracle happened. The blow struck her arm, which immediately, right before the young man's eyes, split in two. The Snow Queen was furious. With surprise, anger, and rage, she stared at her severed hand as it fell to the ground. Chen Jan was pleased that his attack had worked. The young man asked the Snow Queen with a smirk how she was feeling and if she missed her arm. Of course, the Snow Queen would look very unattractive if she were left without a hand, so she immediately restored it by growing a new one. Only a few moments had passed and the Snow Queen looked as good as new. Her arm was exactly the same as it had been before it was severed. The incredible speed of regeneration, of course, stunned the young man. He realized that even though he could wound the Snow Queen, victory was still a long way off. The Snow Queen was just as strong and beautiful as ever. She exuded confidence and looked at her opponent as if he were some petty, insignificant insect. After that, the Snow Queen approached the player and struck with her sword, but the young man barely managed to dodge it. The more difficult the battle became, the more it angered Chen Jan. He didn't lose heart and declared that he would finish off the Snow Queen with a single blow. The Snow Queen launched another attack, and the young man barely survived that powerful blow. Now he realized that he had very little chance of fighting back. The Snow Queen's power was truly formidable. And indeed, the hidden boss seemed to be growing ever more ferocious and powerful. She raised both hands, gripping her icy sword tightly. Chen Jan didn't have time to jump back and barely dodge the blow, but he had no time for second thoughts. The young man knew he simply had to seize the right moment. His strength was dwindling, and now everything depended on a single attack that would have to save the player. The Snow Queen approached the young man, spreading her sharp icy wings and clearly intending to destroy him. One more attack made with practically his last ounce of strength, but it seemed to have been fruitless once again. The Snow Queen literally exuded confidence in her victory and her own strength. Now she was simply waiting for the young man's energy to finally run out. Chen Jan understood that under no circumstances could he allow the Snow Queen to use her special ability. The young man tried once again to get as close to the boss as possible, hoping to finish him off with a single precise strike. The Snow Queen unleashed her attack again, and sharp icicles rained down from above, meant to pierce the young man right through. However, the young man managed to get close to the Snow Queen. He struck a blow, and now it seemed as though both opponents, like moths at night, were circling around a blazing fire. Chen Jan realized that this attack had ended in his favor, but the young man didn't even have the strength left to celebrate his victory. The small test for the novice was complete. A notification announced that he had received a reward for defeating the Snow Queen. This time, the boy received a water essence that could be fused with a weapon. The water essence was a shard of ice radiating cold. When combined with a weapon, it granted it a unique ability. The ability was called Ice Therapy, and as a result of each attack, the player's health would regenerate, albeit by a very small percentage. On the one hand, it seemed almost pointless, but at the same time, even that much recovery was better than nothing. Over time, this ability could be improved. Chen Jan was very tired. He had spent a long time in the dungeon, and the young man decided it was time to get out. He pulled his hood back over his head. As he stepped through the portal out of the novice dungeon, the young man noticed that there were many people nearby. Some stared at Chen Jan in surprise. They didn't understand why he didn't have a single scratch on him and how that was even possible. Chen Jan also noticed these people. He immediately sensed that something strange had happened. Nearby were some people, most likely members of the League, who were now taking down information from the wounded young man. A little further away, another wounded man covered in bandages appeared to be receiving medical attention. There were people in uniform standing near him. Chen Jan had no idea what had happened, since the difficulty of this dungeon was extremely low. It was unclear how these people had managed to get injured. At that moment, a cry for help rang out from the portal. Now it was clear that something strange had happened, and Chen Jan wanted to find out exactly what the problem was. A young man literally crawled out of the portal. He was covered in blood, couldn't stand on his feet, and his appearance greatly alarmed Chen Jan. The young man tried once again to understand how these players had managed to sustain such severe injuries in a dungeon for beginners. Looking around, he noticed a girl. She was wrapped in a blanket. Her wounds had already been bandaged by the doctors, but she still looked lost. Chen Jan approached the stranger, apologized for disturbing her, and asked her to tell him what had happened. The girl was surprised that the stranger wasn't already aware of the situation and began to explain that something very strange had happened. Chen Jan wanted to know all the details of what had happened, so the girl began to describe the events in detail. Just a few hours ago, she and her team had gone to the beginner's dungeon to practice their new abilities. The group had acquired these abilities quite recently and now needed to test their effectiveness in practice and hone their skills. At first, everything was exactly as usual. The young people were training, but suddenly a cloud of black smoke appeared above the ground. They had never encountered such a situation before, suspected something was wrong, and began to retreat. However, events unfolded rapidly and the group didn't have time to escape. Everything around them was engulfed in black smoke. When the smoke finally cleared, it turned out that the weak monsters inhabiting the dungeon had suddenly become incredibly strong. They looked like enhanced versions of themselves, and their strength far surpassed that of the players. The young people realized they wouldn't be able to handle such opponents and tried to flee. At one point, the girl felt a wound in her waist collapse to the ground and could do absolutely nothing. Fortunately for her and a few other players, they were forcibly returned from the dungeon due to exceeding the time limit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it out alive. It turned out that all this happened the moment Chen Jan entered the dungeon. The young man wondered if his presence could have affected the others. He didn't know if his appearance could have triggered some hidden mechanisms in the dungeon and decided to pay special attention to this matter. Chen Jan thanked the girl for her story and wished her a speedy recovery, but he realized that he wouldn't be able to enter the dungeon whenever he pleased. At that moment, a large group of players approached. The guild had sent them here to sort out the situation. It was the city's largest guild, led by Huang Tu. This time, nearly the entire guild had turned out. They strode confidently toward the portal. Right now, it seemed like there were even more of them than necessary, especially if Chen Jan's assumption turned out to be correct, and everything in the dungeon would be quiet and peaceful again. The players immediately called on the team of healers to assist the wounded. An order was also given to the strike team to get ready because they were about to enter the dungeon. Chen Jan watched the proceedings from the sidelines. He understood that in this situation, his help would most likely not be needed. Chen Jan stepped slightly to the side, looking around and surveying the area. He knew he had to leave before anyone noticed him. But at that moment, the girl turned to him, saying she was glad to see an old acquaintance, and asked what Chen was doing here all alone. She also offered to take a closer look at him. Maybe he was injured and she could help. Before Chen Jan could say anything, the chatterbox assumed that no one had wanted to take him into their group again, and of course, that was all very sad. The young man remained silent, and now the girl began to get angry, feeling that this loser was ignoring her. Chen Jan turned around and walked away. The girl assumed he was running off to his nanny, but the boy couldn't go to his nanny since she was already dead, and after that, the girl started laughing. Chen Jan acted completely on autopilot. He drew his sword without uttering a sound and turned toward the girl. Holding the weapon to her neck, Chen Jan demanded she take back her words. Otherwise, the girl would die right here and now. The girl was terrified. She stared in horror at the sword resting on her shoulder and knew full well that Chen was a healer, though she couldn't understand how he had acted so quickly. At that moment, the second blade intervened to prevent the situation from becoming too dangerous. The young man asked them to calm down. After all, this was the novice's territory and killing players here was forbidden. It was the guild leader Huang Tu. He said that in case of disobedience, he would kill anyone. And if anyone disobeyed, they would regret it later. After these words, the man sheathed his sword. Chen Jan remained silent, studying the young man. He recognized this one-eyed player. He really was one of the guild leaders. Huang Tu, the head of guild affairs, held at least a diamond rank. Of course, it wasn't worth courting trouble and getting into a conflict with such a person. Chen Jan said he understood perfectly and hoped they would never meet again. Huang Tu wouldn't let the guy leave, saying that killing players was forbidden in the city, but absolutely allowed elsewhere. Now the girl joined the conversation. She confirmed that killing players was allowed in the arena. She was upset that some primitive healer had managed to scare her. She began to provoke Chen and challenge him to a duel. However, her red-haired partner tried to stop her, saying that it was nonsense and not worth doing. Chen Jan responded to all these provocations and jabs by simply saying that he was ready to face them whenever they said so. Huang Tu was very pleased that the young man hadn't tried to leave. It wasn't clear why he would want to. Chen Jan confirmed that they would meet in the arena. The arena was a place where hunters were allowed to engage in deadly duels. Most hunters came there to hone their combat skills. There were two types of battles: friendly sparring, limited in time, and a fight to the death, which ended only after the death of one of the fighters. Chen Jan followed his new friends, if they could be called that. It was unclear how he had managed to get himself into trouble. Chen Jan watched the proceedings with interest. He saw the sparring match currently taking place in the arena. A young man was fighting. He held an axe in one hand and a spear in the other. He was with a girl who appeared to be a mage. Chen Jan slowed down to watch them, but immediately they started urging him on, saying he was just wasting other people's time. The guys from the guild thought Chen was really nervous, since it was his first time. The girl who had started the commotion kept laughing at Chen, saying that it was written all over his forehead what a wimp he was, and that he needed to be treated more gently. Chen Jan remained silent most of the time, and didn't react to the young people's words at all, making no attempt to argue with them or explain anything. The girl took this as cowardice. She thought the guy was scared, but if Chen got down on his knees and started begging for forgiveness, maybe she would forgive him. The girl held a dagger in her hands and asked how Chen felt about her proposal. If Chen refused to kneel and apologize, the girl couldn't guarantee that he'd be all right during the duel. So it's better to beg for forgiveness while there's still time if the guy doesn't want to suffer. Chen Jan replied that there was no need for that. He would fight just like all the other participants. The arena manager greeted the players and warned that before the fight began, they had to register and choose the type of competition. The girl said it would be a friendly sparring match. She just wanted to show this guy how to lie face down in the dirt properly. Her red-haired partner said that thanks to this fight, the girl would improve her win rate in the arena. An opportunity like this couldn't be missed. The arena manager asked the young man about his objections, and he replied that he wanted to choose a fight to the death. The arena manager was alarmed. To choose this type of battle, permission from the Abyss's hidden boss is required. The girl was very surprised to hear that this weakling actually wanted to take the risk as soon as possible. He probably wants to join his friends who died a few weeks ago while clearing the dungeon with him. Besides, the girl was sure that Chen didn't even know what an Abyss permit was. But at that moment, the young man pulled something out of his pocket. He handed the package to the arena manager, saying that this was the Abyss permit. The other players in the arena realized that this was going to be a very interesting fight because the guy had an Abyss permit. The presence of this permit literally discouraged his opponents. They didn't understand where he'd gotten it, since the guy was only at the bronze level, and it was impossible for Chen to have defeated the hidden boss. The young people assumed that Chen Jan had stolen this permit, because there was no way he could have earned it himself. Chen Jan paid no attention to his opponents at all. He only asked if they were now willing to fight to the death. The arena manager gave his permission, saying that if the guy really did have the Abyss permit, the other side had no right to refuse. The girl immediately looked downcast, but she was certain that Chen couldn't have killed the hidden boss. Most likely, he had obtained the permit through some underhanded trick. Players in the arena began to gather. They had already heard that someone was going to fight to the death. Everyone was thrilled because a show like this was not to be missed. The players abandoned their own matches and began gathering as spectators. More and more players were coming over. They had never seen a fight to the death before, and this was exactly what they wanted to watch. The spectators assumed that it was most likely some kind of blood feud or that the players couldn't agree on how to split the loot. One of the combatants, Songran, was a healer and had no wins, losses, or draws. This was his first time fighting in the arena. Lu Mei was an assassin and already had 16 wins in arena matches. The girl asked her opponent if he had seen her record, and perhaps the guy already regretted his choice. Lu promised she wouldn't tear his body to pieces. The spectators were in shock. They thought it was some kind of joke. If the guy was a healer, there wouldn't really be a fight. It was obvious that Song Ran would be killed immediately, and it wasn't even worth the spectators' attention. Lu Mei drew her daggers and announced she was ready to begin. Chen Jan finally opened his mouth and said that everyone around him was constantly spouting nonsense, and it was already getting on his nerves. The young man drew his sword and told his opponent to attack. Before launching her attack, Lu Mei declared that the young man was about to die. The spectators watched Lu Mei closely, but one girl in the crowd couldn't take her eyes off Chen Jan. Soon she turned around, took out her phone, and started dialing a number. When the call was answered, the girl introduced herself and said it was her, Shiaoai, and she'd like to speak to the boss. Xiao didn't understand what to expect from a bronze rank match, especially if it was a fight to the death. But the boss barked at her not to argue with him, but to follow orders. Xiao stopped arguing and said she would definitely carry them out. After that, the girl ended the phone call and started recording the stream. She introduced herself to the stream's viewers and said she would be broadcasting a live deathmatch, and also reminded them to like and subscribe. So, the duel was about to begin. The viewers were already warmed up, the combatants were in position, and there was practically no suspense. Lu Mei believed that her opponent simply didn't know when to stop, which is why the argument had taken such a serious turn. She went on to say that she was about to show the guy what she was really made of. Chen Jan was finally about to face the assassin's incredible speed. Chen watched the girl approaching him with daggers in her hands. Lu Mei was furious. It was a true disgrace that a pathetic healer had dared to raise a sword against an assassin. Lu was certain that was all he was capable of, and now she would show him who was right. After all, this worthless healer, with his level, couldn't even catch a glimpse of her shadow. Chen Jan simply laughed out loud in response, which infuriated Lu Mei even more. She thought the guy was too cocky. Of course, it was a shame to use her abilities on such scum. Liao said she was made for great battles. Her speed was incredible, and she circled her victim like a bee around a flower. Finally, the girl decided to strike from behind. Using her active ability for a rear attack, she raised both daggers and struck. Chen Jan didn't even turn his head. He simply took a couple of steps forward and thus dodged the attack. The spectators were in shock. Some thought the guy was just lucky, since he dodged the blow to the back. Or maybe the assassin had missed. Lu Mei, of course, knew she hadn't missed. It seemed like some kind of joke to her. She couldn't understand how Chen had managed to dodge her strike. Chen said that if this was the speed she was always talking about, then, unfortunately for him, it was too slow. Lu Mei kept analyzing the situation. It was all too strange since the guy was only a bronze-ranked fighter. Lu Mei told the young man not to get ahead of himself. She stood up and stepped aside to deliver another strike. Even though Chen managed to dodge the blow to his back, he's still much weaker than Liu. She'll crush him now without even using her abilities. And the girl launched another attack, saying that now the difference between their ranks would become clear. She swung her daggers, but just as the blow was about to land, Chen stopped her dagger by grabbing it with his hand. It was simply impossible. Lu Mei realized that the young man was revealing his true rank. The spectators were already watching the duel closely and realized that the healer was strong and confident in his abilities. Lu Mei realized she wasn't facing a weakling and prepared to take her opponent seriously in order to destroy him. She activated her innate ability, Mist of Deception. The girl acknowledged that Chen was stronger than she had expected, but he couldn't withstand her innate ability. Chen Jan was now completely shrouded in a blood-red mist. The young man reached out and found that the mist was as thick as water. Chen used his sword to cut through the mist and said he didn't want to upset Lu, but her innate ability was too pitiful. Chen activated petrification and sliced through the blood-red mist with his sword. The spectators didn't understand what the player was doing or why he was swinging his sword in front of him. Perhaps the guy was acting out of desperation because he couldn't oppose the legendary fog with anything. The spectators realized that the assassin's ability was simply incredible. Her fog had filled the entire arena, and the guy was just waving his sword as if swatting away flies. But then a girl shouted to everyone that they needed to look closely. It seemed like the fog was starting to dissipate. The spectators really did start watching and realized that it was working. It looked like a joke, but the fog began to disappear. Soon, almost nothing remained of the fog. It was dissipating, and pieces of stone were falling to the ground. Lume was already terrified and furious. This was simply impossible. Her innate ability had been nullified. Lume now watched her opponent with interest. She crept up on him, intending to take advantage of the remaining fog and stab him in the back with her dagger. Chen Jan turned toward his opponent at the last moment and struck her. As he did so, the young man said that arrogance could cost her dearly, and blood gushed from the girl's throat. She fell to the floor of the arena, dropping her weapon. The audience was in shock. The young people hadn't expected such a turn of events, though. Of course, they were watching a fight to the death and should have understood where it would lead. Shiaoai, without moving, continued filming her live stream. She had never had such interesting content before. Chen Jan approached his opponent, pressed his sword to her throat, and asked if she wanted to stop being sarcastic and mocking. Lume stared at the guy and couldn't wrap her head around the fact that this had actually happened, since he was just a bronze-rank player. Even as she lay in a pool of her own blood, Lume wanted to understand how he could have done this to her. Chen Jan replied that he had merely been passing by and that she shouldn't have insulted him. The girl continued to gasp, tormented by the question of how this could have happened, but the fact remained. Chen Jan received a notification that he had unlocked a new weapon form called Bloodbath. The weapon's mastery mode had been activated. Now he could use 2 swords or a dagger. It was very ironic, especially considering that the guy had to kill a murderer to do so. The players from the Huangshu Guild, who had come to cheer on their friend, realized they had underestimated the kid, but now had no idea how they were going to explain themselves to the guild leader. Shiaoai was still live streaming and commented that right before everyone's eyes, the bronze hunter had dispelled the assassin's illusion and killed her instantly. But what was most strange and surprising, this guy was just a healer. The live stream filmed by Shiaoai was being broadcast on one of the city's largest screens. She was showing a deadly duel in which a bronze-rank healer had taken down a silver-rank assassin. Passers-by on the street watched the astonishing duel with interest. How a bronze-rank healer could defeat a silver-rank assassin, especially since the guy was just a healer. The spectators in the arena were ecstatic. They demanded that Chen Jan finish off the assassin. But Chen hadn't yet decided what to do with the girl. No one needs unnecessary casualties. Chen Jan turned to his opponent and said that her life was now in his hands so she could beg for mercy if she wanted to live. The girl immediately fell to her knees and asked Chen to forgive her. She apologized for the insult she had hurled at him and his friends, and begged him to spare her life. Chen said that if Lu Mei were in his place, she would have killed him without a second thought. The guy was just passing by. Was it really that hard to leave him alone? Their entire argument and fight stemmed from a crude insult the girl had hurled. She was told to call herself a shameless bitch and write her name. Or she could have chosen death rather than do it. The stream's viewers were both thrilled and shocked. Lu Mei said she understood everything that was required of her. At that moment, one of her companions couldn't bear the insult and jumped up, preparing to leave the arena. Now all the players from the Huangshu Guild knew just how furious their leader would be when he found out about the disgrace. And at that very moment, on every smartphone in the country, Liu Mei was telling everyone what a bitch she was. The girl didn't just call herself a bitch, she called herself a shameless bitch. Now it was clear just how brilliant Shiaoai had been to start the stream. The number of viewers broke the guild's record, but that wasn't even the main point. First and foremost, one had to understand what this bronze rank player was trying to achieve by challenging the silver rank. The girl speculated that perhaps Chen Jan had his sights set on the top spot in the player rankings. It was a very logical conclusion, and perhaps this guy would be the key to the revival of a new guild. Outside the arena, Chen Jan found himself surrounded by fans. They called him a genius, admired him, asked to add him as a friend, and were also curious about how a healer had managed to dispel the fog of deception. Chen Jan understood that in the future, the Huangshu Guild would try to avenge this disgrace. That day would surely come once all the commotion had died down. Chen knew he had to do everything in his power to become stronger. But in any case, no matter what the future held, right now the young man felt simply wonderful and had absolutely no regrets about his choice. At that time, the Huangshu Guild was in agony and could not sleep. Lumi had been brutally beaten. Her clothes were torn to shreds and her entire body was covered in bloody bruises and injuries. She was tied up and handcuffed. She was being punished for bringing such shame upon herself. The punishment was carried out personally by Boss Huang Tu. He beat the girl with a leather whip. The boss believed that the players had disgraced the guild today and then had the audacity to return. It's unclear how this bronze-ranked player managed to defeat Liu Mei and bring her to such disgrace. The whip struck the girl's face with full force. Liu didn't try to hold back. She screamed loudly and desperately while the boss beat her, blood spattering everywhere. The boss said he was treating her like a real bitch, since she had called herself that. All players need to understand once and for all, their lives are worth absolutely nothing compared to their reputation. A huge dog sat next to the boss, just waiting for permission to tear the girl apart. It was a fighting dog, strong and merciless. The red-haired guy realized things were bad. The boss had simply lost his mind and was about to kill the unconscious Liu Mei. You can't treat your guild members like that. At that moment, a blue flash erupted right next to the guy. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain that literally paralyzed his body. The young man's arm was torn off, blood spurting in all directions. He was terrified, not understanding what had happened. The next moment, as the young man tried to staunch the bleeding and screamed loudly, Boss Huang Tiu bowed respectfully to the stranger and asked for forgiveness. Huang Tiu expressed his respect to Mr. Merchant and said he was glad to be of service and assist in any matter. He added that his men had behaved appallingly today. It seemed they hadn't understood what was going on at all. Now the boss was apologizing to the merchant for their behavior. The merchant rose from his chair and said he wanted to buy the girl who had caused trouble and so disappointed her boss. The merchant had a very striking appearance. Long red hair, a crimson suit and hat, and round glasses on his nose. Huan Tu replied that from that moment on, Liu Mei belonged to the merchant, who could do whatever he wanted with her. The merchant stroked the girl's face and told her boss that the money would be delivered within the next few days. After that, the merchant announced that they would see each other later, but for now he had to leave. And just as he had appeared, from absolutely nowhere, and in a completely inexplicable manner, the merchant vanished. The young man, now missing an arm, asked his boss for help. But Huan Tu was also confused. He didn't understand why the merchant needed Liu Mei. Huang Tu ordered the men to take her to the hospital to stop the bleeding and provide medical care. Byron, the merchant, was an underground trader operating among various guilds. No one knew who he worked for. He always appeared out of nowhere and offered deals. These deals were often unfavorable, but it was impossible to refuse them. Once, the guild refused a deal with Byron. As a result, the entire guild was wiped out after refusing to make the deal. The merchant always left, leaving contact details and payment. If money wasn't of interest, one could ask him for services or items. Huan Tu spent the entire evening in thought. The deal with the merchant hadn't been such a complete failure, but he had still lost 2 guild members. It was all the fault of that unknown bronze-rank healer who now had to die. Somewhere in another part of the city, the merchant appeared out of nowhere, carrying the lifeless body of the beaten-up Liu Mei on his shoulder. Byron lowered the girl to the ground and pulled a magic stone from his pocket, a legendary grade transformation stone. The man activated the stone. Next to Liu Mei's body, the girl barely moved and appeared to be dead. When the magical effect ended, the merchant began to smile happily and laugh, examining his stone. It seemed as though all the life energy and innate abilities had been sucked out of the unfortunate victim's body by the stone. Chen Jan finally made it back to his apartment. He was able to clean himself up and wash. The young man understood that he was no longer the same person. All this time, those around him had constantly humiliated him. Because of his weakness, Chen Jan had accepted this as his lot and endured the insults, but from this day forward, everything would be different. The young man recalled the words of his only friend who had died in the dungeon: "Live and grow stronger." Chen Jan was now certain that no one would dare call him weak. The young man got a new haircut and looked very different, but suddenly felt terribly ill. His whole body was overcome by a terrible weakness. The young man barely made it to the couch. He was very tired, and it turned out that these were side effects from using it. The young man was literally green in the face. It felt as if he were about to be turned inside out. Suddenly, he saw a magical stone appear before him, seemingly out of nowhere. Meanwhile, near his house, under a large umbrella, stood Merchant Byron in a bright crimson suit. 2 days later, the players gathered in the main hall of the Hunters Association. Chen Jan was thinking about how bad he was at healing. Most people awaken their innate abilities, but his ability had never activated. Since the awakened state was unlikely to occur on its own, one had to rely on awakening stones. Now, some players were standing in front of a board displaying the prices. The prices for stones capable of awakening interesting abilities were very high. Chen Jan knew he would have to go into the troll mine. But to do so, he needed to be part of a group to obtain the awakening stones. If he entered the dungeon, the system would alter his configuration, Taking people with him would be tantamount to condemning them to certain death. Chen Jan realized that the situation around him had become extremely awkward, and he needed to figure out a way to get out of it. Just then, someone called out his name. A girl was approaching him and said she was very happy to meet him. She invited him to join her party and go with her to the troll mine. It was Tang Shiaoai, the very same girl who had been live streaming his battles in the arena. Shiaoai was very surprised that the young man knew her name and asked where he had gotten that information. Chen Jan honestly admitted that he wished he hadn't known her at all. But now he had become an internet star thanks to her stream, so of course it was hard not to know who she was. Shiaoai thought this was really cool. She had been streaming for years, but her videos had never been this popular before. At that moment, other players in the association building recognized Chen Jan. Everyone started whispering. After all, this was Song Ran, a bronze rank healer who had challenged a silver rank player. Several people immediately approached the guy and asked to take a photo with him. He was now a real star, and the girls immediately noticed his new stylish hairstyle. Besides, everyone was curious about the nature of the player's relationship with Shiaoai. Such fame could only be a good thing. Chen wanted to escape this crowd of fans as quickly as possible. He took Shiaoai by the hand and led her away quickly, without explaining anything. Chen led the girl into the restroom and explained that he had been trying to stay under the radar, but now because of the stream, he was in a dangerous position. The Huangtiu Guild had been disgraced, and they would most likely start pursuing Chen Jan. Shiaoai understood that she was indeed to blame for this, and even felt guilty. Chen Jan was about to leave, but the persistent Shiaoai asked him once again to join her in the party. The young man looked closely at the girl and asked if she really wanted this, and understood what kind of future awaited them now. After that, Chen laid out a series of conditions. He demanded that all the awakening stones that dropped to be given to him, and he didn't care about the rest of the loot. Shiaoai realized that the young man still hadn't awakened his innate ability, which meant he was indeed only at the bronze rank. The second condition was that they would go into the dungeon, just the two of them, and wouldn't take anyone else with them. Shiaoai didn't understand what the guy was counting on. These dungeons were designed for groups of 5. Did he really want them to get killed in there? Chen replied that he had only 2 requirements, which she had to accept. If anything didn't suit Shiaoai, they could forget about working together. The girl thought this was complete nonsense. If the guild leader hadn't insisted on finding out everything about this strange player, she would have left this arrogant jerk long ago. But now she was running after him, shouting that she was ready to accept all his conditions. After all the details were settled, the young people set off for the troll mine. This dungeon had existed for a very long time, and the young people quickly reached it, now standing before the portal. Shiaoai was absolutely thrilled. She didn't want to waste any time and suggested putting on the armor right away and entering the dungeon. Chen Jan said he didn't have any armor at all. He only had a weapon. The girl was surprised again. Not only were there only 2 of them, but the guy didn't even have any armor. He must really want them to die in there. Chen didn't understand what the big deal was. You can die in absolutely any battle. Besides, he wasn't forcing Shiaoai to go with him. Shiaoai thought they were just talking about the awakening stones, but the guy was risking his life. But in response, she heard that it wasn't her business, but entirely his concern. Besides, he explained to the girl that she didn't need to do anything, just protect herself. As the young people entered the portal, Chen warned his friend. If she got scared, she could leave on her own. She shouldn't worry about him. Shiaoai realized she was dealing with a real lunatic. But if she told the guild leader about this or refused to go with him, trouble was inevitable. Shiaoai knew that if she failed this mission and couldn't complete the guild leader's task, she'd have to go back to doing boring live streams. But suddenly the girl realized that her partner had already entered the portal and had done so without her, without warning her. Not only did he look down on her, after all, Shiaoai was a gold-rank summoner, but she still needed to calm down and do her job. Shiaoai told herself that everything would be fine, and if she didn't like something, she'd just leave. She entered the mine and said that Song Ran wouldn't be able to find the boss without her. But looking around, Shiaoai couldn't understand or comprehend what she saw around her. Now the girl understood why the boss had ordered her to find out everything about this guy. Song Ran had fought his way through the dungeon alone. The entire floor was littered with the bodies of slain goblins, and magic stones lay scattered among them. Song Ran continued to slice the goblins like cabbage for a salad, swinging his sword. Shiaoai calmed down a little. Everything looked very comfortable so far, and even quite fun. The girl stood in the center of the magic circle and summoned the darkies to come out. She said they had to show Song Ran what the 2 of them were capable of. Now, together with her assistant darkie, she would show that they were not to be underestimated. Moans and screams of dying goblins echoed through the dungeon. Chen noted that thanks to his level increase, these silver-rank monsters no longer posed a threat to him. The young man was glad that the evolution mode hadn't activated this time, so there shouldn't be any problems. Shiaoai told her friend Darky that they should join the battle, but Songren replied that there was no need to do anything because all the monsters had already been destroyed. The girl said she had stumbled upon a huge pile of corpses along the way, and now she was ready to admit that Songran was capable of clearing the dungeon single-handedly. However, she was certain that Songran wouldn't be able to handle the dungeon boss on his own. The young man replied that until he tried, no one would know for sure. The young people made their way through the dungeon and soon saw two elite monsters ahead. Most likely, the dungeon room was located behind the gates guarded by the elite monsters. Although the previous goblins hadn't been too strong, gatekeepers were always higher in level. Songren assumed that the boss was right behind these two elite monsters and suggested that the girl get ready. If she understood everything, he would leave these two opponents to her. After all, he wanted to see how Shiaoai handled her enemies. Shiaoai was completely calm. She demanded that the young man stop looking down on her. The girl pointed her staff forward and ordered Darky to attack the monsters to show this know-it-all what they were capable of. Darky was a massive demonic hound and immediately charged into the fray. The girl ordered Darky to attack the enemies head-on and tear them to pieces. The dog leaped high into the air and activated his shape-shifting ability, transforming into a werewolf. After that, he landed near the elite monster and struck it with his clawed paws. Shiaoai activated an attack boost to make Darky's actions more powerful. Now the dog looked like a real monster, and the claws on his paws had grown even longer and sharper. A single blow was enough to shatter the shield and tear the monster to pieces. Finishing his attack, Darky stood on his hind legs and growled loudly with pleasure. Chen Jan was already getting bored. It seemed to him that the battle was dragging on too long, and he had no idea how much longer he'd have to wait. The young man had said he was in a great hurry, and his companions were too slow, so he would most likely have to get his hands dirty. Chen Jan continued to comment on the fight. He thought everything was moving too slowly. With Shiaoai's abilities, this place was practically an amusement park. Only then did the girl notice that the second elite monster was already dead. She didn't understand how Songran could be faster than her, since he was only bronze ranked. Chen Jan confirmed that he was indeed bronze ranked, and although his level had already reached 37, which was comparable to gold rank, he simply hadn't been promoted yet. Shiaoai was very surprised. She couldn't understand how it was possible that a player hadn't been promoted. Chen didn't sweat it at all. He said it didn't matter. The main thing was that now he knew the girl would be able to defend herself in case of danger. Most likely, danger would arise during the battle, because now the young people were about to fight the dungeon boss. Standing in front of the door, she needed to think it over carefully one last time. If she went in, there would be no turning back. Shiaoai was seriously angry. She had already been through countless dungeons like this, and her assistant, Darky, was much stronger than anyone realized. It was a magical wolf, a very powerful summoned beast. It could easily tear opponents of its own level to pieces. Chen Jan listened to all this and said that in that case, he would open the door. The door swung open, and the young people stepped inside the room where, they assumed, the dungeon boss was waiting. Chen really hoped everything would go smoothly. He wanted to get rid of those annoying sounds as soon as possible. Shiaoai called on Darky to follow her. She wanted to show that cocky guy just how strong they were together. The young people entered the hall and were blinded by a bright white light. This did not bode well. Notifications reported that evolution mode had been activated and a boss was being generated. Chen realized that everything had happened exactly as he thought. Soon the boss generation was complete, and a gigantic monster appeared before the young people. It was simply enormous. It was a troll, possessing immense strength and a high rank. It was terrifying and growled loudly. Shiaoai was in shock. She knew that bosses like this shouldn't exist in dungeons of this level. In the hands of this gigantic beast was a massive spiked mace. He himself possessed immense power and seemed completely invulnerable. Chen Jan said that nothing else mattered now. Since they had entered the room, they would have to kill this boss. Judging by all appearances, the boss's main attribute was strength. With such immense power, he must be extremely slow. At that moment, as if wanting to show off in all its glory, the boss let out a loud roar and swung its club. Chen said he had a bad feeling. It seemed this battle would be far from easy. Shiaoai looked alarmed. Her partner was scared and had frozen in front of the boss, not even drawing his weapon. At that moment, the giant boss swung his club several times, and stones flew in all directions from the gusts of air, while the young man remained standing in place. Shiaoai couldn't stand the tension any longer and ordered Darky to launch an attack. Darky braced for the attack, tensed up, and let out a loud, vicious growl. After that, the werewolf sprinted forward, leaped high into the air, and flew toward the boss. The giant monster raised its bat above its head, preparing to strike, but Darky managed to leap toward it and even graze the giant. The monster swung the bat, trying to hit the werewolf, but Darky was agile and fast and dodged the blows perfectly. When the monster raised its arms once more to slam the bat into the ground, Darky dodged and remained unharmed. After that, the werewolf began to tear the monster apart with his sharp claws, and shreds of flesh flew in all directions. It seemed that Darky was about to gain the upper hand. Shiaoai was captivated by her pet's battle, cheering him on. At first, the boss had seemed incredibly strong, but now it all turned out to be too easy. And soon Darky stood proud and undefeated, dusting off his clawed paws. Shiaoai was very pleased. Her pet hadn't even had to do anything, and the girl smiled happily. But Chen was completely calm and thought she was being too naive if she believed that was the end of it. And indeed, just at that moment, the defeated dungeon boss began to reassemble himself from separate pieces, and he was once again whole and unharmed. Moreover, he had become even more powerful and ferocious. Shiaoai didn't understand what the hell was going on, since Darky had just finished him off. Chen Jan said that now, as expected, the real battle was beginning, and they could officially welcome the dungeon boss. The monster was so enormous that it was impossible to even see its full height. It simply towered over the players like a giant rock. Shiaoai didn't understand what the young man was talking about. She was speechless and couldn't take her eyes off the enemy. Chen promised to explain everything to her later, but there was no time for that now. They had to attack. Chen added that this was the boss's second phase. Now Shiaoai's main task was to defend herself, and if she had any strength left, she could help. Shiaoai was speechless. Her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as she stared at the young man who was about to die right before her eyes. At that moment, Songran had already closed in on the monster, leaped high above it, and prepared to strike the boss's head from above. He landed a few blows, but soon realized that the dungeon boss was taking almost no damage. Chen realized that his attacks weren't doing any real damage, and he needed to come up with something else. It was as if the boss were shielding himself with his own hands, and no blows could cause him pain or discomfort. Shiaoai watched the guy. He looked as if he knew the boss's power-up was coming. It seemed as though he had foreseen everything from the very beginning. It was unclear how many more secrets this guy held, but judging by what the girl saw, Songran was indeed bronze-ranked. After all, he didn't even know that swords were ineffective against armored bosses. He needed a little hint. Shiaoai hinted that only assassins and mages could kill such a boss. Most likely, Songran, in his current state, was incapable of winning. But then the girl saw that her pet, Darky, ignoring her instructions, had rushed to attack the monster. The werewolf leaped up, intending to rip open its unarmored belly. However, this time the attack failed. The boss landed a powerful blow with his spiked bat, and poor Darky was sent flying to the far end of the dungeon. He fell onto his back, and a pool of blood formed around him. The animal lay there with its tongue hanging out, showing no signs of life. The defeated enemy had an effect on the boss. He seemed to wake up and became even more enraged. The boss felt he had won his first victory. He raised his arms with the bat high above his head. The bat approached the young people at tremendous speed. Chen stepped forward, trying to shield the girl with his body. Shiaoai watched the bat approaching her head and realized it was all over. She hadn't expected to die here today. Chen remembered what his friend had told him. Only assassins and mages are capable of defeating such a boss. The young man realized he would have to use something. A few days ago, in his room, he had discovered a magic stone that had appeared on his desk out of nowhere. The boy examined the stone, but its name was unknown. Perhaps it had been absorbed by the Sword of Evolution. Chen decided to test it on himself right away. Of course, he couldn't be sure of anything, but Chen hoped this thing didn't have any negative effects. Chen combined his sword with the magic stone and soon received a system notification stating that he had mastered the assassin's form. The Sword of Evolution transformed into 2 blades. This form grants the assassin's abilities and increases the chance of a critical hit. Shiaoai didn't understand what was happening right before her eyes with Songran's sword. For some reason, it had started glowing red. Now, instead of a single sword, the guy had 2 powerful blades in his hands. Songran was no longer just a healer, he had become a dual-class hunter. Chen glanced back at the girl and asked how she was feeling. Shiaoai no longer knew what was making her faint. Fear or surprise, she didn't understand where the healer had gotten a second class from. Of course, in the current situation, that was completely irrelevant. First, they had to deal with the boss. And the boss was just trying to attack the player. He was bringing his huge, powerful hand down on the young man. But the boss's fist slammed into the stone floor with all its might. And at that moment, the player leaped out and jumped high into the air. While still in midair, Songran landed several blows to the enemy's torso. The boss had created a protective field around himself, and Songran's attack had almost no effect. Shiaoai knew what this technique was. This ability, called Tyrant, belonged to major bosses and was their unique power. Chen didn't have time to dodge, and soon the boss's enormous hand grabbed him, as if he were not a human being, but a tennis ball. The dungeon boss pinned the young man to the floor, completely immobilizing him. After that, the gigantic monster raised its hand over the girl, intending to simply kill her, like driving a nail into wood. Xiaobai was completely defenseless and resigned herself to her death. But at that moment, something flashed through the young man's mind, and he heard the phrase, "Fight to the end." It's unclear how Chen Jan managed to get up, leap forward, and save the girl at the last moment, preventing the boss from landing a blow. Songran turned to the girl, saying that if she couldn't defend herself, she needed to retreat to a safer place. Shiaoai, having once again escaped death, replied that she wouldn't listen to nonsense. She wouldn't back down for anything. Chen Jan knew he couldn't put the girl in danger, so he had to end this fight right now. And so the opponents faced off. The player held two blades in his hands while towering above him stood the massive, invincible dungeon boss. The young man didn't move, standing calmly and confidently. The giant monster thought it had broken the boy's spirit and swung its massive leg, intending to crush the youth like a bug. However, Chen Jan managed to dodge, and the monster slammed its foot down on the floor with all its might, sending stones flying into pieces. The impact sent the monster's body lurching forward, and Songran took advantage of the movement, leaping at the boss and wounding him. The dungeon boss shielded his face with his hand, but Chen Jan aimed for the monster's eyes, knowing he had only one chance. After making a few feints, the young man landed on the monster's head and pierced it with his blades. His strikes proved effective. The player managed to cleave the boss's head in two and deal catastrophic damage. After that, he was able to land amidst the rocks and debris. A notification stated that the Troll Lord had been defeated by a critical hit. The player gained the Precise Strikes ability, which increases the chance of a critical hit. Soon the smoke and dust cleared, and the troll mine appeared in a horrific state. It was littered with the bodies of slain monsters and magical stones. Shiaoai realized the boss was dead, judging by what was happening before her eyes, but she still didn't understand how two classes and abilities comparable to the gold rank could be combined. She wanted to know where the guy got such power. Shiaoai had never seen a healer's skill used like that before. Chen Jan, as usual, took his time answering his friend's questions. He immediately said that the Awakening Stone, as they had agreed, would go to him. After getting the Awakening Stone, Chen Jan said he'd forgotten something. The young man leaned toward the girl, whose body was covered in wounds and injuries, and performed a basic level healing. Chen Jan activated his healing abilities and soon announced that she would no longer be in pain. Shiaoai clearly hadn't fully recovered from what had happened. The girl thanked Songran for his help and for saving her life. But then the young man said he had one more question and drew his blade, seemingly out of nowhere. Chen Jan said he wanted to ask Shiaoai something. After all, the young man was too naive and inexperienced. He hadn't yet grasped the intricacies of the game. Chen pressed the blade to the girl's heart. At that moment, Darky was literally ready to tear his mistress's attacker to pieces. The young man said he had heard that magical wolves were very loyal creatures, ready to defend their master at any cost. And now he was convinced that Shiaoai had an excellent partner and assistant. However, the girl imagined what would happen if Darky attacked Songran right now. Shiaoai immediately turned to her furry companion and stopped him, saying there was no need to attack. They were no match for this guy. Now the girl clearly understood her own level and her situation. Chen took the blade and put it away. Shiaoai had only seen the guy fight once in the arena, so she was curious why she had followed such a mediocre healer into such a dangerous dungeon and what Xiaobai's true goals were. The girl began to explain. Her goals were actually simple. She was a member of the Clover Guild and had to find out if the guy was worthy of joining them. Chen had heard about the Clover Guild, that it was rather strange and operated in the media sphere. Shiaoai said that wasn't quite true. Indeed, the players had chosen the entertainment industry to keep the guild afloat. To understand all the details, we need to talk about the siege campaign that was waged against them 2 years ago. At that time, the Clover Guild was the best guild in the city, and even in the entire region. Back then, the leader was an alpha-class hunter. There were also many elite hunters, the strongest in the entire association. That was the case until a new boss appeared in the area under the Clover Guild's jurisdiction. It was an unbalanced boss, a powerful plant monster. Its power exceeded all the players' expectations, and they were unable to stand up to it. In the end, the players of the Clover Guild had to flee in terror. Many elite hunters were killed by this monstrous plant at that time. Seeing the growing number of casualties, the guild leader bravely stepped to the front lines to personally protect her people. Thanks to her strength as an alpha hunter, the guild leader personally defeated the boss, thereby saving the guild from total annihilation. The girl fought very bravely and desperately, and ultimately emerged victorious. But only one of the elite hunters survived. As a result, the Clover Guild simply lost its members and ceased to exist in its former form. All of this led to the Hunters Association completely forgetting about the Clover Guild. To ensure the guild, for which the former leader had sacrificed herself, could continue to exist, the players had to resort to actions that tarnished their reputation. The current leader of Clover doesn't want to deal with this. She has been constantly searching for a hunter who will restore the guild to its former glory. He must possess the potential of an alpha rank hunter. Having an alpha rank hunter is the only way for Clover to recover. Everyone knows that alpha rank hunters are like monsters in the area. There are no more than 9 of them. Searching for such people is like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, the leader of the Clover Guild has not lost hope. She had spotted the young man's potential during the arena battle. Now that Shiaoai had seen Chen Jan with her own eyes in the dungeon, she fully agreed with the leader's choice. Because a bronze rank hunter who single-handedly cleared a gold rank dungeon and defeated a very powerful boss couldn't possibly be just an ordinary player. And even if Chen Jan doesn't reach the alpha rank, he'll definitely make it to the royal rank, which is why Shiaoai now wanted to invite him to join her guild. Chen Jan listened to her story and handed the girl the abyss ticket that had dropped earlier after defeating the boss. Shiaoai didn't want to accept it, since according to the agreement, the magic stones belonged to Chen. However, the young man had no intention of taking the stone. In turn, he asked her not to look for him anymore. Of course, he was flattered that the Clover Guild saw potential in him, but the young man said he wasn't the one the guild was looking for. He wasn't an alpha hunter. Memories of his slain friends flashed before Chen Jan's eyes, of everyone he had ever been close to. Chen Jan was convinced that he was a man who brought misfortune. Shiaoai completely disagreed with that interpretation. If that were the case, it was unclear where the boy's strength came from, since just a few days ago he had been considered a weak outcast. Chen Jan looked closely at the girl. It seemed her words had deeply upset him. But at the same time, it was true. Chen Jan turned and walked away, saying that their conversation was over. Shiaoai clenched the magic stone tightly in her hand and said that this smug jerk would definitely join the Clover Guild anyway. Shiaoai shouted after the guy that she would never let him get away. The leader was informed that the troll mine had been cleared, and it was just a party of 2 people. One of those people was the very guy they were looking for. The girl asked who they were talking about and confirmed that they were referring to Song Ran. According to the guild's records, he had become very active after the novice dungeon trial, followed by an open battle in the arena against a member of the Huangtiu Guild. After that, the Goblin Camp dungeon was cleared, but the guy was still only a bronze-ranked healer. In just a few days, he cleared 11 dungeons single-handedly. Aside from sleeping, he didn't rest at all, and such persistence is truly impressive. In the past, everyone called him trash. That explains the young man's persistence. However, watching how hard he's trying immediately brings back memories of that person. The leader replied that Song Ran could develop what we would need in an uncontrollable way. Therefore, it was time to meet him in person. The leader was certain that this guy was the very one who had awakened, and the car sped off at full speed. Chen Jan had stopped briefly to rest in his apartment. Now he didn't even make it to his bed. The young man thought about recent events. Only 3 days had passed, but his life had already changed dramatically. Of course, he had been working very hard all this time, clearing one dungeon after another, increasing his abilities and honing his skills. And although the player's strength had increased dramatically, after the troll mine he had cleared, his level had risen by only 1 point. It seemed that the further he went, the slower his level would rise. The only consolation was that the young man had managed to accumulate a lot of hunter points. With his current abilities, he should be at least in the upper stage of the gold rank. The young man decided to spend the next couple of days resting and planning his next moves. Besides, Chen Jan didn't know what innate ability he would get after using the Awakening Stone. He still hadn't activated it. Usually the ability granted corresponds to the player's class. But right now, Chen Jan had no idea what his class was. All of this was frustrating him. The young man decided not to waste any more energy on doubts and assumptions. He decided to activate the stone and find out immediately what had been awakened within it. Chen Jan took the awakening stone and crushed it in his hand with all his might. Immediately, waves surged through his body, and everything around him was bathed in green light. When the young man came to his senses, he discovered that he possessed a healing ability. It consumed a few mana points and restored lost health every second after activation. At the same time, his body's resistance to negative effects was halved due to the properties of the healing shield. There was a huge difference between resistance to negative effects and invulnerability. Looking at this paltry amount of healing, Chen Jan realized that in the end, he really had turned out to be a lousy healer. Just then, the doorbell rang. It was already quite late, and besides, the young man wasn't expecting any guests. The young man opened the door. Two men in suits were standing on the threshold. They greeted him and said they would like to speak with Mr. Ran. Chen Jan confirmed that he was indeed the player named Song Ran and asked who they were. The men introduced themselves and said they were from the Hunters Association. They then presented their credentials. One of them was the leader of the Central China investigation team, named Liu Xiaodong. The man made a request saying that since Song Ran was a hunter, he could assist with the investigation. Chen couldn't understand what exactly these strangers wanted from him. The young man said he would be happy to assist the Hunters Association, but didn't understand what he had done to warrant people breaking into his home in the middle of the night. Mr. Liu said there was no need to play dumb. Everyone knew what had happened. A group of two people had cleared out a troll mine, and it was a very strange situation. Chen replied that the Hunters Association was well aware of him, but if that was really the case, what did they want from him now? He thought about the fact that he had just consumed an awakening stone, which had awakened yet another, most likely useless, ability within him. The young man still considered himself a talentless healer and thought that nothing in his life had changed. Mr. Liu understood that the young man had no intention of helping with the investigation and therefore needed to be encouraged to do so. At that moment, a young woman joined the conversation. She said that Mr. Liu was very aggressive and that the young man wasn't just some random stranger. Chen couldn't figure out who she was, but the woman added that Song Ran had changed a lot and wasn't acting the way he used to. It was Zhao Jin Yan, head of the Hunters Association's investigation department, in person. After the young man finally led them into the apartment and everyone had settled in, a flood of unanswered questions arose in Chen's mind. Could it be that they had come to see him simply because he had cleared out the troll mine? And it didn't matter at all how quickly he was growing stronger. After all, there was nothing wrong with that. Or maybe they came because of the dungeon mutation that happened to the newbies a few days ago. Or because of the incident with the hidden boss. Finally, after pouring some tea, Zhao Jin told the young man not to worry or fret. He had nothing to do with the mutation, and Chen wasn't to blame for the incident where the entire team was killed. The association has a hidden system that records hunters' activity in dungeons, so they know about all events unless the player tells them himself. The boss decided to play her trump card right away and asked if Chen Jan wanted to know the truth about his mother's strange death. All this information about hidden cameras and the question itself shocked the young man. The truth about his mother's death was that the investigation hadn't moved forward one bit. That was precisely why Chen Jan decided to become a hunter, to uncover the truth and seek revenge. Zhao Jin stated that they couldn't tell the young man the truth right now because he had too few hunter points. Hunter points determine which data is accessible. His mother's death is classified information, and given the young man's current strength, he has a long way to go before he can find out anything. But the seasonal dungeon will open soon. If the player Song Ran agrees to participate in this world-class event, he will be able to earn a lot of hunter points. This dungeon is called the Sea of Forgetfulness, and now the young man faced an important decision. Furthermore, given his recent achievements, Song Ran's rank could be raised if he agreed to participate, as his abilities now meet at least the gold rank standard. The young man immediately replied that if it concerned his mother's death, he would cooperate with the Hunters Association, and he would definitely remember the name of the dungeon, Sea of Forgetfulness. Shiaoai recounted how everything had happened. She believed that Song Ran's abilities had already greatly increased and improved since then. The leader of the Clover Guild thanked the girl, saying she had done a great job this time. Judging by what she said, the player had become much stronger in a short period of time. Moreover, he had encountered an incredibly powerful boss whose level was far higher than the dungeons, and he had even managed to defeat it. The leader was convinced that he could be considered a potential candidate for the Alpha League. In fact, according to the previous guild leader, an alpha player must have a red interface. It's an exclusive feature. The dungeon system is different for them, so now they need to keep a close eye on this guy. Of course, it's a shame he didn't want to join right away, because Songran really is a great opportunity to boost the guild. But when it comes to such important matters as joining a guild or raising its rank, you have to be very careful. After all, you never know in advance how a player will behave or what they'll show in the future. However, right now the Clover Guild had other, more important matters to attend to. They had fallen to the level of a minor media guild, and when their influence is finally used to its fullest, all players will face an important task. They would have to stay in the rankings of serious and reputable guilds at all costs. And to do that, they would have to clear the seasonal dungeon. This time, it was the Sea of Forgetfulness. Shiaoai listened very carefully to everything she was told. The girl was an excellent fighter and a loyal team member. The Hunters Association lobby was very crowded. Players were chatting among themselves, discussing plans and dungeons they'd cleared. Among them, Chen Jan stood alone as usual. Today, the guy was wearing a cap, glasses, and a hooded jacket, hoping to go unnoticed. The young man felt like a superstar trying to hide from his fans. The night before, when he was talking with representatives of the Hunters Association, the young man asked what exactly he needed to do for them. The head of the association said she couldn't update or evaluate Hunters' ranks remotely. Therefore, considering Songran's situation, she could make a reservation for him. And when the time comes, representatives of the Hunters Association will contact Chen Jan and tell him about the next steps. After that, dressing as inconspicuously as possible, the young man headed to the Hunters Association office. But as he walked toward the right office, still shy and modest, the young man opened the door, greeted them, and was about to introduce himself by name. Sitting at the desk in the office was the merchant Byron. He was smoking a cigar with his feet up on the desk and said he'd been waiting for Songran for what felt like an eternity. After that, the man did something very strange. He threw the ashtray with all his might in the direction of Chen Jan. But the merchant darted forward at tremendous speed, outpacing the flying ashtray. And that wasn't all. The merchant managed to kick the ashtray away. He did it in a flash, quickly and powerfully, and told the young man to show what he was capable of. Chen Jan, in turn, also managed to react and knock the flying ashtray away from himself. The ashtray flew out, shattering the window. The wall was damaged in the process, and part of the building was damaged as well. Chen Jan then looked at the stranger and asked who he was. Besides, the young man was very curious about what this man wanted from him. The man in the pink suit and hat replied that, first and foremost, he wanted to assess the young man. For him, that was the most important thing right now. Chen Jan immediately realized that the head of the Hunters Association was dragging him into some strange scheme. So far, everything seemed confusing and illogical. He was certain of only one thing. Standing before him was a very rare awakened, capable of possessing insane speed, reflexes, and strength. At that moment, the merchant reached out to the young man and said he needed to make sure this player deserved the title. They stood facing each other. Chen Jan held his sword, still not understanding what was going on. It felt as if all the air had been sucked out of the room, and levitation, the power of the air element, had kicked in. Chen Jan realized he was undergoing some kind of test. Stones were flying around him. Of course, it all looked strange, but the young man was scattering the stones at high speed, destroying them mid-flight. After that, Chen Jan told the stranger that he didn't want to maim him and hoped the man would explain everything to him. The merchant laughed loudly. Upon hearing the word maim, he found it extremely amusing and said he had never heard such a thing said to him before. At that moment, the young man activated his balanced sword and tried to use it to smash all the flying stones with a single strike. But just then, the stranger reached out and stopped the sword with a single finger, saying that the young man was too cocky. Chen Jan realized with horror that the sword's effect hadn't worked. He was stunned by what was happening. The stranger deflected the player's sword with his finger and said, "Did you really think you could hurt me?" The stranger in the pink suit explained that the world was too cruel, and the slightest hesitation could lead to a crushing defeat. The merchant noted that Chen Jan prefers not to kill his enemies or even punish them, because that seems arrogant. But in reality, this was an insult to any rival. The man delivered a powerful blow to the solar plexus and sent Chen Jan flying. Now the guy was lying curled up on the floor, thinking about how infuriating everything he just heard was. The young man didn't stay down long. He immediately got to his feet and said that this guy in pink kept talking and talking, and that was infuriating too. Chen Jan got up, looked out the window, and couldn't figure out what had happened. Now he realized that somehow he had ended up on the roof of the Hunters Association building. The man in the pink suit said that there was too great a difference in strength and abilities between them, since he hadn't even started trying yet. Chen Jan looked at the stranger and thought that, on top of everything else, this guy could also fly. That was cool, of course, but it was completely unclear what their relationship was now. The merchant announced that the player was currently no match for him, so he could make the trial easier. The man in the pink suit said that if the player could withstand a single blow from him, the trial would be considered passed. Chen Jan sensed that this stranger wasn't treating him as an equal. Recently, everyone around him had behaved exactly the same way. So Chen Jan decided to switch his abilities and activated his assassin form. After that, he used the draining treatment and increased his strength. At the same time, his speed and resilience increased. Chen Jan was certain he would no longer back down and would not let anyone speak down to him. The merchant noticed the changes taking place in the young man and realized that there was indeed something special about him. If that was the case, then Song Ran had been a worthy opponent. He shouldn't have been spared, for to spare an opponent is to humiliate him. Song Ran thought that every person's fate was like a stone carried along by the flow of time. He had to pass the test by proving his strength. The merchant activated his lightning technique and summoned a rising tornado. Chen Jan watched the whirlwind, not understanding why he had to fight it. Soon the tornado engulfed the city so that the entire city felt the blast. It seemed as though the earth had shaken, just as it would after a nuclear explosion. Chen Jan didn't think this explosion was the merchant's ability. Most likely, it was just a diversion. The merchant was convinced that continuing the trial was absolutely necessary, and now he had already landed on the roof of the building. He approached the young man and said that since things had turned out this way, he would consider Song Ran to have passed the test. The situation was unfolding in a strange way. Chen Jan didn't understand what it was, why it was happening, or where it would lead. He asked the man what rank corresponded to his abilities. But the merchant said that rank wasn't the issue here. The point was to determine whether Song Ran could be admitted for rank evaluation. For the most part, he was doing this out of personal interest. After that, the man turned and walked away, saying he didn't have time to keep playing games with the boy. Besides, there had just been an explosion. The stranger in the pink suit advised Chen Jan to take a look at the city. There was something interesting there. Chen Jan turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. The city looked completely different than before. On one of the streets was a huge portal, almost like the gray gates that had appeared 50 years ago. The siege mode had been activated prematurely. Team G headquarters recorded inexplicable seismic readings. On a massive screen, scientists watched the events unfold. All headquarters staff gathered in front of the screens. They didn't understand what had happened or why the alarm had suddenly gone off. The girl reported that a siege mode portal had been spotted in the city. Everyone present was certain that this was impossible. According to the calculations of scientists and observers, there was still a month left before the portal was supposed to open. The headquarters commander ordered everyone not to panic and to gather information from the scene first, then discuss the current situation. He ordered the observation team to compare the data they had received with the model created by the scientists. The communications team was to immediately contact all hunters in the vicinity of the portal. Chief Zhao was walking down the hallway when her assistant, Mr. Liu, ran up to her. He immediately began reporting on the current situation. It turned out that the city had prematurely entered lockdown mode. This was disastrous for everyone in the industry. Zhaojin immediately turned around and shouted at her assistant to contact the commander-in-chief and warn him that the head of the Hunters Association was on her way to see him. The woman was very alarmed. She was worried that they were late yet again. Chen Jan was still on the roof with the merchant. He asked for details about the siege mode, during which monsters emerged from the portal and destroyed everything around them. He was also very interested in why the portal had opened early, but the merchant said it could have been a calculation error or unforeseen circumstances. Overall, it wasn't that important. Of course, the siege mode had started at the wrong time. In situations like this, players usually come to the people's aid, but right now there was just a handful of newbies at the Gray Gates. The merchant looked at Chen Jan with interest and smiled. The young man couldn't understand what was going on. After that, everything the merchant said seemed even stranger and more incomprehensible. He acknowledged that the young man had been through a lot and achieved a great deal, but his current strength was insufficient for the Sea of Oblivion, so he needed to undergo an assessment immediately. On the third floor of the association's headquarters, there is a portal leading to the Sky Tower. A player's rank will be determined by the floor of the tower they can reach. As he said this, the merchant held Chen Jan firmly by the jacket and led him toward the edge of the roof. The young man didn't understand what the rush was. After the rank assessment, he would be able to return to this place to gain experience. The merchant had promised to give Chen Jan unlimited access there. For now, however, the young man had to go to the tower and remain there until the start of the Sea of Oblivion. At that moment, the young man noticed a notification. The system was reacting strangely. The notification stated that due to the premature start of the siege mode, a siege monster had appeared, and the Hunters Association was offering a reward for its destruction. After that, a live stream hosted by Shiaoai loaded. The girl was showing the monster on air, which other players were trying to deal with. This siege monster had already managed to destroy everything around it. As a responsible hunter, Shiaoai was about to join the battle. She hoped that viewers would support her with subscriptions and donations. The merchant said that, as expected, an extremely high reward was promised for this monster. If the Alpha League couldn't react quickly, their only hope lay in sheer numbers. He tried to say something else to the young man, but the latter wasn't listening anymore. He said he was heading off to fight the boss right now because a huge number of hunters would be arriving soon, and he wanted to claim the prize and fight to the end. After that, the young man apologized for leaving his companion and admitted that rank was the last thing on his mind. Although Chen Jan still didn't know who was standing before him, he was grateful to the stranger in the pink suit for granting him access to the Sky Tower. Now the young man was about to enter the portal. The merchant assumed that Chen Jan's interest was in the girl hosting the stream, since they had cleared the troll mine together. But Chen Jan said that wasn't the case. It was much simpler. He just wanted to claim his reward. In a distant quiet town, in his little garden, a man was watering the flowers and humming. Zhao Jin was very worried. The girl turned to Master Du, saying she was glad to find him so quickly. The old man, Commander-in-Chief Du Niani, warmly greeted the girl, assuming she had come because of the siege in the city. Zhao wanted to know his opinion on what had happened. The girl was clearly worried. The Commander-in-Chief said there was no point in hiding the truth anymore. Everyone already knew that the premature onset of the siege mode was just a common system glitch. Following the plan moving forward, we need to offer a generous reward, after which we'll send out an expedition team. This was necessary to quickly establish a defensive line within a 3-kilometer radius of the portal. That should be enough until the main offensive began. The girl understood that mobilizing an expedition team would be impossible. Once the siege mode begins, monsters will automatically emerge from the portal. Even if the players hold out for a couple of weeks, they won't be able to stop the monster's main assault. In other words, humanity has only a few weeks left. The Commander-in-Chief confirmed, if nothing is done during this time, the city could be completely destroyed. The Alpha League is currently very busy, and the rest of the players will have to try very hard to at least delay the tragic outcome. After that, the Commander-in-Chief asked how the mission he had entrusted to Zhao Jin was progressing. The girl said she had plans for the Sea of Forgetfulness, but there was no guarantee that everything would go smoothly. The guy's name is Song Ran. In recent years, only a few awakened ones have appeared. The Hunters Association is hiding many facts from Song Ran. Clearing out the Sea of Forgetfulness would allow the young man to move forward and develop his abilities. Just still wanted to clarify the information about the portal in the city. The girl wanted to return there urgently, but the Commander-in-Chief said there was no point. The merchant Byron was there now. They simply needed to transfer authority to him. Jay reported that she had just received a request from Byron for unlimited access to the Sky Tower for Song Ran. It seems the merchant also understands that the situation is critical. If the players fail in the sea dungeon, Byron will have to be sent on a suicide mission. At that moment, the Commander-in-Chief began to cough. The coughing prevented him from continuing his speech. The man looked frail and sick. He caught his breath and invited Zhao Jin to spend some time with him and have some tea. He understood that now was not the time for such moments, but the right moment in anyone's life rarely comes. Meanwhile, in the city center, it was a complete disaster. People were running through the streets in panic, trying to hide from the enormous monster that had burst through the portal. The gigantic beast was smashing the city with its massive axe, paying absolutely no attention to the tiny humans. The players who had engaged the monster in battle could do nothing. They couldn't even break through the boss's shield. The leaders ordered them to keep attacking and give it their all. The taxi finally pulled up to the dangerous spot. The driver tried to warn the passenger not to go there and didn't even take the fare, realizing he'd likely never work as a taxi driver again. Chen Jan made his way through the city, pushing past crowds of people and past ruined buildings, realizing that the situation was far more serious than he had thought. Soon the young man was standing before the beast, which turned out to be the siege monster. Chen Jan immediately realized that the healer class wasn't suitable, so he activated his assassin form. At that moment, he heard people shouting nearby. They had spotted a girl locked inside one of the windows. The building where the girl lived began to collapse, and the child took a desperate leap, jumping out of the high-floor apartment. The child's fall and death were inevitable. Chen Jan watched this nightmare unfold, unsure of what to do first. At that very moment, someone used the pet ability, granting him incredible speed. The summoned pet immediately transformed into a werewolf to enhance its physical abilities and was sent to intercept the child. The girl was falling from a great height at tremendous speed, but soon the werewolf's huge, powerful paw reached out toward her. A few moments later, Darky had already landed on the road, holding the terrified child close to him. This time, everything ended perfectly for the girl. Chen Jan knew exactly who he would see on the city streets now. On top of that, the girl was still live streaming. Shiaoai said that the guy could be seen from a distance because he stood out with his two blades. Besides, viewers absolutely had to donate to Darky for saving the child. Chen turned to the girl and asked how she was feeling and what she thought about the situation. Shiaoai said she was in great spirits and had wonderful plans for such a battle, plus she had a confident and loyal friend by her side. But to be honest, she had already sustained a scratch, though that was nothing compared to what the escaped boss had been doing on the city streets. Chen Jan immediately activated his healing abilities and restored the girl's health, even though she said it hardly hurt at all. While the healing was underway, Chen asked how the players were faring in their battle against the siege monster. Shiaoai admitted that, in her opinion, the situation was very dire. After the announcement posted by the Hunters Association, about 30 people arrived. They quickly organized their defenses, but it soon became clear that their attacks were ineffective. There were many high-ranking hunters among those who had come, but the monster had a defense that significantly weakened physical and magical attacks. In addition, the monster was immune to negative effects. The players still didn't know how to break through its shield. Chen Jan thought for a moment and then turned to Darky, saying that he would now need the help of the werewolf and his mistress. He wanted them to throw him high into the sky above the besieging monster. Shiaoai began to say that all this was useless since they were facing a supreme rank monster. But the young man wasn't going to listen to her. He believed they needed to start the fight, and they'd figure out how to finish it once they were in the thick of it. Shiaoai knew it was pointless to argue with him. The girl addressed her viewers, saying that her stream was over. The viewers were outraged, saying that the fun was just beginning since Song Ran had arrived and now the outcome of the battle could change. Shiaoai decided to trust Song Ran and give it her all. She began to activate her abilities, preparing to fulfill the player's request. But she was distracted by the sound of a motorcycle and the shouts of a man demanding that people move out of the way. The unfamiliar player on the motorcycle demanded that no one get in his way. He didn't need the siege monster. He wanted to earn the prize. The young man picked up tremendous speed without slowing down and raced toward the monster, becoming one with the motorcycle. Finally, he turned to the players and stuck out his tongue, making it clear that by standing there, they wouldn't get anything. Song Ran understood this perfectly, so he immediately launched an attack, summoning the darkies. Shiaoai was unhappy because now she, too, felt like a pet summoned by Song Ran. The players tried to reach the siege monster. The guild leader set off explosions near it, but it was all to no avail. The players didn't understand how the shield worked. But soon the players' attention was diverted, and everyone stared at the sky, their mouths agape in surprise. They saw a motorcyclist who had accelerated on the roof of a building and jumped toward the monster. Mid-air, the player abandoned the motorcycle and found himself face to face with the enemy. The motorcyclist activated the blade mastery technique as he approached the besieging monster. The young man landed a double strike, then bounced back onto the asphalt, trying to gauge the effect of the attack. It looked as if a bee had flown past an elephant, which hadn't even noticed it behind him. The motorcycle fell onto the asphalt and exploded. Now the guy was left without his main helper, and the besieging monster didn't even turn around, completely ignoring the player. It hadn't taken any damage. It was just a shame about the motorcycle. The player got even angrier and prepared to repeat the attack. The girl shouted at him that it was completely pointless. Not even 100 hits would damage the monster. But the motorcyclist wouldn't listen to her. He said they needed to stop talking and keep attacking, then they'd get results. Song Ran paid no attention to anyone. He wanted to deal with the monster and was closing in on it, picking up speed. Darky followed close behind the player, ready to play his part in the attack. Shiaoai activated her werewolf transformation ability once more and prepared to help Song Ran rise as high as possible above the siege monster. The siege monster was still inside its protective dome, Songren and Darky took off into the air, gaining speed and pushing off from the asphalt. When it became clear that Songran wasn't rising any higher, Darky extended his paws and pushed the player, giving him a boost and allowing him to rise even higher. Songran flew high, preparing to attack the monster, though he didn't understand how the shield worked. The motorcyclist glared at the player, unable to understand how he had managed to get ahead. He immediately activated the Blade Mastery technique, intending to claim the prize and not let victory slip away. Songran approached the protective dome and tried to pierce it with his blades, but, as expected, it had no effect. But the young man decided not to give up. He activated a critical attack, then added the Precision Strikes ability. It seemed as though his blade had sunk into the protective shield. And it worked. The young man managed to reach the siege monster's chest and plunge his daggers into it. Blood spurted in all directions, and the monster let out a loud scream. The protective shield shattered into tiny fragments, like a department store window, and Songran felt himself falling from a great height. Shiaoai watched the battle closely and sent Darky to rescue Songran. Darky, a swift and powerful werewolf, immediately leaped toward the player and grabbed the young man under his arms with his massive paw. Soon, both the werewolf and Songran landed safely on the asphalt. The siege monster's shield was shattered. The battle could continue. The players present at the scene of the battle were overjoyed. They had managed to defeat the shield, and now everyone had a chance to survive. The motorcyclist was shocked. Seeing the destroyed shield, he couldn't believe his eyes. He told everyone that this guy was incredibly strong, and that was exactly why he'd been able to take down the shield. The young man decided to attack again immediately, before the daggers had cooled and rushed into battle. The other players seemed to have regained their composure as well. They decided to attack the siege monster from all sides at once. Various techniques were employed: wind attacks, blade thrusts, and fire spells. The motorcyclist used a blade technique, hoping to land the winning blow. But before the blow reached its target, the motorcyclist's face twisted into a grimace of anger. It turned out that the siege boss was already dead. All the players present looked on in surprise as the motorcyclist began to make a scene, demanding an explanation and justice. The motorcyclist claimed that he was the one who had broken the monster's shield, and no one had the right to kill it. He hurled a barrage of insults and would have continued doing so. But one of the players grew tired of listening to the outburst and said that the siege monster had been killed instantly, and the shield had been broken by someone else entirely. Now everyone's eyes were fixed on the player, who was quietly trying to leave the scene with two blades in his hands, pretending he was just walking his dog. Finally, it dawned on the motorcyclist that not only had he lost his motorcycle in the grand prize, but he had also been humiliated in front of everyone. He immediately vowed to kill Songran. The young man was furious, but his tormentor ignored all the threats, showing that he could do whatever he wanted. It was clear that the guy in the cap and sunglasses wasn't scared at all. A girl appeared next to the motorcyclist and told him that instead of getting angry, he'd better run away while he still had the chance. After that, the girl activated her drone, asking Bixie to switch to attack mode. She immediately transformed it into a quantum cannon and now stood with a massive weapon in her hands. This was a new technology from the Huan-Tu Guild, an architect named Su Kei. The girl looked confident and menacing. She told herself that the time had finally come. Her palms were sweaty and her hands trembled slightly. Due to the stress, her heart was pounding as if it were about to burst out of her chest, but she had already reached the appropriate stage. Taking a few deep breaths, the girl told herself there was no turning back. A few days ago, Suke came home hoping to find her brother, but the apartment was completely empty. It was strange, since he had gone into a simple dungeon and should have already returned home. Suke was very worried about her brother, so she immediately started calling him to make sure he was alive and well. But unfortunately, the line was constantly busy, and she was told to call back later. She spent the entire evening doing nothing but that. Judging by the late hour, some kind of tragic situation had occurred. Perhaps difficulties had arisen during the dungeon sweep. Suka realized she had to do something. Even if the results of the sweep were delayed, she had the opportunity to find out about them before anyone else. Suki planned to hack into the association system and view the records from the dungeon. Once she was in the computer room, she was confident she would find what she was looking for. The girl activated the hacking program, her voice was resolute, and the computer launched the Jerusalem program. After connecting to the Hunters Association system, she began searching for information on Su Yuhai's dungeon raids. Access was soon granted. The number of dungeon raids her brother had participated in was recorded as 1. The girl began a thorough analysis and obtained the raid details. Then a reverse decryption was launched, But at the last moment, a warning window popped up. The girl did not have access rights, and the Hunters Association system had activated the third security protocol. Suka didn't understand how this could have happened, since it was a routine raid on the dungeon, yet access to it was restricted for some reason. The girl immediately terminated the connection and initiated the self-formatting process, realizing that a system rollback was being triggered. Suke was very upset. She didn't have access rights, and she didn't understand what had happened to the dungeon. This only meant that something bad had happened to her brother. But even without access rights, she could find other raid members and, with their help, track the dungeon's cleanup process. The girl reminded herself that she was an architect, and she needed to find another way to figure out what had happened there. Suke spent the entire night at her computers, but the result was clear. None of the players had access rights to the information. Data on everyone who was participating in the dungeon clear at that moment was classified and inaccessible to users. The girl was in despair. She didn't know what to do and couldn't imagine how to find her brother or even get any information about him. But at the same time, she had to believe in herself. She couldn't panic. She had to look for new options and possibilities. Suke didn't notice how time had flown by. When her empty stomach made itself known, she realized it was time to stop. Glancing at her watch, Suke saw that it was already late morning. She needed to calm down and not get nervous. Then a way out would surely be found. It couldn't be any other way. Usually her brother always cooked for them, but right now Suka had no time for that. She decided to order in. She installed the app on her phone for the first time, realizing that all she had to do to get a delivery was enter her address. After a nightmarish night and intense stress, Suka couldn't remember her address, so she decided to open the map and just tap her location. Who would have thought that a hacker and an architect would run into such difficulties when ordering food delivery? Another problem arose. She wasn't at home, and the food had to be delivered there. Tears streamed down her face, but she just couldn't remember the address. Frustrated, the girl threw her phone on the floor, smashing it, unable to understand why she couldn't recall such basic information that any ordinary person would know. At that moment, the Bixie drone approached her. It greeted its owner and smiled at her. Suka hugged the drone close and suddenly realized the terrible truth. She had always relied completely on her brother, and now she was utterly helpless. She couldn't even order food because she didn't know the address. Tears streamed from the eyes of the distraught Suke, but her attention was drawn to the sound of a notification. Streamer Shiaoai was starting a live broadcast. Shiaoai greeted the viewers and announced that she would be showing an incredible battle between a bronze-ranked player and a silver-ranked one. Suki saw the moment when Liu Mei was about to announce something extremely risky in order to stay alive. Suki was stunned to notice that a player named Song Ran was acting very viciously and vengefully, as if he wanted to take revenge on the girl. She immediately found all the available information about Song Ran, who was taunting his opponent live on air. There was information about this stranger online, but why was there no data about her brother? The girl began to get nervous again. Soon she found information about the sole survivor, who had likely escaped at the expense of the other participants. An idea popped into Suke's head, helping her take her mind off her problems and, at least for a little while, stop thinking about her missing brother. Suke realized that she was largely to blame. She had been too foolish and naive. The girl set about studying the blueprints. From that day on, Suka was determined to behave differently. She turned to her drone assistant, saying that from now on, Bixie would exist for the sake of the revenge they would carry out together, and then justice would prevail. A few days passed, and the Huang Tu Guild gathered in the office for a meeting. An assistant entered the guild leader's office and reported that a woman wanted to meet with Huang Tu in person to discuss joining the guild. The assistant added that she was an architect, and architects were always interesting to work with. Huang Tu was surprised. He usually surrounded himself only with assassins. However, the guildmaster told the assistant that it was no problem, he just found it amusing. Architects usually only assist with dangerous work. Instead of hunter points, they use the association's silver cards as currency, which they receive for contribution points. Since they cannot directly use the system, they can only analyze monsters and their abilities using a scientific approach and other methods. Roughly speaking, these are ordinary people who want to feel like hunters. Normal people have no need to deal with monsters, so there are very few architects. And to believe that if such a unique person had come to them, that was interesting in and of itself. The guildmaster ordered his assistant to let the girl in for a conversation. Soon, a delicate young woman appeared in the office. A straight-A student in a modest blazer and a blouse buttoned all the way to the top, wearing glasses. She stated that she was an architect and wanted to join the guild. The guildmaster wanted to know the reason for her actions and her desire to join. The girl replied that it was all connected to Song Ran. Her brother had been on the same team as that player during the infamous incident. As a result of that unfortunate incident, only Song Ran made it out of the dungeon. The girl believed he was involved in the tragedy that occurred inside. Furthermore, the live stream in which Song Ran defeated Lu Mei Li and publicly humiliated the girl, tarnishing the reputation of the Huang Tiu Guild, convinced her that they had a common enemy. Suke and the guild master shared a common interest. The young man had to be punished since, in Suke's opinion, he was responsible for her brother's disappearance. Huang Tiu listened to the architect's story, but tried to pretend he wasn't too interested, and immediately stated that two important points needed to be clarified. He confirmed that the guild had investigated the dungeon incident and could confirm that everyone who had been there, except for Song Ran, had died. The guild leader told the girl that her brother hadn't disappeared. He was simply dead. The girl couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed uncontrollably, unable to comprehend what could have happened in the dungeon. Huang Tiu said that they hadn't been able to uncover all the details, but they believed that the same circumstances had led to Liu Mei Li's defeat. The second point was that Song Ran was not an enemy to the guild, but an obstacle. The guild's motto was to punish those who oppose them and protect their own at any cost. Therefore, Song Ran's murder is not an act of revenge, but a matter of principle that guides the guild. If after everything he's told her, Sukai still wants to join, Huang Ju is ready to welcome her. Sukai said that if this is truly related to Song Ran, she wants to join the guild and seek justice. She added that she was ready to kill that guy with her own hands. The girl was already leaving the office when the head called out to her. He wanted to add something. The Huang Tu Guild is the largest in the city, and the head wanted Suka to reach rank B within a month. To earn enough association contribution points, he advised the girl to join the guild's group quests. Suke listened to this and told Huang Tu that he didn't need to worry or spell everything out to her like she was a little child. She was no longer a foolish and naive girl capable only of doing research. After that, the architect left the guildmaster's office. The assistant asked his boss if he had overreacted by speaking so harshly to the naive girl. Huan Tu didn't understand what the problem was. Did his subordinate really disagree with him? But that wasn't what the young man meant at all. The guildmaster was certain that the girl didn't really want to join them, punish offenders, and protect everyone at any cost. Huan Tu said he couldn't allow such a naive girl to become one of them. However, what the guildmaster could do for his organization was simply to make good use of this silly girl. The enormous monster still lay in the city streets, though now without its protective shield. Now all the players rushed into the attack, determined to finish the job. They hoped to seize the moment while the monster was knocked out and used every weapon they had. They even used a quantum projection grenade launcher, a diamond rank weapon rarely seen on the city streets. The quantum projection aroused envy among other players, displaying an interface showing the monster's health, armor, magic power, and other stats. In addition, the user could see the enemy's weak points, which made attacking much easier. The archer was thrilled and told the guild leader that he now had a chance to destroy the monster. However, despite all their efforts, the monster began to rise. It seemed as though it had caught its breath on the asphalt and was now ready to continue the battle. The guild leader shouted to her people that the monster was rising again and ordered them to continue their attacks without retreating a single step. All the players were already mentally and physically exhausted, but they didn't dare disobey the leader. Besides, they wanted to kill the villain. Suke was among the players as well. The girl believed that the Huang Tu Guild had now become her home, and she needed to earn as many guild points as possible. The special reward came at just the right time. She decided to act right then and there. She activated superconductivity and prepared to fire at the monster. Standing directly in front of the enemy, the girl fired a powerful shot that was supposed to tear the monster to pieces. She immediately saw a huge amount of damage points and realized her tactic was working. But at that moment, the monster's armor bars began to flash, and one of the players received test results that could be broadcast to everyone via the battle channel. To his horror, the young man saw that the monster had the ability to regenerate a shield. And when the shield was active, the monster became immune to negative effects. To defeat the monster, they had to use high-damage abilities to destroy the shield, or target its weak points: the left shoulder, right shoulder, lower abdomen, and lower back. Until the weak points are targeted, the shield will recharge from time to time, and any actions by the players will be in vain. Players would have to break the shield at least 4 times before they could defeat the monster. The more they analyzed their opponent, the clearer it became that they were powerless on their own. At that moment, the motorcyclist decided to take a chance. Right before his eyes, an unknown man in glasses had just shattered the monster's shield. Obviously, now he needed to try to break the shield too and attack the monster. But the motorcyclist decided he would let Song Ran break the shield one more time, and he himself would deliver the final blow. All the players present were now looking at Song Ran, expecting him to handle the shield again. Song Ran understood what everyone was thinking and told the players that unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to do it again. The players were surprised. How was that possible if the guy had already done it once? Song Ran tried to explain that he couldn't repeat the attack. The players didn't understand and felt disappointed. How could he not repeat something that had already worked? He explained that his debuff was a passive ability that only triggered after the explosion, and that he had no active abilities to deal significant damage. The players didn't understand why he was even there if he had no active skills, especially since he was a bronze tier player. It seemed like he'd broken the shield by accident, just a fluke. However, the guild leader reassured the players, saying that the debuff was a very rare ability, and now they had to help destroy the shield. The female mage declared that she could apply an explosive status. A massive swordsman wielding a gigantic sword added that he would amplify Song Ran's attacks. The other players also agreed to join in to defeat the monster together. The motorcyclist was the most dissatisfied of all. He realized that Song Ran had taken all the glory, even though he himself had sacrificed his motorcycle. The guild leader said the decision was made. Everyone would join forces to help the guy. It was decided to go all out and destroy the shield. Song Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Now it would be easier for him and Darky than last time. The young man gathered speed, prepared himself, and charged into the attack, while Darky ran alongside him. The players began to support Song Ran's attack. Everyone added their abilities: the Seal of Destiny, the Archangel's Power, Sparkling Energy, and Activated Reboot. Song Ran could feel the immense power gathering around him and knew he couldn't let down the players who believed in him. He soared high into the air alongside Darky. With such power, this pair had a real chance of defeating the monster. Now everything depended on their coordination and teamwork. The monster no longer seemed invincible. Now with such universal support, Chen Jan was confident that he would definitely succeed. The young man wanted to shatter the shield with a single blow, and rising high above the monster, readied both daggers. Indeed, the strike was successful. The shield couldn't hold and shattered. At that very moment, Song Ran received a notification about earning the Incredible Blitz achievement, as well as a new ability. It was called Phantom Shadow and allowed the assassin to temporarily hide in the shadows. But the most amazing thing was that this was the player's first active ability. But the young man knew his mana pool was quite small, so he wouldn't be able to use it for long. Song Ran looked at the monster, thinking about which side he could approach it from now. Song Ran realized that the shield had begun to shatter. It was just in time. He plunged his dagger into the monster several times. After that, the player used the new ability Shadow, which allowed him to hide from the enemy's sight. The shield was shattered. The monster couldn't see the player, and now he could calmly approach one of its weak spots. Shards from the monster's shield flew in all directions, and Song Ran felt a shard fly through his body. But instead of killing the guy, gravity seemed to vanish. Perhaps this was what free movement through the location felt like. Song Ran realized that in this case, the buffs were still active, and he needed to keep attacking. Song Ran decided not to hold back and to go all out, using the shadow effect. The young man closed in on the monster's weak spot. The motorcyclist was very unhappy with what was happening. He realized that thanks to the efforts of all the players, Song Ran would take all the rewards for himself. The motorcyclist didn't want to stand by and watch such injustice. He aimed for the monster's weak spot, but before the young man could reach the monster, he was overtaken by a girl wearing glasses and holding a huge blaster. She probably wanted a piece of the reward too. The motorcyclist used an electric shock and struck a blow with his sword. In the girl's hands, and this was Architect Suke, was an Anginator cannon from which she fired several shots. The monster felt the damage, and it was now clear that it wasn't as alert and energetic as before. The player reported that the attack was going very well. 2 weak points had already been attacked simultaneously, and the monster's shield was completely disabled. The guild leader ordered the players to launch the next attack together. They couldn't wait for the shield to regenerate. They had to finish off this monster. The players rushed to attack in a united surge. The monster also realized it had very little time left, so it activated Rage for the second time in a row. And now the players realized that they would have to, at the very least, start all over again. At the same time, they imagined that the monster would be even stronger. Everyone was certain that the monster would finish off the players who were in its immediate vicinity. Song Ran, having activated the shadow ability, paid no attention to the changes happening to the monster. He used his assassin form and crept up on the enemy. The sword in his hands had been activated, and now it was no longer just a blade, but a single extremely powerful weapon. The young man deftly leaped over the giant monster's body, closing in on its weak spot, and plunged his weapon into the beast, spraying everything with blood. The players were surprised. They didn't understand who he was. After all, Song Ran now had the form of an assassin and wielded several swords. Soon everyone noticed that the monster seemed to be slowing down from the players' attacks. Its movements were becoming increasingly slow and fluid. Suki realized that the guy had a weapon with a petrification effect. The girl was stunned and couldn't fathom just how many passive abilities this guy actually had. At that moment, the giant boss's arm shattered into tiny pieces, and everything around them was showered with a hail of stones, while Song Ran safely landed on the ground. Seeing the girl in glasses in front of him, Song Ran told her to leave because it was dangerous here. Having said that, the young man turned around and headed back to continue his attacks, not giving Suke a chance to change her mind or say anything in response. The motorcyclist was pleased. He realized that the monster's rage had subsided, and now he could strike back as well. The guild leader called all her players together, preparing to give them their next orders. The woman ordered the players to move out simultaneously right now, all at once, and launch a general assault. All the players attacked the monster with all their might, striking it in every way possible. And gradually the monster began to lose health. Its wounds were becoming increasingly severe. Song Ran leaped toward the beast and landed the final critical blow, which proved to be the last. The young man received a notification that the besieging monster had been defeated. After that, the distribution of rewards began. A player named Song Ran received the highest number of points from the Hunters Association. The Hunters Association's rooms and items for purchase were unlocked for him. Absolutely all the players present were happy about the victory and celebrated, jumping and having fun in the streets. In addition, all players also received rewards that could now be used for a long time. Although, of course, in this situation, the reward wasn't the main thing. Song Ran immediately put on his glasses and tried to slip away quietly before anyone noticed him. However, the motorcyclist was on the alert and called out to the young man. The young man said that since they had fought that monster together, they might as well go grab a bite to eat and chat. The motorcyclist turned to the other players, saying they could join them too. Even though he held a higher rank than they did, the guy singled out a girl who, in his opinion, had done a great job. The motorcyclist turned to Suke, saying he'd love to have her join his guild, but she turned him down, which really surprised him. Suka caught up with Song Ran, introduced herself, and thanked him for saving her life. The girl extended her hand in gratitude and repeated once more that she was very pleased. Song Ran was shocked. He looked at the girl and said he was very pleased to meet her. After that, the young man told her his name. Suke was in shock. It turned out she hadn't known until that moment who was standing before her. At the last moment, Suka pulled her hand back and said, "Could this guy really be the very same Song Ran who survived the massacre in the dungeon and challenged the Huangtu Guild?" The other players also repeated the name Song Ran and realized that the player standing before them was the one who had just recently fought in the arena. Shiaoai, along with Darky, also joined the crowd of players. She was happy to see Song Ran again, whom she had already grown accustomed to. But now there was no need to rush, because Song Ran's fans had recognized him, and it would be difficult for him to escape their clutches. Suke quietly turned to Bixie and ordered her assistant to switch to attack mode. The girl transformed Bixie into a death revolver and now held it above her head, determined to see her mission through to the end. Suke aimed the gun at Song Ran and ordered him to immediately take off his glasses and cap. The girl was very serious and looked confident, but Song Ran did not obey her orders. Shiaoai immediately activated her magic wand. She thought this stranger had gone mad. However, Suke rudely stopped Shiaoai, telling her to shut up and not make a single move. Otherwise, she would finish off Song Ran. The players also noticed that someone was waving a weapon around, and they couldn't understand why anyone would want to pick a fight with the person who had just saved absolutely everyone present. The players felt that something was wrong with this stranger and that they needed to deal with her to protect the hero, Song Ran. But Suke was very determined. She ordered all the players to stand still and not move. Otherwise, she would blow Song Ran's head off if anyone so much as twitched. Song Ran realized that the girl was very serious, and it was better not to argue with her right now, so he began to take off his glasses and cap. Suke took another careful look at the man standing before her and was stunned when she recognized him. The player Song Ran was Chen Jan, and now he looked exactly like that. Suke said that her beloved brother, Shiaoai, had died when he went into the dungeon with Chen Jan. The girl wanted to know what had happened in that dungeon. She had only one single question, the answer to which she wanted to know: what the hell happened in there? Chen Jan realized that the name Shiaoai sounded familiar to him, and he strained to remember who it was. Suddenly, he remembered a gold-ranked player who had said he was gathering materials for his sister. Chen Jan understood the girl's motive and began to think about how to get out of this situation. If she fired from that distance, he wouldn't be able to dodge. Even the phantom shadow wouldn't help because he didn't know when she would pull the trigger. At the same time, he couldn't answer Suke's question. The fact that a high-level boss suddenly appeared in the dungeon and killed everyone wasn't Chen Jan's fault. The guy was a victim of circumstances. If he had been stronger, he could have protected the other players in the dungeon. Everyone would have finished their business, returned to their loved ones, and lived their normal lives as if nothing had happened. Chen Jan felt guilty about what had happened. He hadn't been able to protect the players, and if he didn't take responsibility for their deaths, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. The young man spoke up. He apologized to Suke, saying that a secret boss had appeared in the dungeon who was too powerful. Chen Jan admitted that it was his fault. He was too weak a healer and couldn't heal the players. Suke wanted nothing more than to get her brother back, the man she had lived her whole life with and who meant the world to her. Suke pointed her gun at Song Ran's chest and said he had to bring her brother back. A loud shot rang out, and everyone present was shocked and stunned. It was impossible to believe, but the situation had unfolded right before their eyes, and they had no choice but to accept it. The motorcyclist managed to slice the bullet with his sword, just as it flew out when Suke fired and pulled the trigger. The man said that everyone fighting him was his comrade, and he wouldn't let Suke kill Song Ran. The motorcyclist rolled up his shirt sleeves and said he was ready to fight for Song Ran if circumstances required it. The other players also spoke up in defense of Song Ran. They believed the girl was mentally unstable and that killing players outside the arena was a serious crime. Suke was just a simple architect and should know her place. Just then, in the midst of the commotion, a massive vehicle appeared before the players, speeding toward them. The vehicle came to a sudden stop right in the middle of the square, where a brawl was taking place among the players at that moment. Many recognized the car as belonging to the Hunters Association. It was the Rapid Response Team. It seemed the authorities were already aware of the brewing scandal. The car door swung open and Liu Xiaodong stepped out. The man demanded that a megaphone be handed to him immediately because he wanted to make a statement. The players noticed his agitation and realized that an emergency had occurred. One of the players wanted to ask the investigators to intervene in the matter involving Song Ran. The players decided not to say anything yet and to listen to the news the head of the Hunters Association's investigation department was about to share. He had already grabbed a loudspeaker and was trying to get everyone's attention because he had an important announcement to make. Liu Xiaodong addressed everyone present and demanded that everyone evacuate immediately. For unknown reasons, an anomalous deviation had been detected, so all players must evacuate immediately. The situation was such that an anomalous portal would appear at this location very soon. Suke continued to stare at her worst enemy. However, the girl's mind was already occupied with entirely different thoughts. Now, danger threatened absolutely everyone. Everyone understood that this city would soon be engulfed in oblivion, and that was the worst thing that could happen to people at that moment. Some players were completely clueless. They didn't realize that the portal would open right in the city. However, those who were in the know and understood the full tragedy immediately sprang into action, wasting no time on pointless arguments. Others began shouting at all the players to run away and save their lives immediately. After all, if the portal opened, but the girl didn't have time to say anything else, and the body of the monster that had been killed just moments ago began to vibrate and tremble. In the huge hall of the dungeon, the boss sat on the throne. He was completely motionless, and it seemed as though he were asleep. At that very moment, the remains of the slain monster in the city began to vibrate, and a red cloud appeared around them. This mist indicated that the monster was using the remnants of its energy. Using this energy, the monster was attempting to expand the space to open a portal. And at that moment, the players realized it was too late. They wouldn't be able to prevent the consequences in time, and most likely wouldn't even be able to escape. When the portal opens, it sucks everything around it in. Of course, such obvious things had already begun to be forgotten by residents and players because the monitoring systems seemed to have everything under control. But now it became clear that either the monitoring was faulty or the situation had unfolded differently due to other circumstances. The young man drew his sword and said he would handle this himself. However, he hardly had to deal with it because the portal opened and a powerful explosion engulfed those present. Those who were closer to the portal died instantly. Song Ran shouted at Shiaoai to grab his hand immediately, and together they tried to survive. The representatives of the Hunters Association felt themselves being sucked in as well. There was nothing they could do to help anyone. And in the next moment, a powerful explosion tore through the air, and everything around them scattered into countless particles, molecules, and atoms. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the guards came to their senses and began to wake up. All that remained of the city were ruins, scattered in the middle of the desert, amidst the sand and rocky mountains. A few surviving players gradually came to their senses, clearing their throats and looking around. Now everyone knew what the Sea of Oblivion looked like. An absolute desert, a blazing sun, and a complete absence of life all around. A notification stated that the copy was being processed, and Chen Jan found himself inside the portal. The young man heard a voice saying that it could only take him this far. Chen Jan couldn't see who was speaking to him. The bright light blinded his eyes. A small girl, smiling and pretty, said she hoped Chen Jan wasn't angry with her. The young man still didn't understand who they were or where they were. The girl introduced herself and said her name was Doris. The girl was his personal guide, and they were now in the Sky Tower. Chen Jan couldn't figure out how he'd ended up in the Sky Tower, but at least now he understood what it was. Chen Jan realized he was in the Sky Tower, but looking around he saw that he was alone. It was unclear why he had been drawn here. Doris replied that the other players must be in the Sea of Oblivion. The girl added that Chen Jan was in the Sky Tower now because he was special. The young man thought that ordinary, normal people would be very happy to hear such a comment directed at them. Doris replied that she knew what Chen Jan was most worried about. He wanted to uncover the whole truth about his mother's death. Chen Jan immediately tensed up and looked at Doris suspiciously. He wanted to know how she knew that. Doris replied that she simply knew because it was her job to know everything about Chen Jan. She also knew that when the guy went into the dungeon, everyone except him had died. Or, for example, she knows that he was threatened with punishment for something he wasn't guilty of. And she also knows that Chen Jan may seem calm on the outside, but at the same time he feels guilty for the deaths of his friends and therefore does absolutely everything to atone for his sins. Chen Jan demanded that Doris be quiet. He just wanted to know why she had dragged him here alone. According to Doris, it was absolutely obvious. The fact is, Chen Jan is an awakened one. He is more than just a hunter. However, the guy is too fixated on his emotions, sense of duty, and regrets. But once he enters the tower, he will become the next god of the world. Chen Jan just needs to find his own path. And although the heavenly tower had already been opened, Doris said she would do it for her Chen Jan. The girl held out her hand, clad in a white glove, spread her fingers, and began moving them as if controlling some invisible screen. Doris activated the evolution mode in the heavenly tower. And now before the astonished boy's eyes, the tower seemed to fill with powerful energy and was completely enveloped in a blood-red mist. The players who were in the Sea of Oblivion felt terrible. They had headaches, weakness, and general fatigue. Shiaoai tried to find Song Ran among the players, but he was nowhere to be found. The girl ran from one player to another, asking if they had seen Song Ran, because she knew for sure that he had saved her, and they had fallen into the portal together. One of the players said he hadn't seen Song Ran, the guy with blue hair, since they had arrived here. At that moment, the young man spotted Suke, who, as it turned out, hadn't died either. She was still alive and was now in the Sea of Oblivion along with the rest of them. Lu Xiaodong couldn't let the players get into arguments and fights. They needed to get ready immediately, because the first wave of bosses would appear soon. The players had no idea what he was talking about. What first wave of bosses? So there would be a second one, and then another one after that. Lu Xiaodong said that he wasn't a hunter, but he was still a member of the association. He had studied all the previous strategies and reports on the Sea of Oblivion, so he knew that the first boss would appear soon. The hunters needed to get ready. Soon, something began to stir. It was a sandstorm that was meant to stop the travelers and prevent them from moving forward. And the god of the Sea of Sand will appear before the lost people. Lu Xiaodong quoted from the records he had previously studied. And indeed, soon the sand cleared slightly, and a huge boss appeared before the players. He was dressed in black, with two enormous wings spreading out behind him. It was Thoth, the god of wisdom in ancient Egypt, who created the Book of the Dead and placed his heart on the scales to distinguish evil from good. He wanted to know why the players had come. The detached god appeared alongside the light of the world, and on that very day shed a tear from which the human race was born. Now they were met by the guardian of the Sea of Sands. He continued to quote from the book, and his tear, which took on human form, partially melted into the darkness and became the scourge of humanity. Now the great God, the God of justice, stood before all the players, but they did not understand what message this monster carried, and they felt the storm intensifying while their strength had not yet recovered. None of them were in top form, but they needed to regroup urgently and prepare to act. Of course, there was too much dust all around, and a difficult path lay ahead of them. One of the players, the same brave and desperate motorcyclist, said he was ready to go first. And he who holds evil will not be able to withstand the weight of the balance. And at that moment, the young man was already lying there, armed with a sword to turn the guardian of the Sea of Oblivion. The guardian of the Sea of Oblivion watched closely as the player approached him. He stopped reciting the Book of the Dead, created by the god Thoth, and slammed it shut. After that, he announced that he was ready to pass judgment on these people, and a huge flame appeared near the guardian. Chen Jan fought the monsters, using all his abilities and resources. Notifications congratulated him on the fact that the Lord of Fire had been defeated, and the 9th floor of the Sky Tower had been successfully cleared. So far, everything had been fairly simple. According to Doris, the Sky Tower is a unique dungeon divided into an infinite number of floors with monsters that gradually grow stronger. A boss was located on every 10th floor, and if the player survived, the dungeon was considered cleared. The reward was calculated based on the number of cleared floors. And now Chen Jan was moving on to the 10th floor, which meant he was about to face that floor's boss. The young man emerged from the bloody fog. He was curious to see what awaited him here. In the distance, he saw a figure sitting on the ground. Before him was the first boss of the Sky Tower, the Guardian of the Red Soul. Hearing movement nearby, the Sky Boss was delighted, saying that finally at least someone had turned on the mode. Chen Jan was very surprised. Having heard human speech, he had never before encountered monsters capable of communicating in human language. Chen Jan was amazed. After all, he was only on the 10th floor, and he had already encountered a monster with advanced AI. It seemed the Sky Tower wasn't as simple as it appeared. At that moment, the boss said that the damn conditions for unlocking the mode had kept him locked up for almost his entire conscious life. But now the monster was happy to be able to fight again. Not everyone is capable of that. But if the player wants to move on to the next floor, he'll have to survive a battle with the Red Soul's Guardian. The huge monster pulled its sword out of the ground, and now it had to be defeated, just as some other strong people had done long ago. Chen Jan said there was no need to bother the monsters. He didn't plan to linger after all. This was only the 10th floor and the very beginning of the tower. The defender of the Red Soul realized that he was being underestimated and compared to ordinary bosses. And that was definitely not something to do. Chen Jan didn't think the boss was much different from other bosses, aside from the fact that he knew a few words. So the guy wanted to cut the chatter short. He was rushing to the next floor and didn't want to waste too much time on the first boss. The extent of his self-confidence and vanity shocked and outraged the boss of the 10th floor. He raised his hand, gripping his gigantic evolved sword, preparing to finish off the player with a single blow. The Guardian of the Red Soul shouted that the guy would simply remain with him on this floor forever. Chen Jan activated the Shadow ability at that very moment. The boss struck, but it turned out he had missed and simply plunged his sword into the ground. It was a very unexpected turn of events, and now the boss couldn't see his opponent. But in the very next moment, the player jumped onto his back, realizing that the monster couldn't catch his shadow. And although the young man struck a blow and blood spurted from the boss's body, he still said that the player was rejoicing too soon. It was only just beginning. After that, the Red Soul's defender thrust his sword into the ground. It was clear that he had activated his rage. Chen Jan immediately felt the sword's effect. Energy emanated from it, possessing the properties of fire magic and berserker rage. And now the entire boss had turned into a berserker, for whom nothing was more important than killing. No one in the Clover Guild slept that night. The guild leader was listening to the news broadcast. Based on her sources, she learned that the seasonal dungeon, Sea of Oblivion, had opened ahead of schedule, and now people were contacting the correspondent. Immediately, the guild leader received a notification. If her guild was interested in clearing the seasonal dungeon, they needed to register. Judging by the traces at the scene, it seemed that practically everything around the portal that had formed had been sucked inside, including a large number of hunters who had been fighting the siege monster. The girl called the guild leader and reported that Shiaoai had been sucked into the portal of the Sea of Oblivion. The manager wanted to know what they should do, But the guild leader was completely calm. She believed that with Shiaoai's abilities, nothing could threaten her. Of course, the Clover Guild wouldn't leave her there alone. The Sea of Oblivion was a unique opportunity for the guild to regain its former power. The leader of the Clover Guild ordered all players to prepare to set out the next day. Huang Tu was also thinking about what was happening around him. He had to do something for the sake of the people and his reputation. Suka wasn't worth much at all, but she had performed quite well in the battle against the siege monster. Of course, the guild in the city couldn't pass up the Sea of Oblivion. Heksuke had to gather everyone and head to the Sea of Oblivion, while also keeping the guild's motto in mind, to always grow and expand. Huang Tu thought only of the fact that his guild must grow at any cost. The boss of the 10th floor was furious. He believed that if a player had nothing more to show him, then they were unworthy of being there. Chen Jan used the shadow ability, trying to remain an invisible target to the boss. Even though this was just the first boss, he shouldn't be underestimated. Now it was clear that the new shadow ability had come in very handy. The boss landed another powerful blow. However, the player managed to dodge it and avoided being hit. The giant boss believed that without the shadow abilities, the player was completely worthless and a huge disappointment to his opponent. Chen Jan noted that his opponent was simply underestimating him and that he would soon show what he was capable of. The only disappointment in this fight was the boss himself, right from the start of the battle. Chen Jan realized this. His opponent lacked a strong dynamic aura. He had already killed more than one boss far stronger than his current opponent. The young man said that up until then, he had simply been testing the boss's limits. In terms of strength, the boss was merely at the level of a guard, and his fire energy was unnaturally weak. The demonic power of the sword was far stronger than the boss's own power. Chen Jan was very eager to find out why the boss had been imprisoned in this tower and how it had happened. The boss replied that his memories were very vague. He only remembered fighting everyone who had ever entered this tower, and then everything would start over. Chen Jan, taking advantage of the conversation, activated his healing abilities and restored some of his health. After that, he said that if the boss couldn't tell him anything worthwhile, it was time to end this battle. It had dragged on long enough. Of course, the boss was furious and started screaming that he was going to tear the player to pieces right then and there. Chen Jan, continuing to restore his health, dodged all of the boss's attacks with absolute ease. He saw that his opponent was enraged and said he wouldn't dodge anymore, thereby demonstrating his absolute superiority. At that moment, Chen Jan's body began to sustain damage, and his clothes were torn to shreds. Blood spurted in all directions, and the boss's attacks didn't stop. However, the player continued to heal himself, paying no attention to the damage. The boss was forced to admire his unique healing abilities. He was surprised to find such a professional standing before him. But be that as it may, the player had to be killed, because he deserved to die. Chen Jan also said that he planned to end this duel with death. The young man reached out and calmly stopped the sword aimed at him. He activated petrification, fully realizing that the boss was incapable of anything without his sword. And now, with a massive colossus standing before him, he could be destroyed. The boss was stunned. He couldn't believe that this player had broken his blade. Chen Jan agreed that this was an unforgivable act on his part, but there was truly nothing left of the sword now. With a single stroke, the young man severed the boss's arm, which immediately shattered into tiny pieces. Shortly before his death, the boss managed to think that he would never have expected such strength in such a young hunter. It seemed that only the guys on the upper floors of the Sky Tower could match him. Chen Jan reiterated that his opponent had been weak, but now he knew at least a little about the tower and the bosses, because for the boss, the battle had been more important than his own life, and for that, he deserved respect. Still, the battle had to end, and Chen Jan finished his attack. The young man held the boss's head in his hand and examined it from all angles. Perhaps all demons have a battle obsession in their blood, and they simply cannot imagine any other options. The boss's head wasn't dead yet, and in his final moments, he said that Chen Jan was indeed very strong and could move on. The boss admitted defeat, but for some reason felt a sense of relief. He sensed a certain similarity between them. In this world, the player had lost himself. The boss's armor and weapons had constantly nagged at him, and he was a monster capable only of fighting. Chen Jan tossed his head back and said that this wasn't the end for him. He was heading to the next floor, and the boss would be waiting for other fighters. Perhaps they would meet again someday. At that moment, the boss's head said that he had once had a vision. Standing before him was a player, just as determined and focused as Chen Jan, and even his eyes were exactly the same as Chen Jan's. He looked ahead, hoping for the best. But over time, he put on a mask and became who he became. Once he had gone to the Sky Tower simply to test his skills and level up. And that's where he stayed. Chen Jan was stunned to hear such speech. This demon reasoned exactly as humans do. The young man was even more confused. He didn't understand what kind of creatures inhabited this tower. They were completely unusual. A notification announced that he had received a unique item for defeating the Red Soul Warrior. It was a shard of a blood-stained sword. The Hunters Association Hall was crowded. People were discussing the latest news that the portal to the Sea of Oblivion had opened ahead of schedule. Among the crowd was Sun Hao, vice president of the Dragon's Guild. The man appeared to be waiting for someone, reading a magazine while sitting in his cloak with a suitcase. It was very hot in the Sea of Oblivion right now. Players were trying to attack the boss. However, the players' strength was already running out, and even the toughest among them realized they wouldn't last much longer. The boss had surrounded himself with a tornado, and this wind kept the players at bay and prevented them from breaking through to him. The boss's Blessing of the Sand ability was very convenient for him, but if this continued, all the players would enter the curse phase. Some players didn't even know what the curse phase was. At that moment, everyone present got a terrible headache. They literally couldn't stand the pain. Everyone dropped their weapons and tried to hold their heads in their hands. This was the beginning of the trial known as the Scales of Accusation. Shiaoai watched what was happening and began to figure out how the situation was unfolding. The boss surrounded himself with a sandstorm and prepared to attack. This attack began with a magnetic resonance effect on the players' heads. With every passing minute, the players' headaches grew worse, and the sandstorm continued to move. It soon became clear that the headache was not affecting everyone present equally. Lu Xiaodong explained that this spell works on the principle of a roll call. It is magic, one of the three great mysteries known as the balance of sin. It worked by randomly casting the curse on half the players. This caused them to die, and the curse spread to the rest. The raid continued until everyone died. To deal with this, healing or dispel abilities were needed. When healing overpowered the curse, the party was declared innocent, and the curse was lifted from all players at once. Naturally, everyone wanted to know how to perform this healing and save their comrades. The guild leader wanted to know if they had a chance and if they had enough strength to lift the curse, but it seemed impossible. The players had just been fighting a siege monster and had very little mana left, so they couldn't cast powerful healing spells. They needed to find another way and deal with the Sea of Sand shield, which referred to the boss's protective barrier. The best strategy in this situation was to suppress the god's power. A strong hunter with advanced skills needed to attack the boss. Under heavy pressure, the boss's ability reading would stop, and then the players could kill him and lift the curse. But after that, the players would once again face the third riddle, called Real Illusion. Before the man could explain what Real Illusion was, he clutched his head and closed his eyes. Shiaoai tried to support him, but Mr. Liu Xiaodong seemed to be losing consciousness. He only managed to utter the word curse. The guild leader wanted to know if there was a strong hunter among them who could still fight, because if things continued this way, they would all die. And death in this dungeon meant true death. The players couldn't fight. They knew that death would literally strike them all down. The curse was spreading faster and faster, and everyone knew they would soon perish. One of the players said he would pull everyone out of this sea of doubt, no matter what it cost him. They just needed to ignore the wall of sand and prepare for battle. Moss noticed that one of the players was trying to destroy his sand tornado. He considered this sheer folly, but suddenly the girl felt a powerful blow. She didn't understand what had happened since the boss was on the other side. The boss continued reading the Book of Death and did nothing because his sand tornado provided complete protection. It was unclear where this was all heading, but suddenly a real car flew out of nowhere into the sea and crashed into the sand wall. Most of the players were already lying on the ground, showing no signs of life, but there was one last hope: to destroy the boss and at least avenge those who had already died. The player was determined. He gradually advanced toward the boss, making his way through the sand barrier. Having gotten relatively far, he activated advanced demonic strikes and unleashed several powerful sword attacks around the boss, causing a real sensation. It turned out that without the sand barrier, the boss was completely incapacitated and unable to do anything. It was just a regular vegetable covered in sand. But now it was finished, and the girl plunged her sword into the ground. Shiaoai realized that this was an execution using advanced dynamic strikes. She had interrupted the boss's spell and killed him at the same time. Shiaoai noted with delight that the sand wall had completely disappeared. A tremendous force had been unleashed by the player. Soon the survivor's attention was drawn to the next obstacle, a real illusion appeared before the players. The boss towered over them once more, declaring that now all mortals would die. He gathered dark, demonic power around himself and unleashed a strike at the players. The attack took the form of a huge long arm with hideous fingers trying to grab the players. It looked terrifying. The players tried to run away, but the hand with long, clawed fingers was approaching at tremendous speed. It was clear that this was the work of black magic, but understanding the situation did nothing to make it any easier. The girl tried to run away, realizing she was in the Sea of Oblivion, and the monster's treacherous fingers would soon close in on her. At that moment, Darky was successfully summoned. Fearless of the boss, he leaped right in front of him, thereby breaking the spell. As soon as Darky appeared as an obstacle in front of the boss, his magical power and illusion dissipated, and the magic staff fell to the ground. The player realized that the ability had stopped, and now no hand was trying to grab him anymore. He guessed that even if he tore up the Book of Death, it would be nothing more than a shadow. But Shiaoai's pet, nicknamed Darky, managed to stop the boss's ability. His only ability was the staff, and Darky knocked it out of the boss's hands. The player asked Shiaoai to explain to the pet that under no circumstances should he give the staff to the boss, because that was his weakness. Without the staff, real illusion would be dispelled. Shiaoai understood everything and immediately ordered Darky to throw the staff to her. Darky did a great job. He grabbed the staff with his paws and tossed it to his mistress. The Demon Queen stood at the top of the steps, and her subordinates bowed their heads before her. The woman relished the scene. The scales were tipping in favor of the demons and bosses from the Sea of Oblivion. Suddenly, Shiaoai shouted that she knew what needed to be done to defeat the boss once and for all. The Sea of Oblivion boss was furious. He sensed that the players would soon be able to defeat him. He continued to read from the Book of Death, declaring that the souls of the departed must follow the great god's guidance. Soon, these souls of the deceased would begin to flow to the other side of the river. The monster recited the incantation, and it seemed as though a multitude of black birds were appearing in the sky. In reality, these were the souls of the dead, leaving the bodies of the slain players. Shiaoai was performing some incomprehensible actions. It seemed she had entered a trance, muttering words and remaining tense. Dark magic gathered the life force of all the damned and dealt a deadly blow across the entire field, causing the instant death of all enemies exposed to it. Shiaoai finished reciting the spell and now strode purposefully toward the boss, around whom more and more stolen souls were swirling. The girl turned to the guardian Tutu and asked if he had any tricks left up his sleeve, since he wouldn't be able to do anything else from here on out. The player was alarmed and shouted for Shiaoai to retreat immediately, because the boss was preparing to attack. A multitude of black birds and lost souls swirled around the girl, trying to throw her off balance. But Shiaoai remained confident. This was the end of the false gods. She did not waver from her intended goal, and in the end her magic proved effective. Everything around her burst into flames, and the guardian was pierced right through. Shiaoai seemed to have gone mad. She kept saying strange things, claiming that the dungeon with its unique story mode in the Sea of Oblivion had been improved. At that moment, a notification congratulated the players on defeating the first boss of the Sea of Oblivion, and the players received the Staff of Thoth. The area where the bodies of the slain players lay had changed. The curse had vanished, and the young people began to rise, realizing that the guild leader and Shiaoai had succeeded in their task. The guardian of Thoth was overthrown, and the tip of the pyramid on the horizon was illuminated by a bright flash of fire. The guildmaster stood up, unable to believe that the duel had come to an end. Shiaoai was also pleased with herself. She hadn't expected to get gear in such a dangerous place. The girl was delighted. The dungeon had been thrilling, and Darky looked like a real superstar. At that moment, the leader of the investigation team, Liu Xiaodong, came to his senses. He praised the players for their excellent work and said that next they would be transported to another location, the Farnado Oasis. The association will immediately mobilize the guilds to officially launch the attack. In the meantime, the players can rest and recover in the Sea of Oblivion until reinforcements arrive. The next objective for all players is the pyramid visible on the horizon. At that moment, Chen Jan received congratulations for clearing the 50th floor of the Sky Tower and a host of rewards to enhance his armor and restore his health and mana. Chen Jan had already figured out the tower's mechanics. Some floors granted rewards immediately upon clearing them. Other floors offered choices where the player had to decide which resource to restore or enhance. He looked around and thought that this floor was very similar to the real world. The houses around him were badly damaged, giving the impression that battles with monsters had taken place here. Chen Jan chose to restore his health, since he didn't know what awaited him on the next floors. The further he advanced, the more difficult even the easiest floors with ordinary monsters became. It was unclear whether the player's armor and strength would be enough. The young man employed the draining treatment. Starting from the 10th floor, he encountered no talking bosses, mostly trolls and undead. The berserker warrior on the 10th floor impressed Chen Jan, a strange creature, possibly the result of an evolutionary process. He understood that a secret lay hidden within the tower, but he hadn't been able to unravel it yet. Now Chen Jan had to face the boss of the 50th floor. Its power was already palpable in the air. The young man stood near a magic circle that glowed with energy and spread a blood mist around it. The boss soon materialized from the mist, and Chen Jan realized that killing him would not be easy. The opponents soon stood facing each other. The boss was blindfolded. He said that one must heed the call of the void and that he, Asura, would fight that void. Chen Jan realized that this boss could speak as well and decided to ask him about the tower and the other demons. Before fighting, he asked, "Who are you, a human or a demon? And what is this void you mentioned?" Asura replied that he didn't understand what humans or demons had to do with it. He was simply who he was, and the player had to fight him. For Asura hadn't had a real battle in many years, and he craved it with his whole being. The boss's blood was literally boiling with the desire to start the fight. Chen Jan realized that his opponent was obsessed with battle. It seemed as though these creatures in the Sky Tower had been brainwashed, their memories and all their concepts rewritten. This made the demons forget the past and see only one goal: battle. Aju had already drawn his sword, so excited that he couldn't hear a thing, repeating a single word: fight. In such a situation, the player had almost no options left. Chen Jan said he was ready to fight, since that was exactly why he had come to this floor. Aju looked terrifying. Hatred and anger were etched on his face, and his body had turned into a single, deadly weapon. Chen Jan landed a few blows, but the boss just laughed, clearly enjoying the spectacle. After a while, the young man realized that his opponent was incredibly strong. Chen Jan even thought that the boss of the 50th floor might be too much for him. He didn't know whether to give up in advance or push his strength and health to the limit. Aju attacked the young man, and Chen Jan found himself thinking more and more often that he might have reached his limit in this tower. The young man was doing his best to fend off the attacks. He had no time left to plan counterattacks. All his energy was going into defense. Asura announced with a joyful smile that it was time for his favorite pastime and attempted to decapitate the player. His sword pierced Chen Jan's body. The young man lay on the ground in a pool of his own blood. Asura declared that with such abilities, the player would not go any further. Chen Jan didn't even try to argue. His body was exhausted and blood was gushing from his many wounds. Asura stated that unlike the trash encountered on the previous floors, he was in a completely different league. Asura looked devilish. A horn adorned his forehead, his eyes were covered with a bandage, and he held a huge blood-stained sword in his hands. However, his joy was cut short by Chen Jan's words, who declared that the boss had too high an opinion of himself. Asura turned around upon hearing this and glared at his opponent with a malicious smile, even though his eyes were blindfolded. Chen Jan said he was almost ready to give up, but Asura was acting too arrogantly and haughtily. He was boasting about his strength while simultaneously insulting all the monsters from the previous floors. Such contempt for his comrades was infuriating. Asura laughed and said he would cut the player to pieces until he ceased to exist. Choking with rage, he promised that after the killing, he would trample the boy's pitiful corpse. Asura activated Blood Prison. Bloody spirals swirled around him, from which sharp daggers protruded. He told Chen Jan that he could still surrender, but it was already too late. Chen Jan looked at what was happening and decided that surrendering now was definitely out of the question. Asura was certain the young man would start begging for mercy, since a rain of blades, swords, and knives had come crashing down on him. But Chen Jan took advantage of the fact that they had underestimated him and activated the Shadow ability. He activated the Phantom Ghost mode he had acquired just recently, and it turned out to be the perfect choice. Having become a phantom, the young man seemed to have shed his physical form. The knives flew right through him, causing no harm. Chen Jan began to move through the falling blades toward his target, remaining invisible. He knew the boss was strong, but that didn't mean Asura could win. Soon, the boss noticed that his attacks weren't working because of the player's disgusting skill. Asura panicked, dropped his guard, and tried to spot the young man, who was already breathing down his neck. Chen Jan instantly struck with his sword, wounding his opponent and leaving him clueless as to what was happening. The young man was certain. To give up the fight because of the opponent's strength meant being unworthy of victory. He attacked Asura, who was trying to counterattack the insolent player. The boss had no intention of giving up and wanted to test what this arrogant opponent was capable of. Chen Jan decided to show respect to his opponent by demonstrating his skills and strength. He was going to fight to the end and never give up. The young man tried to activate the Phantom Shadow again, but noticed that it hadn't worked. It soon became clear that Asura had cast a prohibitive spell, blocking Chen Jan's abilities. Asura acknowledged the young man's strength, but still believed he was no serious threat to the boss of the 50th floor. The boss activated the Eye of the Arbiter, which removed seals, reduced the opponent's health, revealed invisibility, and prohibited the use of abilities for the duration of the technique. This eye was a true curse, completely disarming the opponent. Chen Jan understood that this was a very powerful move, depriving the opponent of their abilities and control. But that didn't mean the boss would win. He was merely trying to drown the player in his own blood. The young man knew the boss was wrong to consider him useless and weak. He had to prove his strength and indomitability. Chen Jan launched a new attack, crashing into the opponent, who was now observing the world through the Eye of the Arbiter. Protective domes appeared above the players, preventing them from taking damage but also restricting their movement. The young man fought very bravely, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with Asura. Asura could respawn endlessly, so he wasn't afraid of death. The player was risking every life, so he acted with the utmost care. The boss addressed the young man. People fear death, memories never leave Asura, and he only wants to protect this rotten world where life is worthless. That is the source of his frustration. He said he would be reborn again and again, for non-existence grants him magical power. Chen Jan couldn't celebrate. He had just defeated the boss, but didn't know how much further he had to go or what secrets the tower held. Byron granted access to the tower so the player could grow stronger and fight monsters. But perhaps that wasn't the only reason. With each floor, Chen Jan had more and more questions, and it was clear that he definitely wouldn't be able to handle the level 60 boss. Before moving on to the next floor, the young man decided to leave the dungeon. Chen Jan was determined. Next time, he would definitely uncover all the secrets of this place. Doris greeted the player with great enthusiasm. She thought Chen Jan was amazing, since he had reached the 60th level on his first try. Chen Jan looked down at his body in surprise and realized that his wounds had healed on their own. Doris explained that thanks to his victories in several difficult battles, the player's level had risen significantly. When a player leaves the tower, they immediately receive experience points. Doris was ready to sum things up and tell him everything Chen Jan had earned. Based on the number of floors, the player received a large number of experience points as well as valuable items. The remains of a blood-stained blade, a demonic fang, and spiritual metal. Chen Jan was surprised and amazed, and now he had a new question for Doris regarding his potential. He knew about the special ability of his evolutionary blade, which could merge with objects in evolution mode, but he wanted to know what secrets the Sky Tower held. Doris replied in a monotone voice that discussing such matters was going too far. She was merely an executive system and knew only what had been programmed into her. As for the tower, Doris didn't reveal anything interesting. At that moment, the experience points were tallied, and the player was promoted to the Platinum rank. Having completed everything necessary, Doris said goodbye to Chen Jan, adding that she would miss him until their next meeting. She added that the Sky Tower dungeon had been created by a single person. Chen Jan checked all his stats and was very pleased with what he saw. Moreover, his health and physical stats had fully recovered, as if he had been treated on the go without any effort. Left alone, the young man stepped out of the room. He tried to figure out where he was and saw long corridors and staircases. He assumed he had ended up in the Hunters Association. The Sky Tower was a strange place. The monsters looked like humans, but it seemed as though they were hiding something. Chen Jan decided to uncover the truth and reach at least the 75th floor next time. After all the battles, the player reached Platinum rank and received valuable items, which he decided to examine at home to understand their purpose. The young man stepped out into the hallway and heard an unfamiliar voice. A man greeted him and asked if he was indeed Song Ran. The man was holding a suitcase and introduced himself as the deputy chairman of the guild, Xian. He had been waiting for Song Ran for a long time. He explained that he was a technician and had important business with the player. Night had fallen in the Oasis of Farnado dungeon, and the players had lit a bonfire, gathering around it to pass the time. The young man was enjoying his meal, while others advised him to eat more and not hold back. He was surprised that there were supply points in the dungeon and happily replenished his strength. Nearby were people rendered very authentically. They looked like real desert dwellers who had taken the players in. Liu Xiaodong explained that this is precisely what sets the seasonal dungeon apart from the usual one. The large number of storylines significantly improves the quality of the game. He suggested launching the assault after midnight. Clearing the dungeon required strategy and an understanding of the main objective, the storming of the city. There were 8 pyramids in the dungeon. The mode was called the Decisive Battle of the Gods. The dungeon could only be cleared by completing all the pyramids. Earlier, the players had defeated the guardian of the god Thoth, thereby unlocking the outpost in the Farnado Oasis. When Shiaoai defeated Thoth, she earned the right to participate in the Decisive Battle of the Gods. The gem in her staff was a shard of the Chosen, symbolizing Thoth. At that moment, a local resident approached the players, cleared his throat, and spoke to them. The man pointed to the ancient old man and said that the village elder wanted to speak and reveal the secret of the Sahara Desert. The old man explained that in the previous battle, Shiaoai had defeated the great god Thoth and earned the right to participate in the decisive battle. Now a new trial awaited all the players. To win the decisive battle and free humanity from suffering, they must defeat 7 more gods. These gods were Geb, the god of the earth, and Osiris, the god of rebirth. The old man hadn't finished his story when Liu Xiaodong added Geb, Osiris, and Sobek, and also reported that the association had ordered the collection of other fragments of the Chosen. The old man was displeased by the interruption. He wanted to speak and didn't know which of them was an NPC. Liu Xiaodong apologized and promised not to interfere anymore. The players, however, didn't understand why they had to listen to all this old man's rambling. The old man continued. After defeating one god, the players would pass through one pyramid. Only by passing through all the smaller pyramids would they be able to reach the Great Pyramid and take part in the decisive battle of the gods. He told the story of the decisive battle of the gods, which took place at the dawn of time. Back then, the Sahara Desert was ruled by the god Ra. People lived peaceful and tranquil lives. But all good things must come to an end. With the arrival of other gods, a war began over Ra's place. The world plunged into chaos, and the gods waged war against one another to determine the true god. Only the victor would become the master of the desert and the god of the world. Over the years, rulers changed, and mortals began to challenge the gods. Those who defeat the old gods receive fragments of the chosen ones as proof of their newly attained divinity. After that, the battle of the gods will begin anew, and the Sahara will find a new master. The locals believed that in the darkest of times, a single hero would awaken. It is this person who will be able to resolve the age-old conflict, and then peace will reign in these lands for many years. The players looked bored. They were tired of ancient fairy tales and all turned to look at Shiaoai. The girl was terrified. Did the guys really think she was that very god? Liu Xiaodong reassured her, saying that it was just a game mechanic. Tomorrow the guilds would gather and set off to battle the 6 remaining gods. That is how Sea of Darkness officially begins. Suki listened to all these stories, turned around and was about to walk away. The investigation leader called out to the girl and asked what she was planning to do. Suke replied that she was going to head to the pyramid alone. She believed that if she stayed with the players, she would constantly annoy those present. Although this seemed unfriendly, the guild leader understood that Suke was undermining team spirit. The young man asked if it was possible to clear the pyramid alone. Liu Xiaodong believed that few were capable of it, but that it was theoretically possible. The pyramid mechanism could adjust to the number of participants by setting the difficulty level, but even so, the risk of dying was many times higher when going it alone. The young man couldn't calm down. He wanted to perform a solo feat. After a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. He announced that he too was heading to the nearest pyramid. The young man realized that it was unlikely any of the other participants would agree to support him, so he would go alone. The remaining players sat around the campfire, wondering if they had any chance of surviving after the start of a global war. Chen Jan immediately asked the technician how he had found out about his presence there. Chen Jan was certain that no one knew he was in the Sky Tower. After all, even he himself didn't fully understand how he'd ended up there. The man explained that he had figured it out using some tricks. He used the person's physical parameters to determine which dungeon the player was in. The technician noticed that Chen Jan had ended up in a completely different dungeon than the others. So he decided to take the opportunity to ask a few questions, but first he needed to have breakfast. Chen Jan said he wasn't feeling his best and wanted to go home, change clothes, and rest. The technician said he had waited all day yesterday and had gone to the nearest shopping mall to buy some clothes. He took a bag out of his suitcase and handed it to the player. Chen Jan thought it was a nice gesture on the guild's part and agreed to accept the clothes. He put on a red long-sleeve t-shirt and a lilac jacket. The clothes fit perfectly. The girls in the association building remarked on how stylish and handsome he was. Chen Jan turned to the technician, suggesting they take a walk and talk. The young man approached the nearest pyramid, where, according to the NPC, the fragments of the Chosen One, the weapon that would start the final war, lay. Only the one they call God could lay claim to this weapon. Chen Jan was certain that only he was entitled to the shards. He was obligated to lead his guild to victory and not let his comrades down. Everything had to be perfect. Trying not to let his friends down, the young man drew his sword and entered the pyramid, ready to sacrifice his life for the cause. The young man moved quietly down the corridor. Torches along the walls cast a soft light, and there was no sound. After going a little deeper, he found himself in an arena, where in the distance he saw a silhouette turning toward him. Brave warrior. The inhabitant of the pyramid introduced himself as the son of Geb, the defender of the great Ra, Set, the god of strength and war. Set had a strange appearance. Thin, curled horns, a skull-like face, wings on his back like a dragon's, and upper limbs that were slender, while his lower limbs were powerful, like those of a goblin. The young man introduced himself as the head of the Blazing Dragon Division and declared that he would become the greatest of his time. He gave his name, Chen, head of the Dragons Guild, drew his sword and pointed it at the god of the pyramid. Seth looked at the young man in surprise, not understanding his intentions, and then spoke. The rivals met at the right moment. It was time to engage in battle. If Chen defeated Seth, he would be able to move on. Chen was confident and activated his ultimate move, Light Barrage, attacking his opponent. Seth didn't even flinch. He held out his hand, creating a protective barrier and completely stopping the attack. Chen repeated the ultimate Light Barrage, but his opponent activated a shadow ability to dodge the attack. The opponents rose into the air. Chen attacked, and Seth raised his hand to defend. After a short while, Chen realized things were looking bad. The opponent was too strong, and he couldn't handle it alone. The head of the Dragons Guild was certain that Seth was at least Diamond tier. That was the difficulty of the Sea of Oblivion. Why fight in a situation you knew you'd lose? Seth called the player foolish and powerless for daring to challenge the god of war, since it was clear to everyone that he wouldn't survive. Chen got a little angry. "Don't underestimate me," he said, pushing off the ground and leaping into the air to attack. But Seth was neither foolish nor weak. He raised his defense, and the player's attack proved useless. On top of that, Seth punched him in the jaw. Chen flew through the air, spraying blood everywhere. God landed another blow, wanting to teach the arrogant player a lesson. Chen felt terrible. Seth knew these were the last seconds of Xian's life. The Dragon Guild leader lay flattened in a pool of his own blood. His sword lay nearby, and it was clear he would no longer be able to fight. Xian thought that his opponent was too strong, and without a healer on the team, it would be difficult to defeat the boss alone. Crouching on all fours, the young man realized it was time to drink the potion. With a single motion, Xian emptied the vial of the potion, which in his opinion should come in handy. Xian glanced sideways at his opponent. The god of Set was very strong, but that was only half the problem. It turned out that the boss of the Sea of Oblivion would be even stronger, and it was completely unclear how Suke's life would end. Suke looked around, trying to figure out what was going on. She had already walked through the entire pyramid and found herself in the central arena, but she hadn't met anyone. It couldn't possibly be empty here. The girl even scanned the entire building, but the scan yielded no results. If that was really the case, she would have to leave the pyramid. Suka slung her weapon over her back and strode confidently toward the only closed door. "I hope no one finds me here," she thought. As she climbed the stairs, the girl reflected on recent events, unable to understand why everything had turned out this way. Suke suspected that her brother had died because of Song Ran, and she was ready to give her life for revenge. However, Song Ran saved her, and then said he was to blame and had let his comrades down. But it was Suka who had shot him in the first place. Now she still had to take her revenge in front of the guild. She mustn't forget about the Huangtiu Guild. She needed to build good relationships with all the guys. In time, perhaps Suke would be able to settle the score with Song Ran as well. Suka was sure of only one thing. She didn't want to be hated. But suddenly the girl heard a voice. "You're mistaken!" Suka spun around sharply, holding her weapon in front of her. She didn't know who was speaking to her, but the voice continued. "If you forget about this place, you'll have to say goodbye to the rest." The voice explained that he hated his father's friend. This villain had killed his mother, just as Song Ran had killed Suke's brother. The moment revenge was exacted, the stranger gained incredible power, obtained the hook and the chain, and became a god. A thought of forgiveness took root in Suke's mind, simply because Song Ran had saved her. The girl felt dizzy, not understanding where the voice was coming from, and demanded that it be silenced immediately. The voice continued, "You can't run away from yourself." Suka sat down on the floor, dropped her weapon, and tried not to listen to the stranger. Liu Xiaodong asked the NPC which gods were inside the 6 pyramids. The village elder said he would explain everything, but first he needed to look at the dungeon map. The god Anubis sits inside the Great Pyramid. A red-haired guy set off for Set's pyramid. According to the association's data, Set's quest was divided into 2 stages. The first involved killing mobs that grew stronger and more dangerous with each corridor traversed. Only one participant could advance to the second stage, the last one, for the final battle with Set. Once alone in the pyramid, the player skipped the first stage and went straight into combat. After that, the NPC told him about a girl who was in the pyramid of the god of the mountain. Liu Xiaodong grew alarmed upon hearing these words. The old man was also replaying the events in his head. His expression spoke of a serious problem. The city cafe was cheerful and pleasant. The atmosphere was friendly and peaceful. Warm, hearty food on a plate was always welcome. The technician explained why Chen Jan had grimaced when he met him. A sudden encounter with a crazy girl had left a bad taste in his mouth. "But it's not for nothing that they say most technicians are madmen," he added. The man admitted that, despite her apparent saneness, he knew Suke and considered her a talented girl who had made a name for herself while still a teenager. Chen Jan suggested that they might have known each other. The technician replied that he hadn't met her personally, but a few years ago the government had been gathering gifted young technicians under its wing. At the time, the technician was a friend of guild head Xiang, and for the sake of his dream of a top-tier guild, had signed up for the project. After being placed in the second cohort, he realized he had ended up in an experimental group. Suke was in the first group. By that time, she had already developed a selection system and was unmatched among the trainees. She had a strong and determined personality. After the 5 technicians were assigned to the experiments, Suke changed drastically. Later, everyone was sent home, and the Prometheus project was shut down. Only now did the man realize that the entire project had been carried out for the sake of experiments that had failed. The technician didn't know all the details of the government's experiments. He was young, and the organizers had told him very little. Chen Jan decided to ask the question that interested him. Perhaps the technician knew who the awakened were. His companion paused to think, then asked, "Could it be that Song Ran saw the underground city?" Chen Jan couldn't answer. He had already seen too much. The night dragged on, and by the campfire, the players tried to figure out what to do and how to survive. The guild leader wanted to understand the significance of what was happening, and it was clear that Liu Xiaodong had a better grasp of the situation. Liu Xiaodong explained that the problem lay with the mountain god. He had no physical body, and his pyramid was a continuous labyrinth. The method of dealing with intruders in the pyramid was called Sweet Dream. By influencing the opponent's subconscious, Gore plunged them into illusions where he performed depraved rituals. The victims gradually went mad, eventually committing suicide, acting like puppets. Suke didn't understand what was happening to her. She found herself in the middle of a crowd and saw a familiar figure. The girl stopped. It was her archenemy, Song Ran. She realized she had to seize this chance to exact her revenge. "Don't pay attention to anything," Suka told herself mentally as she rushed after her. For her, there was now only one goal. The girl dashed across the road amid a stream of cars that could kill her at any moment. The situation could only be handled by working together, pulling the girl out of her delusion, using soothing magical energy, and awakening her. But it was completely unclear who should do this, since the girl was alone in the labyrinth and her mental state was unstable. Suka was now a tempting target for the pyramid's master. She ran up to the guy, grabbed him by the shoulder, and called out his name. But at that moment, she was hit by a car, and the girl was thrown high into the air. Suke's lifeless body landed at the young man's feet in the middle of the road. The guy said he could see and recognize her. She turned out to be a tough girl. She recovered very quickly after her brother's death. How terribly pitiful she is. The stranger began to laugh loudly. In the arena, the two continued their fight. There was no one around who could stop them. Set kept striking, and Sai Yang's blood spattered in all directions. The young man was completely exhausted again. He thrust his sword into the ground and leaned on it. His opponent was still just as strong. Although the player had managed to hold out for quite some time, fighting such a dishonest boss was a real drain on his strength. Seth called the player a reckless braveheart who had talked confidently at the start of the fight, but hadn't managed to block a single blow. "I clearly overestimated my opponent," the god admitted. Sai Yan wanted his opponent to shut up. It wasn't the first time the guy had found himself on the brink of death with the god set. The player decided to take another potion to find the enemy's weak spot. But suddenly he realized he was out of potions and had nothing left to restore his strength. God Set realized what had happened and began to laugh loudly. "See Jan, you should be proud. I will never forget you." The god promised to remember the player until the dungeon was reset. Then he shouted, "Now you'll die!" Took a running start and launched his final attack. Sion managed to shout that he wouldn't give up. He thought only of his guild. Is this really the end? What will happen to my friends? He didn't even notice that there were now 3 of them in the arena. One swing of the sword and God Set was wounded. Blood was pouring from his hand. To his surprise, Xian realized that standing before him was Song Ran, who had just saved his life. Song Ran was now ready to continue the fight in place of the weakened player. He turned to Xian. "I owed you for that bullet you stopped with your sword." Then Song Ran activated a healing technique and began to heal the wounds. Xian watched his wounds close and was happy. He even laughed and asked how Song Ran had ended up here. It turned out that the technician Sun Hao had sent him here. Song Ran explained that he had planned to go through the Sea of Oblivion later, but Sun Hao said that usually the guildmaster does this alone, and he was very worried about Xian. He asked for a favor, to help the guildmaster pass the trial. Sun Hao teleported Song Ran into the pyramid. It was a very powerful technique of the Deputy Dragon Master. Xian listened to everything and thanked the player for his timely help. He admitted that he had already been certain of his death. When the explanations were over, Song Ran suggested, "Enough talk, let's take care of this boss." Xian had completed the quest alone for the sake of his goal, to become the best guildmaster. The young man hadn't teamed up with anyone in a long time, and now he enjoyed working together again. God Set thought he was seeing double. Another player had appeared before him, one he had considered petty and worthless. Seth declared, "Violation of battle protocol. I will punish both players for this." He reminded them that the god of war stood before them, and that assembling a team of weaklings was pointless. God Set activated the Spear of Elemental Discord. He struck, and it seemed as though the underworld had opened up. Everything around them was illuminated by flashes of white light. God promised that today the boys would learn what a real battle is. Song Ran realized that his interference had made the monster stronger. The god Set was too loud and overconfident. However, in the next moment, the guys realized that their opponent possessed frenzied strength. The bosses of the Sea of Oblivion appeared before them, many times stronger than the usual ones. Xian reassured his friend, "No matter how strong this horned god Set is, he's just one. The 2 of us can handle him." But in the next second, Xian's opinion changed drastically. He saw something. Before them stood an inhuman number of undead and skeletons, ready for battle. It was clear that Set was skillfully throwing people off balance and summoning his minions. And now a solid army of the dead appeared before the boys. An army they would have to fight. It was a massive army. The boys realized they were unlikely to get any rest today. In this battle, they would have to cover each other's backs, trust one another, and be certain that their rear was protected. Song Ran said to his partner, "If you even think about giving up, now is absolutely the wrong time." Xian honestly admitted that until that moment, he'd been thinking about how to escape as quickly as possible. But now he was definitely staying to fight. Song Ran was certain this wasn't the end yet, but the guys had to face this trial together. He activated the Blade of Balance and prepared for battle. The players decided not to waste any time and began attacking the undead. These skeletons were weak, but their sheer numbers posed a serious threat. Xian also acknowledged that the army of the god of Set was simply endless, and at this rate, they would spend quite a long time here. The young people were destroying the skeletons, but sometimes they were overcome by pessimistic thoughts. To distract Xian from his gloomy thoughts, Song Ran asked if the player had ever been to the Sky Tower. Song Ran admitted that after visiting the Sky Tower, he was ready to fight this crowd of skeletons all day long. However, that wouldn't solve their problem. Sooner or later, the players would run out of steam, so they needed to come up with escape plans. At that moment, the god Set was listening to the players' conversation and thought they were cowardly rats who knew nothing about war. As long as the army's lord is alive, his army will fight relentlessly until only one remains. Morning had come to the Fanado Oasis near the pyramids. A group of players in fine clothes, confident and well-rested, appeared near the pyramids. Lu Xiaodong noticed that guests were approaching them. The players introduced themselves. They said they had been tasked by the association to come to their aid. Shiaoai was very pleased. Finally, her guild leader had arrived, and now the girl was no longer alone. And indeed, standing before the players was Lu Zhoujiao, the leader of the Clover Guild. In addition to the girls, the Jiangcheng Guild appeared, led by their leader, Ji Xuan. Liu Xiaodong was very pleased with this reinforcement. He said that with their combined efforts, they would be able to clear the Sea of Oblivion as soon as possible. One of the players remarked that too many cockroaches had gathered in one pile, and because of that, they remained cockroaches. That voice belonged to the leader of the Huangtu Guild. His name was Xing Jieyu. With him were a couple of other strong and capable players. The leader said that for the sake of the association, he had found strong allies from abroad. Xing Jieyu greeted the head of the Clover Guild, saying they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Who would have thought she'd end up becoming a TV host? And now she had come to this battle as the guild leader? She had no respect at all, because people remembered how, just recently, Ms. Look had been hosting live broadcasts. After that, the introductions and presentations of the main fighters began, the ones on whom great hopes now rested. Among them was Wang Fen. He was in the first echelon. Next came the bruiser Luo Wenhei, also a member of the first echelon. Not all players understood what the first tier meant. It turned out to be the guys from Division C, the 9 strongest. The head of the Clever Guild looked at these players. The girl believed that her guild should have been in the first echelon. Even the leader of the investigation team, Liu Xiaodong, was surprised that the first echelon had shown up for this battle. The man stepped forward, introduced himself to the player, and said his name was Liu Xiaodong and that he worked under the minister. But Wang Fenyu couldn't care less who was standing in front of him. He hadn't caught the man's name, but it didn't matter, because the player just wanted to wrap things up here quickly and head to the bar to have some fun with the girls. Unfortunately, some preparatory work had to be done before the battle began. However, the players from the first echelon didn't want to listen to anything. They believed the association simply didn't know what to do. Luo Wenhei volunteered to explain everything that was happening. Usually, the guys from the first echelon didn't help guilds like Huangtu. The day before, the head of the Huangtu Guild had explained what was happening in the Sea of Oblivion. However, the guys from the first echelon hadn't come here to help the Huangtu Guild, but because of an order they'd received from above. Liu Xiaodong listened to the player with interest. After all, the presence of 2 fighters from the first echelon already indicated that this went beyond standard tasks, and that meant something terrible had happened in this underground city. Meanwhile, inside the pyramid, the battle against thousands upon thousands of skeletons raged on. The guys were already pretty worn out, and there was no end in sight. Song Ran asked his partner if he had heard what the boss had said. Xian was so engrossed in the battle that he hadn't even understood what was being said, so Song Ran had to explain it to him in more detail. The disruption of the battle order and sequence, as well as the final phrase, "until only one remains," hinted at the system of this dungeon. Xian had never heard anything about dungeon systems, but now he began to ponder the matter. Song Ran continued to attack the skeletons while pondering the words of Godset. Most likely, the sea of skeletons around them was one of the stages in the construction of this dungeon system. The second piece of evidence that this was a system was the lack of any warning about the dungeon's changes, and that meant the boss himself could control this dungeon. So it turned out that when Set said, "until only one remains," only one fighter was supposed to be left to battle him, and that meant that when Xian entered the pyramid alone, he immediately engaged the boss in combat. The young man recalled that before entering the pyramid, Liu Xiaodong had said that the boss could change the dungeon's difficulty on his own, based on the number of participants who had entered. The skeletons kept respawning, and nothing would change until the guys adjusted the settings. Now it was clear why these skeletons were so weak. There was only one way to change this dungeon system. The players had to kill the god set, and only then would it all end. The funny thing was that if more people had come here, everyone except one would have died. But now there were only 2 players, and in order to get to Set, Xian realized he would have to kill himself. Song Ran thought that wasn't a bad idea. However, there were other options worth trying. Xian saw that the main problem at the moment was clearing out countless mobs, so the young man wanted to try something new. Song Ran continued to slice through the skeletons as if they were cabbage for a salad, while his mind raced nonstop. The young man asked if Xian could hold back the skeleton's advance for at least 20 seconds. Taking advantage of the pause, Song Ran began examining his backpack, which contained items he had received for clearing the Sky Tower, since he hadn't had a chance to study them yet. The player immediately began evolving his sword by fusing it with one of the items. Xian watched his companion's actions with interest. He had never seen the fusion process in action before. Song Ran was most likely an awakened. He had first heard about this from the technician Sun Hao. Soon, the young man began fusing the spider fang with the sword. Xian said that in the first tier, all players were awakened. Xian admitted that he had dreamed of making it into the first echelon his whole life, and that upstart Song Ran. How dare he become an awakened? That's how he paid for the head saving him from a bullet. Song Ran paid no attention to his comrades' grumbling. He said they had far more serious problems, so they should shut up and take action. Xian looked at the skeletons and saw that they seemed to have grown even larger and more vicious, while their numbers were also dwindling. Xian realized he didn't have much mana left, just enough for a single ability use. Although Xian didn't know the form of Song Ran's awakening, he decided to give it a try anyway. Xian decided to take a risk and activated his Art of the Sword ability. After that, he restored the burgundy barrier around himself. All the mobs looked at the player in surprise, as if waiting for an order. By this time, the fusion was complete. Song Ran checked his stats. He had gained only 1 point in Dark Resistance, but the rest of the level-up bonuses had worked perfectly. Apparently, this sword wasn't particularly suitable right now. In the current situation, its ability was useless. So Song Ran decided to evolve the sword once more, using another item. He had obtained this attribute from the giant knight he had fought in the Sky Tower. Xian had already started cursing and grumbling. Why was his comrade taking so long to fiddle with his sword? Xian felt that his mana was practically running out. Xian thought he couldn't take it anymore and hoped his companion would come to him soon. Song Ran yelled at the leader to shut up because he was wasting even more mana that way. Song Ran took out a few mana potions and tossed them to his companion to restore his strength. Xian looked at this rookie with surprise once again. He had prepared perfectly for this dungeon. Just then, another fusion was completed, and Song Ran began examining his weapon's new stats. This time, it had taken the form of a giant sword. The young man didn't understand why it had taken on such a massive size. Could it be that he had leveled up the sword through evolution? Once again, he was convinced that his blade held many secrets. The most interesting thing was that this weapon could become even stronger. It had a marvelous hilt, and now he could test what it was capable of. But Song Ran decided not to stop there. He began another round of fusion. Upon fusing with the hilt, he gained a new active ability. Xian started whining again, saying he couldn't take it anymore, and didn't know how much longer he had to wait for Song Ran. Just then, Song Ran finished all the upgrades and said that he was now ready and could show Xian his new ability. Song Ran activated the giant sword form and was now ready to fight any opponent. Xian told his comrade that he needed to recover his health, and in the meantime, Song Ran would fight the mobs on his own. Song Ran decided to test his sword on these dead souls. The young man ran up to the army of mobs and swung his sword once. Items left behind by the skeletons immediately scattered in all directions. Xian was in shock and couldn't believe his eyes. Song Ran looked at his companion and said that clearing out the mobs was no longer a problem for them. The young man continued to destroy the skeletons, realizing that they needed to deal with the god set. Soon the dungeon was completely cleared of mobs. Xian noted with admiration that his companion was far too strong. Xian wanted to know what Song Ran had been doing while the players were going through the Sea of Oblivion. The young man admitted that the system had sent him to the Sky Tower, and he had leveled up there. Song Ran analyzed his actions. The new abilities had decent effects. The Dance of Bloody Destruction required a lot of health, but it could be combined with a health-regenerating heal. Thanks to this combination, health stopped being lost and even regenerated, albeit only slightly. In other words, at the start of the battle, the player lost some health upon activation, but had already recovered it all thanks to the activation. Now the only problem was mana. Therefore, it was necessary to finish this fight as quickly as possible, since mana wasn't infinite. Song Ran approached the boss. However, the god set was outraged that some nameless boy, having approached him, dared to hope to kill the god set himself. But instead of a response, he received a sword strike that greatly surprised the boss. Xian dealt a blow his opponent clearly hadn't expected, but the player had been waiting a very long time for the right moment to take his revenge. Seth was displeased to have been struck from behind. However, now Xian would not be able to escape him. God Set said he could replicate the ability that Xian had just used. God Set activated Deadly Strike and unleashed it right beside him. He didn't let Xian go, preventing the young man from hiding from the attack. The barrier he had erected kept Song Ran at a distance, and God Set wanted the redhead to feel death seeping into his muscles and bones. Xian was in excruciating pain. The god's attack was far more powerful. However, the young man refused to let go of his blade. Xian turned to his comrade with one last request. Xian knew the young man was very strong, but he still asked Song Ran to leave the boss to Xian. Song Ran unquestioningly agreed to fulfill his friend's request because he believed in him. Now the young man stepped back, allowing the duel to continue without his participation. The god set laughed upon hearing these words. He said that words about faith could only be heard from the mouths of fools. And all this happens only because people have no other choice, and they are forced to believe in something. As long as Chen holds his blade, he will die a slow and agonizing death. But if he lets go of the blade, he will lose his only chance at victory. God Set assumed that the redhead was hoping his friend would save him, but that was impossible. As long as Chen remained near God Set, the disparity in their strength would not change, and therefore a choice had to be made. God Set gripped his staff tightly and said that they would both test its power. Songren saw his comrade perishing and the army of the dead drawing ever closer. Chen shouted that he would not let go of the blade he had plunged into God Set's chest, no matter how much pain he had to endure. And the God Set would never understand this, because he still did not grasp the true nature of humanity. Memories flooded the young man's mind. As he walked through the city streets, he had seen a boy scavenging near the trash cans. His name was Sun Hao. His family had recently moved. His parents were constantly at work and didn't spend any time with their son. On top of that, the boy's face was paralyzed. He was often bullied by hooligans, and he couldn't even fight back. The kid said he was the fiercest fighter and bully in the neighborhood, and his name was Chen. But now it was his turn to deal with the wimp Sun Hao. Could it really be that he couldn't stand up to his bullies? Sun Hao said nothing, so the bully Chen approached him and said he didn't understand his behavior. Chen grabbed the boy by his clothes and asked, "Do you really think you're a weakling?" But the boy remained silent. After that, the bully Chen started yelling at the boy even louder, saying that he breaks people like him as easily as a willow twig. The boy remained silent the whole time while Chen struck him and beat him. Chen grew angrier and angrier, thinking that the boy was very insolent, didn't want to fight back, and was now looking down on him. Sun Hao sat there, displaying a mad stubbornness, and this irritated his tormentor more and more. Chen, like all the bullies before him, demanded that the boy hand over the money immediately, and then he would leave him alone and go away. And at that moment, the boy spoke up. Sun Hao called all the bullies a bunch of trash. Chen had never heard such words directed at him before. He was literally shocked. Chen wanted to beat the boy up again, this time for the insult. But at that moment, Song Hao lashed out. It seemed as if he was ready to vent all the grievances he had been enduring. The boy raised his fist and said he would kill anyone right then and there. After that, a fight broke out between the boys. They called each other freaks and promised a lot of trouble in the future. Soon, both boys were exhausted. They hoped that the lessons they'd taught each other wouldn't go to waste and were ready to meet again in a fight next time. Well, something clicked between the guys. Chen handed the boy a wooden sword he had made himself and named it Crimson. Chen told his new friend that, according to tradition, until you've fought with someone, you don't really know them and can't call them a friend. Chen explained that he would definitely teach his friend how to use the sword. First, you have to place it against your lower back, then arch the blade upward, swing it, and shout a battle cry. This would be the art of the sword, Shining Fang. Sun Hao tried to repeat everything his new friend had explained to him. Though he did think the name Shining Fang was pretty silly, Chen encouraged his new companion and said that if anyone picked on him while he was ready to fight his enemies, he could always count on Xian's help. Chen promised that he would always come to Sun Hao's aid. The main thing was not to give up and to keep fighting. Just then, some bigger guys approached the boys. These were the next level of bullies. One of them snatched a wooden sword and said that with this piece of wood, he was trying to play the hero. One of the bullies held Chen back so the boy wouldn't get in the way. Meanwhile, another bully pinned down the unfortunate Sun Hao and took his money. Sun Hao screamed loudly, offering no resistance. He begged the men to take his money but not to hurt his friend. The thugs didn't like those words at all, and they beat the guy up, saying he'd gotten too cocky. After that, they declared that you can't act like a hunter if all you have in your hands is a toothpick. They beat up the poor boys, and now the villains had dealt with them in one fell swoop. After that, the bullies left, saying they would come back to this neighborhood many more times. After all, this redhead decided to become a hunter. What a joke. Chen felt terrible. He hadn't been able to protect his friend, who had been counting on him. Chen began gathering the fragments of the wooden sword to calm himself down and hide his inner turmoil. Sun Hao approached his friend, trying to offer support and show concern. Chen was disappointed because he hadn't been able to protect his friend. Chen apologized to his friend, turned around, and walked away. Sun Hao tried to stop his friend. He said that he had always known he didn't belong in this world, And no matter what other people did or how they provoked him, he never paid them any mind. But now Jan had shown him that this wasn't trivial. He needed to learn how to deal with people like that. But Jan didn't stop and went about his business, while the broken wooden sword lay on the ground. A few days later, the local school was bustling and noisy. The kids were discussing the latest news while looking out the window. Jan walked into the classroom and overheard his classmates talking about some bespectacled kid who had challenged a senior to a fight. It looked like he was about to get a good beating, and this rich, straight-A student was going to get it. Jan continued to sit at his desk flipping through a book, but suddenly heard, "Look, look! That weirdo has a wooden sword in his hands." The guys were amazed and said that the guy had pieced the sword together from scraps and wrapped it in duct tape. It was laughable. It was unclear where he'd even dug up such junk. At that very moment, Sun Hao was standing in the schoolyard with a taped-up wooden sword in his hands. He wanted to fight the very same bully who had insulted his friend the day before and broken his sword. The high schooler said he was going to deal with this insolent brat right now. Most likely his red-haired friend had taught him to be so brazen, but the nerdy kid needed to be put in his place. Everyone could see that Sun Hao was terrified. His legs were shaking, and the high schooler didn't even want to get into a fight with him, because he actually had no intention of picking on the class ATM. But then the boy spoke up. He said there was no need to talk to him. Today he would take revenge for Xiang and had no intention of giving them any more money. And the boy charged forward, performing the art of the shining sword or tooth or fang, whatever it was. He ran. The girls watching were amazed that this little guy had actually charged into battle. It was clear that someone was in for a beating today. Sun Hao ran across the courtyard without stopping, repeating the words about the art of the sword. The boy had said that if he didn't fight back, he would live his life in vain, but now he decided it was time to fight. Because Sun Hao finally had a reason. For his friend's sake, he would stand his ground until the very end. The high schooler snatched the sword from the boy's hands and kicked him in the chest, telling him not to show off. Sun Hao lay on the floor, and the high schooler stood over him, calling him a weakling who'd had a pathetic awakening. The bully turned his attention back to the sword. It was still the same crappy piece of wood that would disgrace anyone. The bully broke the sword into pieces again and deliberately crushed them as finely as possible with his foot so the boy couldn't glue the weapon back together. The high schooler was extremely annoyed. Of course, he couldn't beat up this kid, but this stubborn little brat was driving him absolutely crazy. Even though Sun Hao was lying on the ground, he said that the only weaklings here were the bullies. They could only assert themselves by picking on the younger and weaker ones. People like that belonged in the sewer. And before the high schooler could hit the bespectacled boy again, Xian jumped up and stepped between the fighters, saying that Sun Hao was absolutely right. Xian's foot landed squarely on the high schooler's jaw, immediately splattering blood all over the schoolyard. Xian wasn't done yet. He said that none of the bullies would ever be able to hurt his friend. The high schooler realized that now he would have to fight this red-haired student again. He immediately clenched his fist and told Xian to mind his own business. Then the boy punched the other boy in the jaw, and blood spurted everywhere. Now 2 friends were lying beaten in the schoolyard, and the high schooler was laughing, standing over them. The high schooler said he was going to show these brainless kids how to behave around their elders. The bully pressed Sai Yang's head against the floor with all his might, and blood continued to spill everywhere. After that, I don't know where the school teachers were, but the bully didn't calm down. He put his foot on Sai Yang's head and demanded that he admit he was a weakling, but the boy stubbornly remained silent, which only further infuriated the high schooler, who simply couldn't contain his rage any longer. It's unclear how this would have ended, but at that moment, Sun Hao's foot landed squarely on the bully's groin. For a moment, the high schooler froze in place, paralyzed by pain. Xian took advantage of this, got to his feet, and despite the pain and blood streaming down his face, approached his attacker. The blow was delivered cleanly and with dignity. Xian shouted that his opponent didn't know how to fight at all. The girls were thrilled. Sun Hao walked over to his friend. He apologized for breaking the wooden sword again, but the boy promised he would definitely fix it. Xian said that he was the one who should apologize. The boy was very ashamed. Xian promised his new friend that he would never let the blade slip from his hands again. At that moment, Xian decided he would become a hunter and have his own guild. Sun Hao was thrilled to hear the news and said he would become the best technician. And as soon as Xian's weapons or armor were damaged, he would definitely fix them. The friends agreed on that. And now Xian once again never let go of his blade, and the presence of the god of Set was merely a minor hindrance. The hunter was not the same as before, and it was no longer possible to stop him. From early childhood, Chen had known he would be a hunter and would never back down. That was his guiding principle. And just as before, the young man activated the divine gift with his blade. The Crimson Rift contract was activated, and the space around Godset began to crack. Song Ran watched the battle from the sidelines. He noted Xian's unique ability. He used the blade's strength, turning it into a fragmentation projectile. Godset began to laugh. Now he knew what the way of the hunter was. For the first time, opponents had appeared before him who could defeat him as a team, but he didn't understand the point of it. The Godset reappeared in the pyramid again and again, fully restored. He had already experienced and seen much, and new times would soon dawn. However, for humans, they would not. Gradually, the Godset began to crumble, and the same thing happened to his entire army. The boys walked toward each other, realizing they had gone through a living hell. And the second in command, Seth, was cast into the Sea of Oblivion. Song Ran praised Xiang's combat skills. However, the boy said he had done all this only thanks to Song Ran's mana. With his help, he was able to activate his final ability. But he still missed something, and now he considers it a huge mistake. Xian once saw how, during a battle, Shiaoai let go of her staff, and as a result, received a new staff after defeating the boss. But now things had turned out very badly. Some junk dropped from the god of Set, which can't be used to make a weapon. Xian said he can't fight anymore, so he asked Song Ran to take this magic stone and clear the dungeons. Xian asked him to take this magic stone, open the gate, and once Song Ran clears the dungeon, he'll return it to the victor. Later, the craftsman Sun Hao will forge a new sword from this magic stone for his friend. Si Yan asked the young man to clear the way for him. The power of the god set was sealed within this magic stone. It could be used in conjunction with a sword, and Song Ran agreed to take the stone for the time being. After that, the young man asked about Godset's final words. He said that new times would soon come, and hell would come for humanity. Perhaps the god spoke the words that were programmed into him. Xian also found this very strange, but that didn't matter now. They had to navigate the dungeon the old-fashioned way. At that moment, an announcement sounded. It stated that an anomalous change had been detected. The underground city would soon be updated. Song Ran was very upset. There had never been any anomalies in his system. Could this be happening again because of his appearance in the dungeon? All the players who were in the Sea of Oblivion froze and looked around in surprise. Even the representative of the Hunters Association, Mr. Liu, didn't know what was happening. In the entire history of humanity, there had never been such an incident. The top-tier players realized that this was probably the very reason they had been sent here. Luo Wenhe said that before they were sent to the Sea of Oblivion, he had been tasked with keeping an eye on two players, Song Ran and Suke. This would be the mission for the first-tier players. A few moments later, doors that had been locked for millennia began to open. But deep within the hall, on a massive throne, sat the boss, who had never before appeared before anyone. The countdown ended, the raid refreshed, and once again, Song Ran found himself in the white void. Every time he moved from one dungeon to another, this white space appeared. The young man still didn't understand why he was here. Lately, he had been thinking more and more that this system was too real. Well, an announcement came that the raid had refreshed. The players were surprised once again because it started snowing right in the middle of the desert, which meant that no one knew what would happen to the bosses they had already defeated. Would those kills count? Snow in the tropics defied common sense, and it created a depressing atmosphere. The players turned around and saw Song Ran approaching them. The guy said that too much had happened to explain in a few words, but he and Xian had taken care of the god set. Shiaoai was very happy to see her friend Song Ran again. The girl greeted him. Song Ran honestly admitted that he hadn't even planned to say goodbye in the Sea of Abundance, but the system had decided everything for him. At that moment, the players had to turn around at the shouts. The newly arrived players were greeting the famous Song Ran. Huang Tiu, the leader of the largest guild, said that he hadn't finished discussing something with Song Ran and that they should continue their conversation. But Song Ran replied that they had nothing to talk about at all. It would be better if leader Huang Tiu went his own way or focused on completing the mission. The guild leader started shouting that everyone already knew everything. Song Ran had been awakened, and because of his appearance and awakening, a huge number of players had already died in the dungeon. Everyone should understand. And it's strange that the raid update is connected to such a scum as Song Ran. The commotion caught the attention of the top-tier players. Wang Fen swore to his comrade that he hadn't told anyone about the awakened. Huang Qiu was furious. He approached Song Ran and grabbed him by the jacket. The guild leader said that of course everyone remembers how this scum had disgraced his guild. Song Ran replied that of course everyone remembered that. Just as everyone remembered what happened to Lu Mei for her loose tongue. Song Ran asked, "Does the guild leader really want to fight him? If so, Huang Tu won't have time to say another word." At that moment, one of the awakened players intervened in the argument. He said he could guarantee that the raid had nothing to do with Song Ran. Being an awakened himself, the man could sense the trial mode activating. But that definitely hadn't happened now. Since the situation was completely out of the player's control, everyone needed to calm down. Liu Xiaodong realized that the situation was completely inexplicable to everyone. Therefore, he decided he needed to find out the reason for the raid's change by contacting and questioning the NPC about everything. The man went to meet with the village elder and asked what was happening here and where the snowfall in the desert was coming from. The old man said that it was all due to a blessing. The great Bulgur had sent a miracle to the people, and what everyone was seeing now was blessed snow in the deadly desert. The old man spoke of a great time approaching, and that now the villagers no longer needed help, quests, or adventures. The players couldn't understand what this meant. If their help wasn't needed, what were they supposed to do with their quest? A suspicion arose that the NPC had glitched. Luo Wenyi said that until the players completed 3 raids, they could not leave the Sea of Oblivion. The players had never been in such a situation before. At that moment, the old man began to transform into some kind of demon. His eyes were bloodshot, and he said that these wretched players had come to ruin the Great Hour. But if they refused to accept the great blessing of the gods who did not save them, then it would be better for the players to remain here forever. As he spoke, the old man gradually shed his human form and transformed into a monster. Now it was a huge dragon with powerful wings. It flapped them, and stones rose into the air. The dragon rose higher and higher, and the players watched in horror and amazement. No one had ever seen an NPC turn into a monster before. It was a giant dragon-class monster, and dealing with it wouldn't be so easy. The dragon, for its part, had already circled in the air and was now approaching the players with a bloodthirsty glare. Liu Xiaodong was the first to snap out of his stupor in surprise, ordering all the players to prepare for an attack and engage in battle. Luo Wenyi knew that giant dragons had very precise targeted attacks from their breath and aerial assaults. It was best for low-level hunters to dodge. At that moment, a fireball appeared in the dragon's mouth, which it intended to use to attack the players. And in the very next moment, the attack was launched. The weaker hunters immediately took significant damage. Liu Xiaodong realized the situation had spiraled out of control. They needed to find out immediately what had happened in the pyramid. A representative from the association asked which of the players was willing to go there to investigate. Song Ran said he would go to the pyramid. He believed that everything had gone off course because of him, and if he was to blame, then he had to go and fix the problem. Huang Tu heard these words and latched onto them, saying that, as he was sure, all the problems were indeed because of Song Ran and that stupid girl Suke, who had gone into the pyramid on her own. But Guildmaster Huang Tu said that he too would follow Song Ran into the Pyramid Mountain. And no one could stop him because the girl Sukai was a member of his guild. Luo Wenyi said he was against it. After all, Guildmaster Huang Shu had a personal grudge against the player, and he couldn't be trusted. He might take advantage of the situation and set Song Ran up. Luo Wenyi suggested going to Pyramid Mountain with Song Ran. No matter what happens there, as one of the first-tier participants, Luo Wenyi will be able to stabilize the situation. And here in the Sea of Oblivion, the second member of the first echelon, Wang Fen, would take command. He would be able to coordinate the efforts of all the players present. The player reassured the others, saying there was no need to fear this dragon. The NPC wasn't difficult at all, and a first-tier player could easily handle it, even if there were 100 of them. Liu Xiaodong decided to trust the professionals and do everything as the first-tier players suggested. So, Song Ran and Luo Wenyi set off for the Pyramid Mountains. On the way, Luo asked whether all the hunters had indeed died in the raid because of Song Ran's awakening. The young man confirmed that this was indeed the case. Luo Wenyi explained that upon the first awakening, the raid mode switches to a trial. Due to the sudden increase in difficulty, tragic events occur. This is a common occurrence. Of course, it's terrible, but the player is absolutely not to blame for it. Furthermore, the problem with Suke isn't his fault either. Song Ran listened carefully to the explanation. He said that technician Sun Hao had told him about the awakening, but the young man didn't feel guilty about it. The young man asked Luo Wenyi, who was an awakened, if he had experienced a similar situation during his own awakening. The man recounted how, for the first time, He went on a low-level raid with the newbies in a young guild and caused quite a few deaths. After a player becomes an awakened, other changes occur. A thirst for killing, detachment, and cruelty. It feels as if you've become a different person. So the fate of any awakened changes at first. Their view of the world and perception of everything shifts, and as they gain more and more power, negative emotions take over. Even top-tier players are susceptible to this, added Luo Wenhe. He asked if Song Ran had ever been to the Sky Tower in trial mode. If so, the young man might already have an idea of what that place is like. In reality, it's not a test mode at all. It's a grave for all the losers. But the players' conversation was interrupted because the sky was swarming with thousands of mobs. Apparently, the Sea of Oblivion had changed drastically after the update. When Luo Wenhe had been in the Sea of Oblivion last time, he had never encountered such a large number of mobs. The sky was black with dragons and lizards flying toward the players. Song Ran activated his evolutionary sword, and now he held a massive and powerful weapon in his hands. But then Luo Wenhe turned to his young companion and said he wanted to show him the power of top-tier players, just so the boy would have an idea. Luo Wenhe began to activate his abilities, and everyone around felt the energy circulating. Everything in the world is like a river, but even a small pebble can disturb its calm, said Luo, concentrating the streams of energy in his hands. The vile dragons and mobs approached, opening their predatory, toothy jaws. The player said that with a single strike, he was capable of destroying hundreds of incorporeal forms. Luo Wenhe finally released the energy and directed it high into the sky. The stream spiraled upward. The mobs were instantly damaged and scattered into pieces. Song Ran witnessed incredible power. Indeed, his new comrade had wiped out a horde of monsters with a single strike. It was terrifying to imagine what kind of nightmarish power lay within his hands. This one man could replace several guilds. Simply astonishing. How could anyone live with such power inside them? Song Ran now understood what top-tier players were capable of. They were in no way inferior to the most powerful and dangerous bosses. The young man thought about how much he still had to learn. It was just a shame that he had no idea which direction to take to rise to the top tier. Luo Wenhe turned to his young friend and said they had no time to stand there and think. It was time to attend to more important matters. Song Ran looked at this great warrior with admiration and said that soon he would become just like him and catch up to the top-tier players. The Pyramid Mountain, like everything around it, was covered in snow and looked very peaceful and magical. Soon the players approached the pyramid and saw a blue glow emanating from it. Luo Wenhe looked around and said that he didn't see anything suspicious outside, so they could safely continue on. But he still couldn't let his guard down, because danger was sure to follow. Songren thought about what had happened in that pyramid and what had now become of Sukai. Strange transformations were taking place within the girl. During this process, she uttered only isolated words or phrases: common sense, logic, information, observation, reasoning, analysis. And at the moment her body became the vessel of the mountain god, the girl understood the truth of this world. The players looked at the creature that had, until recently, been a young girl named Sukai. Most likely she could no longer be considered human. She was under the influence of a monster. Luo Wenhe, though he had already witnessed many horrors and nightmares, was stunned by Sukai's condition. Now looking at the enormous, monstrous beast, the player understood everything. He understood why he had ended up in this place and had been torn away from all his other equally important tasks. Commander-in-Chief Master Du himself had contacted him personally right before sending him to this place. The old man said that on this mission, the player would have to ensure the safety of two people, Song Ran and Sukai. But if the situation got out of control, he had to act in the best interests of society. Song Ran ventured deeper into the pyramid, but Lo called out to him, saying he would take on this battle himself. Lo said that Sukai was no longer alive, and the creature now standing before the players must be destroyed. This boss, who outwardly still retained Sukai's features but was the vessel of the mountain god, had a predatory gaze and a demonic smile. The boss recognized the player standing before him. He realized it was Song Ran. The creature was certain that Song Ran would definitely come to see him. Having waited to meet its chief enemy, the creature repeated his name without pause. Song Ran, Song Ran. And the more it repeated that name, the more furious it became, unleashing its tentacles, ready to destroy the player. The creature knew what an eye for an eye meant, and now the time had come for Song Ran to answer for his misdeeds. The terrifying monster stared at the player, sticking out its long tongue, and said that in this gloomy pyramid, In this everlasting tomb, anything could happen. The monster's tentacles had almost completely engulfed Song Ran. The situation was becoming very serious. Lo when he realized the situation was spiraling out of control. The creature's speed was too high, and he couldn't keep up with its movements. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to intervene in the fight. By this time, Song Ran had already sliced through the tentacles that were trying to grab him, and all of this was happening at tremendous speed. The battle was just beginning, and the danger was growing by the second. The creature explained that in this sea of hatred, it had been biding its time to achieve its goals, and now finally that time had come. At one point, it seemed as though the sharp tentacles were about to touch the player. However, the boy still had the situation under control. He activated the imaginary ghost ability. The monster's tentacles pierced the player, but thanks to the ability of the imaginary ghost, the young man remained alive. He jumped to the side and turned to the monster, saying that he understood why Suke was angry with him and even hated him. The boy was ready to ask for forgiveness once more, but none of this was his fault. The creature continued to advance as if it hadn't heard a word the player had said. Song Ran continued, saying that he didn't want Suka to accept his apology in her current state as such a monster. After these words, something strange happened. The creature seemed to slow down, and bitter tears streamed down the girl's face. Lo Wen had been casting his magic the whole time, and it seemed he'd had some success. The player realized this was his chance, and he couldn't let it slip away. He attacked the creature, getting as close as possible. Luo Wenyi used a slashing strike called Mountain River Form. The monster was flung high into the air and twisted into an unnatural shape. After that, it crashed down with full force onto the dungeon floor, and the ground all around cracked and shattered into pieces. Song Ran wanted to know if Suke was dead and if she could still be brought back. Luo Wenhei replied that the girl was not dead. In reality, things were not as simple as they seemed. At that moment, a notification appeared, stating that the first stage of the battle with the mountain god was complete and the anomaly mode had begun. The mountain god continued to writhe and said that human stubbornness was capable of surprising him at the most inopportune moment. Even after accumulating immense rage and hatred, the weak could never escape the fate of the weak, and black energy seeped into Suke's body. Now the god of the mountains had a new incarnation. He said that it was better to take hatred and resentment under one's own control. The player thought that even though the situation had long since spiraled out of control, he could never have predicted such a turn of events, even though he had vast experience in battle. The god of the mountains looked like a true demon. He cackled and said that he had never been in the world of the living before, but now it seemed to him that it wasn't so bad here after all. Blind prejudices give people strength, but if you channel those beliefs, you can turn them into their greatest weakness. The god of the mountains began to cast a curse on the players. He sent them to the very depths of nightmares so that the lads would become food for oblivion. The players gradually sank into a magical sleep from which they would never be able to escape. Luo Wenyi gradually came to his senses. He didn't understand what had just happened. Everything was still slightly double before his eyes. The player realized that this was either a magical dream or a special illusory attack by the mountain god. But at the same time, he didn't feel at all as though his body was in the world of dreams. Luo Wenyi began looking around for Song Ran. Song Ran, meanwhile, stood as if frozen in place. It became clear that there was no point in calling out to him. He had already fallen into a mental prison and was now wandering through the darkest and most terrifying world. Luo addressed the god of the mountains, saying that he was the god of the mountains' greatest enemy, so it was time to abandon all tricks and engage in battle. In response, the god of the mountains laughed, saying that the player was very funny. I wonder how he managed to sense the origins of the god of nothingness's power, that dark and turbulent past. But first and foremost, the player Luo Wenyi needed to understand that he was of absolutely no interest to the god of the mountains. There was nothing special about him, unlike his young friend Song Ran, whose potential was limitless. Saying all this, the god of the mountains gradually approached and said that, in any case, he wouldn't mind playing a game. After that, a huge number of tentacles were released, which began attacking the player from all sides, creating the ability to summon massive tentacles. When the player found himself surrounded by a solid sea of tentacles, unable to move, the mountain god began to explain the next plan. It consisted of Luo Wenyi being tightly restrained by the tentacles because he was of absolutely no interest. The mountain god promised not to touch the player because he was of absolutely no interest to him, and all attention and attacks would be focused on Song Ran. Right now, Song Ran's consciousness was in a magical dream, which meant he was unable to defend his body. He couldn't move, let alone dodge attacks. If Luo Wenhe attacks the mountain god, he won't be able to save his friend. And if he doesn't attack the mountain god, he'll be forced to fend off the tentacles. Song Ran had two options: die in the world of the living at the hands of the tentacles, or perish in the magical dream. Personally, it would have been easier for Luo Wenhe to abandon Song Ran and kill the god. After all, it was so simple. This was the mountain god's cunning plan. But Luo Wenhe refused to accept such a plan. He believed that the mountain god had thought of too many things, but had overlooked certain details. The mountain god had offered two options, and now Luo Wenhe would show him what he was capable of. The player would protect his young companion until the moment Song Ran awoke from the magical dream. The god of the mountains laughed maliciously at the player, believing that the player would have to tirelessly fend him off in the magic of the wild forest. It would be a never-ending game in which the mountain god would win anyway, without even breaking a sweat or making any special effort. But the player said it was too soon to celebrate. Although he wasn't the strongest in the first tier, he was by no means a pushover. Stronger opponents had tried to destroy him many times, and no one had succeeded. Luo Wenhe drew his sword and said that as soon as he drew this sword and brandished it before his opponents, the course of the battle would change. The player thrust his giant sword into the ground in front of him, and now his combat sphere had become impenetrable. The god of the mountains believed that the player would never be able to rid himself of false hopes. This is due to human nature. After all, people really are very strange. Luo Wenhe said that he had already lost a loved one once. At that time, he had just awakened, and the raid immediately shifted into trial mode. The player thought he could quickly finish the battle with his newfound strength, but when he charged headlong into battle, he inflicted too much damage on his comrades. Many newbies died in the battle. If this is the fate of the awakened, then what is the point of such power? Luo Wenhe had thought about this many times. If he had devoted all his strength to protecting his comrades, he could have saved them. And ever since then, his blade has been used for its most important purpose. It exists for the sake of preservation and protection. The mountain river technique, directed by the god of mountains, began to crumble around the player. And now Luo demonstrated his hunter's way. It was a high-level sphere technique, the defining feature of which was the neutralization of all enemy attacks. Indeed, the tentacles began to scatter before his eyes and could no longer function. No matter how powerful the god of the mountains might be, within the sphere his tentacles could harm no one. This was the absolute suppression of the first echelon. Gore laughed in response upon hearing about the power of the first echelon. He was certain that the power of the player's sphere was capable of destroying him in an instant. But the guy himself didn't realize that his so-called protection only restricted his combat techniques. Luo Wenhe disagreed with this assertion. Right now, Song Ran was under the protection of his sphere, and the player was unrestricted. After that, Luo activated the technique Mountain River Cleaving Waves. The god of mountains asked if the player truly wanted to kill him. Gore gave no hint of anything but watched the man closely. Luo Wenhe thought everything was under control, but doubts began to surface in the young man's mind. He attacked, but at that moment, his strike had no effect. The mountain god said that the effect of the magical dream locks the person's subconscious in an illusory world, completely under the mountain god's control. If the player kills the god of the mountains, Song Ran will lose his mind. Even after returning from the world of dreams, chaos and despair will always reign in his soul. After these words, the mountain god declared that he was now ready to engage in a duel and see what a top-tier player was capable of. Now it would become clear how long Luo Wenhe could hold out against the attacks. The player was forced to chop off the tentacles with his bare hands. The man felt exhausted and was losing his strength. He wanted Song Ran to wake up and come to his aid. At that moment, Song Ran actually opened his eyes. He didn't understand what had just happened. The mountain god began to say that he had good news for Song Ran. His foolish friend had just fallen under the power of the magical dream ability. This magical dream sends the opponent into an illusory world. And now Luo Wenhe is in a world of nightmares. What is it like to be left alone without a powerful ally? Will Song Ran be able to handle this on his own? After all, just a moment ago, everything was the opposite. Luo Wenhe was unable to stand up to the mountain god. He showed weakness, and now he simply needs to be killed. After these words, the mountain god opened a portal and summoned a creature from the world of nightmares. A flower flew out of the portal. Most likely it was yet another carnivorous plant. Approaching the player, who was in a state of sleep, the predator opened its jaws wide, preparing to devour the man. Seeing this, Song Ran fought off the tentacles with his sword. The mountain god thought the young man was too kind. Although on the surface, Song Ran pretends to be cold-blooded. Now it was clear, Such a kind-hearted guy was ready to take the blow himself, just to prevent his comrade from being killed. The tentacles were closing in on Song Ran's chest. The mountain god shouted that the boy was about to become food for oblivion. The young man managed to activate the imaginary phantom state. The attack proved pointless. At that very moment, the god of the mountains saw that the predator from the nightmare had frozen in place and was no longer approaching Luo Wenhe. Song Ran activated the Dance of Bloody Frenzy. After that, the young man emerged from his shadow state and hacked down everything in front of him using this dance. The player turned to the mountain god, who had stopped and was watching the events unfold. After all, just moments ago, the mountain god had been about to kill Luo Wenhe. Song Ran said he didn't know exactly what the monster had found in his subconscious, but in the magical dream he was in, he had taken pleasure in killing the god of the mountains. Now the mountain god was forced to drop the idle chatter and defend himself, because his tentacles lay severed all around him. Song Ran said that people often underestimated him and saw him as a weakling, but he was certain that not everyone was as treacherous a creature as the mountain god. The young man declared that he was familiar with the power of the Lord, one of the members of the first echelon. He had been through quite a few raids, but still fell victim to the god's technique. And now he is ready to either destroy the mountain god or reduce his filthy magical dream to dust. And the god of the mountains has not yet been destroyed because he is merely an illusion. In reality, the mountain god hadn't even considered killing the player. But what if in this dream, Song Ran kills the god? The guy pressed his sword to the god's neck, but he won't do that now, because he wants answers to his questions. What happened to Suke? The mountain god said that Suke, just like everyone else, had fallen under the power of the magical dream. But now her subconscious has completely merged with the mountain god's subconscious, and nothing can save her now. It was this very power that allowed the mountain god to be reborn. It became the true power of the underworld. Suke had made the mountain god so powerful that he was now capable of crushing everything. Everything they lived for in this world was at stake. In her magical dream, Suke walked through the city streets and encountered her greatest adversary and enemy. In her mind, memories of the past seemed like a distant dream. This dream was as distant as her past life, when the doctors had given her a grim diagnosis. The girl was supposed to die, and only certain medications could sustain her life. Or was it all just a dream? Suke no longer knew who she really was. However, her brother had devoted his entire life to earning money for his sister's treatment, and now the girl is left completely alone, falling into some kind of dream again, or perhaps she is finally just waking up. A terrifying monster appeared before her, a monster that wants to take over her body. Just a couple of hours earlier, Suke had entered the dungeon with her assistant, Bigsy. She sees players rushing to battle the boss and obtain a host of rare artifacts. Among them is her beloved older brother, who is supposed to get the artifacts for his sister's sake. Suke recognizes her brother's voice. It's been so long since she's heard it. The girl misses him terribly. Her brother is the first to reach the boss and begins fighting him. So far, everything is going well, and it seems he's about to land the final blow and earn magic stones. Suke wants to be with her brother, wherever that may be, in the real world or in a dream. The girl sees a door ahead that is about to close at any moment, and without thinking of the consequences, rushes toward it. Suke makes it in time. The door swings open, and she sees what happens next. Her brother is fighting brilliantly. The raid is very easy, and soon he'll be free, having earned plenty of magic stones. Suddenly, the young man notices his sister nearby. He doesn't understand what little Suke is doing next to him. The girl rushes to her brother. He gently pulls her close. Everything is fine. They can go home for dinner. Suke says she'd love to have scrambled eggs, or they could eat at a cafe. Her brother strokes his beloved sister's head, trying to calm her down. Tears continue to stream down the girl's face, but it's time to put an end to this moment. After all, everything is wonderful. Suke has wanted to go on a raid with her brother for a long time. Now she sees how much her beloved brother has earned, and he lets her take the magical items. At that moment, Songran's voice rings out, "I'm sorry." Suke grows wary. She recognizes that voice, and it's tied to bad memories. Songran appears before her. His gaze glows like that of a true demon. The guy declares that he will take the artifacts and then cuts off her brother's head, laughing hysterically. Suke is horrified, screaming in agony as she stares at the spot where her brother's head had just been. Songran is completely satisfied with what has happened. He wipes the blood splatters from his face and looks at the slain player. The other players say that obtaining the artifacts wasn't easy, so why should Suke be the only one to get them? It's not fair. Songran announces to his allies that they will sell all the artifacts and make a fortune. Sukai looks at her brother's killer. She knows his name. The girl draws her weapon and aims the blaster directly at Songran. He, completely unafraid, continues to look at her and smile. The young man licks the blood off his dagger and says that now Suka must hate him and perhaps kill him. All because he was the one who killed her brother. Suke is an adult now, but she still hides behind her brother, relying on his strength. She is grown up and brave, but still stays close to her brother, who is actually just a dumb musclehead and a fool. The girl wants to kill her worst enemy. She's already put her finger on the trigger, but something feels off. It doesn't feel real. Sukai tells her opponent that he is not who he claims to be. He is not Songran. Gradually, she begins to see who is really standing before her. It is not the young man Songran, but the god Horus. Suke finally comes to her senses, breaking free from the embrace of the magical dream, and realizes that it is merely an illusion. This dream was caused by the powers of the mountain god, and she must not obey or give in to him. Although the dream was very realistic, the girl found 3 flaws in it. First, Songran saved her that time and wasn't a psychopath. Second, Suke tried to kill Songran, but he used an imaginary phantom to let her hit him. Perhaps he felt guilty for the players who died in the dungeon. Third, Songran is a dual-class hunter. He received this gift on the day the entire team was wiped out, and at that time he still couldn't use daggers. If the god of the mountains wants to continue deceiving Sukai, he needs to prepare better and create a more sophisticated illusion. The mountain god tried to insult the girl, calling her a weakling who had cast aside hatred and strength and was now just an ordinary nobody. The mountain god said that he is quite capable of creating a complex dream and handles it perfectly. But he has already studied people and knows that the most effective techniques are simple and brutal shocks. They evoke strong emotions and can lead many people to their goal. However, the god of the mountains was mistaken. He didn't expect that because of the magical dream, Suke wouldn't fly into a rage, but would become even calmer. The girl really was clever. Only idiots lose their composure and control in chaos, while smart people, on the contrary, find themselves even in madness. Suke listened to every word God said and fired her weapon at him. Of course, the shot had no effect. The girl was disappointed, and God said he knew everything she was thinking. He knows about the Huang Tu Guild and the New Haven, which had led her astray from her path to becoming strong, and which had made her lazy and weak. The mountain god wanted to show her a new dream reflecting the true face of the Huang Tu Guild. But Suka had already seen enough dreams to last her many years. She summoned her assistant Bixi and asked him to activate the hacker model. One must not forget, the dungeon controls the entire region. One need only access the system to reach its owner. The deeper the players are in the God of the Mountains world of illusions, the closer they are to the system itself. And the God of the Mountains is an entity that fears revealing its true face. Suke quickly connected to the back door, installed the programs, and began receiving data. Soon she was already inside the system and activated low-level mode. A few moments later, a delighted Suke shouted, "The mountain god is caught!" The mountain god began to tremble and said that the girl had done an excellent job. She had managed to penetrate the very depths of sleep through a slightly ajar door. This was the best way to see the true face of the mountain god. But deep sleep is still just a dream. The mountain god's powers are boundless, and now he could bind Suke's hands and feet. The monster's face twisted into an evil grin. He reached out his hand and began to wiggle his fingers. Long, powerful spiked tentacles appeared all around again, designed to immobilize anyone. But Suke just coughed, pressed a button, and said it was all useless. The program began to break down, and the girl explained that when she was only 13, she was already the strongest hacker. Even back then, she could easily wipe the entire system. In those days, she used to tweak the parameters. Of course, deep sleep is the system's weakest point, and that meant that in deep sleep, both the mountain god and Suke were all-powerful. Suke ordered Bixi to activate the fantastic form, and the space began to change before their eyes. The girl completely changed her appearance and added a new codename. In an instant, she was no longer a poor, unhappy girl in glasses, but a confident adult hunter. She activated the spirit of the boundary key, and her mere presence made it clear that she was not to be trifled with. Suka turned to the god of the mountains and said that the time had come for him to perish. She opened fire with her weapons, which hit their targets, and now the god of the mountains could do nothing. There were so many shots that it soon became unclear how the battle would end. But the dust settled, the smoke cleared, and it became clear. The mountain god had been defeated, and the magic stone appeared in the void. Suke sat down. She still couldn't believe the battle was over. She saw the divine shard of the mountain god on the floor. Suka clutched the magic stone tightly, intending to use it at the right moment. But suddenly the magical stone began to affect her, and it was unclear where this would lead. The more magical power penetrated the girl's body, the more demonic her gaze became. It seemed as though she was transforming into something else. Soon her eyes closed, and behind her appeared once again the one who had laughed at Suke. Did the girl really think she could defeat him? All of Suke's anger, her prejudices, and her fluctuating emotions now belonged to the mountain god. This was the girl's fate. Of course, one could try to explain the reason. Most likely it was because Suke and the mountain god were very similar. Knowledge constantly flows into the human brain: hunters, the awakened, and the trial mode. This is the true face of the world, and now she would have exactly the same face as the mountain god. Sukai didn't want this to happen, but almost nothing remained of her, and she scattered into pixels. Songren saw all of this when he inquired about Suki's fate. His sword still lay near the villain's neck, but now that body contained Sukai, and it was impossible to kill one without killing the other. Songran was pensive. He kept staring at the mountain god. And the god of the mountains said that he understood the young man perfectly. It was easy to kill the god of the mountains, but the dungeon would resurrect him again. But next time, the god of the mountain would certainly not possess Suke's consciousness. The girl would vanish and perish forever. This simple truth stood before the player. Nor should one forget that by killing the mountain god, the young man would be killing a human. But was Suke still human? There were many difficult questions to resolve, and gradually tentacles began to wrap around the young man. God said that right now, beyond the threshold of sleep, Songran is being protected by his foolish friend Luo Wenhe, and he cannot kill God for that very reason. Humans possess the strongest and most deceptive weakness. It is hard for them to bear the burden of murder. They doubt a great deal and repent deeply. But now this weakness must decide the fates of 3 people. The time for deliberation was coming to an end. The tentacles were wrapping themselves higher and higher around Songren's body. He had to kill the mountain god right now or vanish into nothingness. Along with the mountain god, he would have to destroy Sukai as well. But that no longer mattered. After all, everyone knew, in the end, everything in this life comes down to one thing. Songran finally broke the silence and said that he had never thought he was without flaws or weaknesses. At his first hunter's evaluation, he received an E rank. He was pushed aside so he wouldn't get in others' way. Over time, the young man accepted that there was no place for him in this world, but the evolutionary sword and the deaths of all his allies in the dungeon had happened against his will. He constantly thought, the problem wasn't with him, but with the world itself. The death of his friends became his motivation to grow stronger, the only consolation for his fallen comrades. However, the boy could not find peace, and that was his mistake. If he hadn't ended up in the dungeon, his friends would have stayed alive. It was his fault. Had he not gone there, 10 friends would have remained alive. And the god of the mountains loved to stick his nose into people's hearts, so he learns what Songran truly feels. The young man felt an overwhelming sense of guilt over the deaths of his friends. But during the long journey he had already undertaken, Songran saw a flash of insight from Si Yang. The power of the first-tier fighters had already been demonstrated to him, and he had managed to make new friends. Songran constantly wondered, how could he use this unprecedented power? The thoughts wouldn't leave him alone. Even on the way to the dungeon, he sought advice from his senior comrades. Why do people become hunters? What is their primary motivation? Luo Wenhe replied that they do it out of desperation, for the world is very cruel, and everyone must find a meaning to their existence. Songran was weak and cowardly and didn't know if he could accept such an epiphany. The mountain god immediately said that the young man was not yet ready for this. Now he understood. Powerlessness and weakness were embedded in his genes, blood, and muscles. Songran's fate was to be a weakling, but the young man thought otherwise. That wasn't the point. The mountain god was simply incapable of understanding the pain of losing loved ones and friends. He didn't understand the meaning of human life because he himself was not human. Just recently, the god of the mountains asked whether Sukai was still human. The young man was certain she was a real human being. Many comrades were already dead, but only Sukai could answer that question. The god of the mountains grew tired of listening and said that unfortunately nothingness had expected much from Songran, but he had turned out to be a weakling. At that moment, the mountain god summoned nothingness once more and decided to end the battle. He activated the nightmare. Interrupting the conversation, the young man said there would be no more answers. They were parting forever. The god of the mountains rushed off, intending to throw Sukai into the portal of nothingness, but for some reason the portal didn't work. there was a glitch. At the same time, the god of the mountains himself began to glitch. He froze and fell apart. He was torn up inside, screaming at himself and trying to cling to reality. Soon, the god of the mountains began to transform into a human, and a woman's voice spoke the name Song Ran. The young man recognized that voice immediately. He could never forget it. Song Ran ran up to the girl, grabbed her by the shoulders, and shook her. Suke had to wake up. They were in a magical dream, and now they had to get out of it. The girl sat with her head bowed, completely motionless. She said there was no way back for her. Suke explained that she understood everything. As the creator and having come to know the truth of all existence, one can die. Now she knew that none of this was Song Ran's fault, and she needed to apologize to him. At that moment, notifications about changes in the dungeon appeared before the players. Suki said that this was the last thing she could do. She had one request. The young man must kill the god of the mountains, and after that, he would hear the answer. The girl was losing her strength and leaving this world. Suddenly, her gaze cleared, and she even began to smile. Suka raised her head, looked at the young man, and said in a calm, happy voice that she didn't blame him for anything. In the arena, the same mountain goddess was cursing. The crazy girl had spent her last bit of strength to send her to the lower levels of the system. But the fool didn't know. The closer an awakened one is to the system, the weaker their powers become, while the mountain god, on the contrary, grows stronger. Gore turned to the young man with the sword and said, "Look at yourself. You have none of the awakened one's power. You're just an ordinary weakling again." But Song Ran replied that the god of the mountains was greatly mistaken this time. The young man slung his sword over his shoulder, looked confident, and said that he was no longer the same as he had been at the beginning. He stepped forward to face the god of the mountains. It was madness to keep fighting like this. The mountain god activated the wild forest ability. Tentacles were supposed to appear, but nothing happened, and the god realized that the girl had blocked all his abilities. Song Ran approached her opponent and said she hated him because all his power was built on lies, the manipulation of others' emotions, and deceit. Gore frantically tried all his abilities, but none of them worked. Wild forest, magical dream, nothing. Song Ran said he still couldn't forget the dungeon and his mistakes, but if that was a weakness, he was ready to remain weak. However, now the young man was confident in his abilities and felt no confusion. The god of the mountains realized he had to act immediately and began saying that Song Ran was just a mad weakling. But the boy needed to take a look at himself. He didn't have an evolutionary sword in his hands, just some battered, simple knife. The god of the mountains didn't have time to say anything else, because Song Ran pinned his head down and pierced that malevolent creature with his primitive sword. The mighty sword plunged into the ground and energy radiated out from it. Luo Wenhei was there too. Both players watched the scene with interest as the massive sword seemed to alter the course of all that was to come. Luo Wenhei finally managed to speak. "Where is the mountain god? Are you sure he's finished?" After that, the player contacted Mr. Lu Xiaodong via communication and asked how things were going outside the pyramid. Meanwhile, outside the pyramid, as soon as Song Ran had defeated the god of the mountains, the other hunters dealt with the village chief and headed deeper into the desert. There they were set to battle other bosses. Now everyone was wondering what was happening inside the pyramid. The Genshin Guild was fighting against Osiris, the god of Samsara. The Clover Guild was fighting Isis, the goddess of life and magic. She was the goddess who controlled great magic. Shiaoai proved herself. The girl activated her dual summoning abilities and the queen's minions. Darky, as usual, was his mistress's best assistant. The Nameless Guild leader attacked the god of earth with his guild. The Nameless Guild was holding its ground well for now. Meanwhile, the Huang Tu Guild, together with Wang Fen from the first echelon, dealt with Sebek, the guardian god of the pharaohs. After that, the players headed to the final pyramid, the Palace of Anubis. But because Xian and Songren had already defeated the god Set, and Suke had been swallowed by the god Horus, significant changes had occurred in Anubis's pyramid. The pyramid's rules had been rewritten. The gates opened easily, and it seemed that the final boss would be a breeze. Song Ran and the other players had no idea just how drastically the rules of this dungeon had changed. Anubis, the god of death, addressed the players. "You ignorant fools, I am the true god of the Sea of Oblivion." In times of chaos, the battle of the Chosen Ones was meaningless. Only those who are permitted may lead their squad into battle against the god Anubis. The owner of a chosen shard could open a passage for 3 minutes for their team, and the power of death would cut off all retreat routes for those outside the afterlife. A notification appeared before the players. Do they agree to use the Chosen One's access? They had to make a quick decision. The rewritten Battle of the Chosen has changed. All shard holders can open the entrance to the final boss and fight 7 against 1. Any holder of a chosen shard can temporarily grant access to the final boss, allowing players without a shard to fight him. The players entered the gate, expecting Wang Fen, a top-tier player, to join them. All their hopes rested on him. Wang Fen replied that the players could go ahead and not worry. He just needed to report something to the council and would catch up with them. Wang Fen thought that even if the players had opened the entrance to the boss without orders from above, they shouldn't be punished for it. Huang Qiu couldn't figure out what was going on with Wang Fen today. He was acting strangely. The player received a notification asking him to confirm the deletion of a contact. Wang Fen smiled and told himself that he definitely wouldn't get involved in a battle with that damn Anubis. This time the council had clear intentions. Since the dungeon was activated in siege mode, it posed a hidden danger to the city. Siege mode brought about changes. The dungeon was capable of releasing monsters into the outside world. To seal it, one needed to obtain the Heart of the Seal, which was only available in Awakened mode. Usually for such tasks, the council sends fighters from the first echelon to retrieve the Heart of the Seal. But the first echelon's hands are tied right now. A new Awakened had to be found to activate Awakened mode using the Sea of Oblivion. That person turned out to be Songran. The council sent Ms. Zhao to him to lead him to the Sea of Oblivion, but the sea opened earlier, so the first echelon's mission was completed on time. By that time, Suke's entry into the dungeon had triggered uncontrollable changes. Originally, Songran was supposed to complete the mission, but everything went awry. The choice of mode depended on the Awakened's level. The difficulty of the mode is determined by the strength and level of the hunter who selects it. Therefore, the first echelon's task is not to activate the Awakened's mode themselves. Otherwise, it will destroy all ordinary hunters. The activation must be performed by Songran. Suke's invasion frightened the elders on the council. Now it's unclear whom the council fears more, Suke or Songran. They certainly didn't expect a third option. The council never expected that Wang Fen would turn out to be a traitor and betray them. Everyone believed that this hypocritical era would finally come to an end, but Wang Fen did not want to let that happen. In this world, there are countless paths for hunters, and his path is to kill. Wang Fen had always been selfish. His whole life, he'd done everything solely for himself. If there's a chance to become stronger and get everything he could possibly want, he's ready to do it. He will kill, destroy, suffocate, and drown anything that stands in his way. That is what he wants, and that is his path as a hunter. Wang Fen believed that his comrade Luo Wenhe was the main obstacle in the first echelon. By now, he's most likely already reached the entrance to the pyramid. While he's away, and before Songran has a chance to activate Awakened mode, Wang will do it himself. The guy decided to activate Awakened mode and turn the Sea of Oblivion into a living hell. Wang Fen believed that the Awakened mode boss wouldn't be stronger than him. The leader was confident that the players could handle this boss, so Wang Fen made his final decision. The moment the entrance to the pyramid closed, unpredictable events began to unfold. Wang Fen headed to the center of the desert to fulfill his path as a punisher. At that moment, Luo Wenhe was listening to Mr. Lu's report on the situation and the battles with the other gods. Luo Wenhe felt that something was wrong here. If the players defeated Anubis in normal mode, it would be impossible to obtain the Heart of the Seal. And without the Heart of the Seal, it would be impossible to close the portal, and the entire Earth would turn into hell. Songran was still in a magical dream. He hadn't woken up yet. Songran received a notification of his victory over the god Horus, and also learned that he had earned a hidden achievement. The young man had become the God Eater. The final destruction of a god was rewarded with eternal existence. The young man was very surprised that such a title even existed. In addition, he was awarded the Earring of Faith. This item was used for all healing techniques. All accessories issued in the game had enhancement properties, but obtaining them was practically impossible, so even simple accessories could be sold for a huge amount of money. Songran activated the healing technique. It was very powerful. Even at the very bottom of the system, the effects of the evolutionary sword didn't work here. In other words, the young man healed himself with his own power. It struck him at night. Now it was clear that, with his own class of power, the boy could continue on alone. A notification appeared before him stating that 2 shards had dropped, one for the god of the mountain, and the other, Suke's memory shard. It was very strange that he could only choose 1 shard. Songran paused to think for a moment. In the end, the player chose the memory shard, since Suke had said she'd left him an answer at the very end. The young man felt the memories flooding directly into his mind. This was the final piece of information Suke wanted to share with him. This answer holds the entire truth of this world. It was the story of Suka's life. It all began with her participation in an architect's training program called Project Prometheus. The girl's childhood was ordinary. One might even say happy. Her parents were hunters. The family lived in comfort and knew no hardship. But all good things come to an end sooner or later. Her parents died on a raid in the dungeon. For the modern world, this is a very common occurrence. Since then, Suke has been left alone with her brother. The girl didn't grieve much for her parents because she believed it was inevitable and that such things happen to everyone. But Suke herself constantly faced misfortunes. She believed that the world would soon get better and that her hopes would one day come true. Unlike her gifted brother, the girl was an ordinary child. To carry on her parents' legacy, she became an architect, but she never showed any talent, and the only one who supported her was her brother. That was the case until the Prometheus plan was launched to recruit the best architects. Suke didn't even hope that she would become one of the plan's selected participants. The Flame Thief project took place at a massive research facility. Daily lessons and regular assessments were all the students did during their first year of study. Suke participated in absolutely every class, and it seemed she didn't show any particular talent. But contrary to all expectations, over time the girl developed a strong desire to learn and hone her skills as an architect. This went on for 2 years, but then the Prometheus project was suddenly shut down. Suke's last memories are tied to a long period of treatment. The girl was diagnosed with a rare disease and sent to a research center. After some time, Suke awoke from an endless nightmare and returned to the academy. Since then, everything had changed. The girl couldn't fit into any group. Although she had excellent architectural skills, no organization would accept her. Then one day the school held a swimming lesson. Suke went to the locker room and realized that someone had broken into her locker. She approached and saw that all her clothes had been torn to shreds. On top of that, all her clothes had been doused with some kind of liquid. But the girl hadn't done anything wrong to anyone. Suke became increasingly withdrawn. She felt completely out of place in any group. Suke took a leave of absence and returned home with her brother. There, she devoted herself entirely to her work as an architect. She lived with her brother and everything was fine, except that her desire to save humanity and change the world had lost its power. The girl was disappointed, and the only thing she wanted was not to become a burden to her brother. So after her brother's death, a terrible hatred took root in her heart. At that point, she had no desire to go on living. Just as a person in a raging river tries to cling to a blade of grass, so Sukai clung to her hatred for Songran in this world. But now she realized that it had all been a deception. The awakening of the hunters and her participation in Project Prometheus were very similar. After all, the Project Prometheus was a kind of grand experiment. The architects sacrificed part of their sanity to enhance other characteristics, just as the hunters sought to enhance their physical strength. The key to all of this was the monster factor, a special drug that had been injected into the girl. That was why she was so different from other children and couldn't fit in with any group. Prometheus planned to create awakened among ordinary people and later intended to use them. Song Ran could no longer hear what Suke was saying to him because interference had arisen in his memories. His memories began to crumble, dissolve, and vanish, and in their place appeared a notification that test mode had been activated. And now, standing before Song Ran was a huge monster he now had to fight. The girl ran as fast as she could to her leader. She needed to tell him something urgently. Something unreal happened to the players. It was only a few moments, but they all ended up with their throats slit. The girl ran onto the battlefield. She saw her comrades fighting against a huge and powerful boss. She couldn't find out or say anything else, because the poor girl's head was chopped off and flew away. The head of the Nameless Guild was in shock. He didn't understand what was happening either. Everyone around him was dying. Instead of fighting the boss, someone was killing his comrades one by one. And now the player was being attacked by a stranger who was using his power against him. Suddenly, their faces drew closer, and it became clear that this killer was a top-tier player. Wang Fen. He had activated Mad Butcher mode, which gave him insane speed. The guild leader began to slowly retreat. But at that moment, one of his comrades was literally blown to pieces by the villain's attack. Players were dying one after another, their blood pouring down like rain, while the guildmaster clutched his head in horror. The guy didn't understand what was happening or why Wang Fen was treating the other players this way. At that moment, the traitor approached the guildmaster and said, smiling, that his behavior was perfectly understandable. The player's perception of the world is completely wrong. In this world, hunters are the true evil. And if everyone feels this way about hunters, why shouldn't they just enjoy it? After all, killing is so satisfying. Wang Fen didn't manage to kill the guildmaster because a notification popped up in front of him, stating that trial mode had been activated. It was a notification for the awakened mode. But why it appeared was unclear, since the awakened Song Ran hadn't activated anything. Wang Fen immediately thought of his former comrade, who had most likely sensed that something strange was happening and activated awakened mode to guarantee obtaining the Seal Heart, clear the dungeon, and save humanity. But only after overcoming that problem did Wang realize just how much his power surpassed the first tier. And if things didn't go according to plan, why not activate trial mode again? This would trigger the trial mode on a layered basis, with the higher level of the awakened mode overriding the lower one, and everyone in the dungeon would die. Wang Fen pressed the selection button, but to his surprise, nothing changed, and it finally began to dawn on him. It turned out that the awakened mode belonged to Song Ran. Now it was clear why the council had been so worried about this player. He had an awakened mode that couldn't be overridden. It was the strongest and had even surpassed the very essence of the system. Wang Fen burst into hysterical laughter. He hadn't expected his plan to fail at all. When he finished laughing, Wang Fen turned to the player kneeling before him and said that he was no longer interested in him. The only thing Wang Fen wanted to do was kill Song Ran. Having said that, he turned and walked toward the portal exit, leaving behind a mountain of corpses. The guild leader wept bloody tears beside the bodies of his comrades, repeating the name of his tormentor, Wang Fen. Lo Wenhe decided he had to give it his all and do everything possible for the sake of society. The hunter was about to sacrifice his very life for the sake of the people. But when he stepped outside, he heard only silence. At first, the young man received a request from Mr. Liu to help the River City Guild. But then the awakened mode was suddenly activated. It then became clear that Song Ran was all right. Of course, the reason for Wang Feng's betrayal and why he decided to destroy the River City Guild was unknown, but this still suggests that he had not planned to activate the awakened mode, and that means the mode was activated by Song Ran. Wang Fen understood this perfectly, and knowing his character, one can assume that he headed to the Pyramid of Anubis to intercept Song Ran. Lo Wenhe considered it his duty to protect this raid, and now he had to face his former friend. He had to stop Wang Fen, who was trying to ruin the mission. To give Song Ran the chance to complete the dungeon. One way or another, everyone would soon meet at the entrance to the Pyramid of Anubis. And indeed, the two former comrades were already standing face to face near the pyramid. It was clear that this was where it all had to end. Song Ran looked at his opponent, realizing that a new boss had appeared out of nowhere before him. The young man immediately activated his buff. He knew that the power of the evolutionary sword was still suppressed, but he had no choice. He had to fight. Memories flooded the young man's mind of how he had first defended the city shoulder to shoulder with his comrades, and how people used to mock him and walk right past him. What would have happened if Song Ran hadn't saved everyone back then and killed the monster that had broken free? It's unclear whether his friends would have continued to support him. Come to think of it, they were right. After all, the only ones who made mistakes were Song Ran and Su Kai because they chose the wrong path and were too weak. But is all the blame really on the weak? Do the dreams and perseverance of weak people deserve such treatment from those around them? Maybe we shouldn't laugh at them, but simply give them a chance to prove themselves. But now Song Ran has become more confident. If no one will speak up for the weak, then he, the weakling, will speak for them and defend them at the cost of his own life. If no one stands up for the weak, then Song Ran will become their protector. Song Ran was ready to use his sword and his strength solely so that the weak could continue to fight. His words literally made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, and they caught fire. He began to laugh. Was this truly the path of this hunter? Song Ran froze in place and looked at the boss. It turned out that standing before him was Ra, the god of the desert, the hidden boss of this dungeon. He reached out his enormous hand toward the player, who didn't yet know how to react. God Ra said that he was no enemy to Song Ran. In his hand, Ra held a legendary shard, the last shard of the Chosen, the legendary artifact, beginning of the desert, hidden in the sands. Wang Fen and Luo Wenhe were fighting each other near the Pyramid of Anubis. Both rivals belonged to the highest and strongest hunters and were part of the first echelon. They attacked each other, absolutely equal in strength and ability. At one point, the former comrades drew closer, and Wang asked his friend, wasn't he curious why Wang had betrayed everyone? Lo shoved his former comrade aside and said he already knew everything. Lo grabbed Wang and prepared to deliver a powerful blow. Lo had no doubt that his former friend wouldn't tell him anything. The thing is, he wasn't a hunter. He was just a madman. Wang Fen activated the Mad Butcher ability again. Luo Wenyi felt wounds appear on his body, and blood spurted from them. He didn't understand what had happened, why Wang had become so much stronger. Luo soon realized that he was in trouble. In this state, he wouldn't win this battle. On top of that, with the Awakened mode activated, River City and the Clover Guild were in big trouble. Even the Huang Tu Guild and the Pyramid of Anubis would most likely lose, and that would be a complete failure. Something extraordinary would have to happen for all the hunters to get out of here. Luo Wenyi stood there, bleeding out, while his opponent smiled happily. At that moment, Song Ran approached his former friends. He greeted both of the top-tier players. Seeing that a battle was taking place between them, Song Ran asked what had happened here. Instead of answering, Wang Fen smiled happily, saying that this fool had shown up just in time and lunged at Song Ran to kill him. Luo Wenyi saw that Song Ran had reappeared. The man immediately reached for his sword. Thus, Song Ran stood there while Wang Fen tried to attack him. At the same time, Luo thrust his sword into the ground and activated the reinforcement sphere technique. Waves and cracks began to spread across the ground, with Song Ran standing at their center. Both former comrades were happy to see Song Ran. Wang was unable to land a blow on Song Ran. The young man calmly parried his attack. Wang was very displeased. He was terribly annoyed by the sphere technique his friend had used. Wang decided to deal with Luo and remove the protective sphere. As he approached, Luo Wenyi began explaining to Song Ran what was happening, about how Wang had become a traitor. Luo wanted to deal with his friend himself, while Song Ran had to hurry to the Pyramid of Anubis, kill Anubis, and complete the raid on the Sea of Oblivion. Song Ran was humanity's only hope. At that moment, Wang chopped off his friend's hand. Song Ran didn't need to be asked twice. He understood everything from the very first moment and left his former friends to sort things out among themselves. Things were indeed very rough for the players in Anubis's pyramid. It was a veritable meat grinder, and no one knew how to fight back anymore. The players noticed that Anubis's power had suddenly increased dramatically. No one understood why this had happened. He held his blade, from which the blood of slain players dripped, and called his opponents petty fools. He couldn't even properly enjoy this battle because he was dealing with foolish, weak physical shells. An assistant reported that the situation was critical. They needed to withdraw all players and regroup. Huang Tu, seeing his men perish, was furious, but his stubbornness and obstinacy prevailed. He said that the word regroup did not exist in his guild's vocabulary. The leader ordered the players to stop at nothing, to grow, conquer, and rule at any cost. These were the principles of the Huang Tu Guild. The player understood that all this was useless. The other players were already marked as dead, one of Anubis's mechanisms. From the very start of the battle, Anubis had marked a target within a specific area of effect. Because of this mark, the target slowly lost health, which increased the pressure on the entire team. But the guild leader demanded that everyone rush into battle and keep their distance. In combat, Anubis hunted only the hero with the mark of the dead. In other words, this was his special mechanism of revenge. The players needed to strategically position their group, and then they could avoid casualties. But guild leader Huang Xiu wouldn't hear a word of it. The man was incredibly dense and stubborn. Looking at the current situation, Lu Xiaodong began to realize that from the very beginning, he hadn't been able to figure out this blockhead. From the very beginning, that brainless Huang Qiu hadn't been interested in protecting his people. He had chosen the path of a typical tyrant for whom human lives mattered absolutely nothing. Liu Xiaodong unexpectedly received a notification containing a congratulatory message. The first stage of Anubis had already been completed. It sounded very strange and looked even more surprising, but perhaps the players had indeed completed the first stage. At that moment, some winged object began descending from beneath the dome. The players were on high alert and focused. They didn't know what awaited them yet. The creature descended a little lower, and soon lightning began to flash around it, accompanied by powerful electrical discharges. Anubis used incinerating light, a great weapon that incinerated any creature caught in its beam. And before the players realized they needed to flee, many lives were lost, and the hunters perished simply by coming into the beam's path. Those who hadn't immediately fallen victim to the incinerating light looked around in horror, realizing that without the second stage, things would be even worse. Huang Tu, after one of the players burned to death right next to him, realized they didn't stand a chance, not just in battle, but even in escape. And just at that moment, none other than Song Ran entered the pyramid's chamber through the portal. He was, as usual, determined to win, calm, and focused. Huang Tu was very surprised to see someone enter the dungeon, since according to all known rules, it was impossible to enter the dungeon in the heat of battle. It soon became clear that it was none other than Song Ran, that very weakling who was nothing but a laughingstock, utterly useless. Huang Tu shouted at the guy that he'd come just in time to die. It would have been better if someone else had come in. Song Ran shouted at the players to immediately leave the radius of the corpse's mark. The guild leader was outraged. How dare this insolent fool give orders to his guild? Song Ran ordered the ranged mages to prepare to attack on his command, but for now they needed to gather all their strength. The mages set about carrying out the order, while the guild leader thought that he couldn't kill this insolent fool right now because it would ruin his reputation. At that moment, the god Anubis chose a new target and marked it with his death mark. That target was Song Ran. Now he bore the boss's mark, which meant Anubis would attack only him. As expected, the god Anubis began to take aim, searching for his victim. His attack began, and Huang Tu realized that, most likely, he wouldn't have to personally kill this arrogant upstart. Scorching light now focused entirely on a single person, unleashing new attacks upon him. Song Ran continued to stand in the center of the room, doing nothing, as if the light and fire didn't even touch him. Soon, the young man began moving through the dungeon. He understood that the Huang Tu guild would not come to his aid. But while Song Ran was handling the task, he kept thinking about how some players were mired in greed and petty squabbles. Song Ran had no intention of lecturing anyone, but he really didn't like it when people treated him unfairly. After all, if they left him alone and didn't bother him, he would continue to quietly defend the dungeon on his own and level up. From the very beginning, Song Ran didn't want to cross paths with anyone at all. He always did everything on his own, but at some point, the young man stopped tolerating humiliation. Thinking this way, the young man gradually approached his opponent. He had to complete the mission to destroy the leader of the Sea of Oblivion. At one point, the god Anubis thought he was facing a superhuman. After all, he had already launched such a huge number of attacks. But this guy managed to dodge them because he possessed great speed. But that didn't mean the god Anubis was ready to turn a blind eye and admire the man. In any case, he would be destroyed. Song Ran activated the imaginary ghost ability and became invisible. Anubis believed that the man would surely be punished for his crime. He continued to hurl incinerating light in all directions. Since the light didn't hit the player, the building soon took the brunt of the impact, and one of the walls began to crumble. Beams rained down from above, and the pyramid began to tremble and crumble from within. It looked like a typical house of cards. Song Ran was still dodging attacks. Of course, his stats were dropping, and he was expending a lot of energy using stealth mode. Song Ran tried to get close to his opponent, taking advantage of his stealth, but at the same time, everything around him was collapsing, and he could get crushed by a falling column. Finally, Song Ran chose the right moment, and moving at tremendous speed and taking advantage of his invisibility, leaped upward. At one point, he managed to use a falling column and, pushing off from it, propel himself even higher. The young man knew he had only one stamina bar left. He finally reached Anubis, and he had one attack left. Song Ran activated the attack weak points ability and immediately used it in this battle. The attack was very successful. Anubis's weak points were damaged, and Anubis himself shifted into his ground form. Soon he landed on the floor of his dungeon. Columns and stones were still falling all around him. The ground form was used when Anubis's wings were damaged. At that moment, he couldn't take flight and use incinerating light. Of course, all the players would have liked Anubis to be dead already, but he had simply returned to his state from the previous phase. Lu Xiaodong watched Song Ran. It seemed the guy was still capable of continuing the fight. Besides, the dead man's mark was still active. Of course, everyone wanted it to end as soon as possible. Everyone understood that Song Ran had expended a great deal of energy. At that moment, a clean paw emerged from beneath the rubble of stones and shattered columns. Taking advantage of the lull, Song Ran activated level 7, Siphon Healing. This immediately improved his stats significantly. Song Ran was able to counteract the effects of the dead man's mark with a single ability, and now his health was fully restored. Watching the battle, everyone understood. Judging by his behavior in combat, Song Ran possessed a level higher than Diamond. By this point, Anubis had already regained his composure. He looked at his opponent and said that this superhuman had infuriated him. Therefore, the punishment of the desert would be fitting and would put the insolent player in his place, for even superhumans have no right to kill gods. Anubis launched an attack on the young man, hoping he would now perish. Nothing interesting was happening, so he was forced to personally rush into an attack on the boy. Song Ran still stood calmly to the side. The young man held an evolved sword in his hands and waited for his opponent to attack him. The god Anubis couldn't fly right now, but he leaped high into the air, raised his axe above his head, and launched an attack. Anubis's axe was met by Song Ran's evolved sword, and now close-quarters combat had begun between the opponents. The rivals struck at each other, and for the time being, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. But the players who were inside the pyramid at that moment were stunned to see that Song Ran was fighting the boss on equal terms. Such destructive power was utterly terrifying. Song Ran once again dodged the boss's attack. This was turning into a protracted battle. But then a notification came in. Anubis's ground form was complete, and he had regained his ability to fly. Song Ran realized that if the enemy had switched back to his aerial combat form, he needed to end this fight. The young man began to rise again in pursuit of his opponent, intent on bringing him back down to the ground. As they say, practice makes perfect. Luo Wenyi felt terrible. His arm and shoulder were bleeding after his former friend had severed his arm. Wang Fin was pleased and confident. He walked toward his comrade, wanting to know why Luo was fighting at the cost of his own life. Song Ran didn't even bat an eye as he walked past their battle. He headed straight for the boss, leaving his friend Luo behind without even pausing to protect him. But Luo Wenyi didn't want to listen to his former friend. He had no doubts and trusted Song Ran completely. Even if a defender has no one left worth protecting, he will fight with dignity. Wang noticed the blood flowing from the wound. The fact was, it had begun to boil. Wang said he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Wang looked at the boiling blood and said he was surprised. Luo had chosen a fate to become stronger, succumbed to madness, and allowed the monster's seed to manifest in his body. The boiling blood belonged to high-level awakened ones, who had stopped restraining the monster's seed within their bodies in order to gain greater power, but in return had lost their sanity. Wang Fin understood that his comrade was on the verge of turning into a true monster, so he had to act very quickly. Wang drew his sword and charged forward to test Luo's strength. But as soon as he got close, Luo Wenyi said that all of this was completely useless. He was already overflowing with rage and power, and had raised his fist. Luo slammed his fist into the ground with all his might, causing a massive, powerful explosion. The player said he had finally come to his senses and was ready to continue the battle. Wang Fin was terrified and was already coughing up blood, but his comrade had made such a choice that in the eyes of everyone else, he had turned into a true madman and a piece of trash. One can imagine what people in the association will say when they find out that Luo Wenyi saved himself by activating the monster seed. After all, he'll immediately be considered an outsider.